Yeah, buddy, here we are. We're back. We're doing it. Another 40K Tuesday, you guys. We're going to be building another Terminator. One more Terminator. And I think we're going to be doing the teleport Homer also. See how it goes. We'll see. We're also in between to take a little break. We're going to play some DARKTIDE with the homie Francis. They're using the chat. What's up, my dude? Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Here I am. Yeah, dude. A little bit on a later night, but it's not too bad. Like yesterday, better late than never. We're gonna put together that little guy right now and watch some Y-files while we build, while we release him from his sprue home. Hope you guys got your snacks, your drinks, all your paint party enhancers. We're not gonna be painting, but that's pretty much what the stream's about. The Warhammer party. And I got some Y-files. Have you heard of the Y-files? Have you guys seen the Y-files? Great show. It's on YouTube. I think it's on Hulu too. The Y-files. Here, check it out. Pause the music real quick.
Decentralized cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, but no mainstream product or service could be purchased with anything but Unity. Sure, Bitcoin kept its promise, a truly peer-to-peer electronic cash system free from the control of any central authority.
Every episode's like a half hour.
Would accept it.
Talks about good stuff.
Nations had all but dissolved, replaced by economic zones governed by AI algorithms. These algorithms help promote the Global Council's agenda, but AI did more than promote policy. It enforced it. Dissent was now classified as a form of mental illness. How you doing,
my guy? Are you chilling, relaxing?
The council were removed from society for their own safety.
Ready for some DARKTIDE in a little bit? If you're still down.
It was damning.
I probably won't be using the microphone, but I mean, I'm pretty good at following around and just killing what's close by. But I'll follow you to flip any switches that need to be flipped, and I can be the meat shield too if need be.
But publishing was nearly impossible now. All media was centralized.
Yeah, well, he has to play both sides. He has to like play the side of don't take me off of YouTube and play the side of I need some views. He does a good job. I mean, for the most part, it seems like he believes it, and then at the end, he's just like, nah. I'm just like, I don't know, bro. Probably got his fingers crossed behind his back.
Michael felt a mix of pride and terror. He knew the risks. He knew releasing this information could and probably would cost him his life.
Last week, you guys,
it didn't matter.
We started another sprue, homie, but I haven't primered him yet. So it rained a little last week. The sun wasn't really out, so I didn't get around to spray painting, spray primering. But this week I definitely will, and we'll primer both what I do today and last week, and then maybe next week we'll start the painting action.
It influences every level of
American government, you bought a Titan last night?
Academia. Its membership is full of power brokers, former presidents, secretaries of state, CIA directors,
yeah, dude, that's
Reserve
epic,
chairs,
man.
and media billionaires.
Titan,
some are also members of the Trilateral
that's
Commission.
Awesome. How long do you think it's going to take you to make that guy?
A few are members of all three groups, including architects of the 2008 bailout.
You'll definitely do it faster than I would, because
stated mission is to be a
I slack in doing things. But
policy.
The Council on Foreign
for normies, how long would it take a normie?
Unvarnished view of
Bella Truth, hello, here we are, we're doing it. Thank you for being here, thank you for watching.
Shape American foreign policy.
We're gonna release him from his sprue prison here in a second.
The CFR supports
put one guy together and
like the UN
play a little bit
and
of
the World
games.
Bank. It supports SDRs, or special drawing rights.
Hope you guys are all doing good.
Currency.
IMF members have access to.
We got Stargate tomorrow. We're gonna be watching some Stargate tomorrow. Thursday, a new episode of Reacher. And Friday, we got some Star Wars. Not sure if we're going to watch the bonus DVD for Star Wars for the originals.
Like Bilderberg and Trilateral, CFR promotes free trade
or episode 1, one of the two.
Corporations. They push for military interventions that serve the interests of the military-industrial complex.
On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance. to undermine
Simple
Saddam
goes a long way,
Hussein's
man.
ability to wage war. These are opening stages
Simple
of what will
definitely
be a
goes a long
broad and
way.
concerted campaign.
Damn, I don't even know where I'm at in this book.
These groups could easily lay the
I think
foundation
we
that
did
leads
this
to world
one last
domination.
week.
But you can't win hearts and minds on a
I
platform
mean,
of
does it
world
really matter?
domination.
Does
The
it
CFR's reach
matter?
extends beyond politics. Its reach
And-
includes Hollywood. Movie stars can shape minds. A famous trusted face can help craft a narrative. They'll use phrases
this mean
like
that I could
global unity
only
and
make
global community to make a one
one
of
of
seem
these
perfectly
guys?
normal.
If you want to live in a society
Either he's gonna have
that is
rockets,
receptive to new people
a
and
bolter,
ideas and commerce and
or the
travel
flame.
and globalization.
I don't know what kind of flamethrower that is, but it's some sort of flamethrower. Or could I make one of each of these, and then the captain, and then just one regular guy?
Why is George Clooney so political?
Actually, I'm not too
He's
sure.
a
We're
member
just
of the
gonna go
CFR.
for it. We'll see
How did
whatever
Angelina
extra pieces
Jolie
we
get
end
so
up with at
involved
the
with the
end.
UN and their humanitarian missions? She's a member of the
Hold
CFR.
on, Warlock,
Anderson
Phantom
Cooper,
Titan.
George Stephanopoulos, and
Damn,
Leslie
I gotta
Stahl are
figure out what that looks
journalists,
like real quick.
but not impartial
Just
ones.
right
They're
quick.
members of the CFR. Now, before you start screaming that the Council on Foreign Relations sounds like a left-wing group, know that Dick Cheney is a member.
It's good to be back at the Council on Foreign Relations. As Pete mentioned, I've been a member for a long time and was actually a director for some period of time. I never mentioned that when I was campaigning for re-election back home in Wyoming.
John Bolton, Condoleezza Rice, and many other prominent Republicans are members of the CFR.
They don't even hide it anymore. You know, the Trilaterals Commission, as well as the Council of Foreign Relations. No matter what,
dude.
which president, which party is in power,
Is this what
they
you're
will
doing here?
appoint to the
Is that
major
it?
offices members of these two committees.
For many Americans,
You only get
politics has
one
become
heavy
far
weapon
more
guy
personal
per
and
5 Terminators.
divisive than
Okay,
it
so
once
just
was.
one.
And now, in the run-up to the
I'm
November
gonna go
election,
with
that's creating
damn,
some
dude.
friction
Yeah,
in
that's
families.
wild. That's really it. That's wild. That first one? Okay.
Stop fighting about
And
politics. That's distraction. Using celebrities? That's persuasion. Watch these people closely. Don't let them
yeah,
distract
dude, that's
you.
wild.
Don't let them persuade you.
Do you need to get a
They're
decal
following
for that
orders,
shoulder thing,
whether
or are
they
you
know
gonna
it or not.
freehand it?
The decisions made by
That
Bilderbergers, Trilaterals, and the CFR impact the lives of everyone on the planet.
Yeah, dude.
Yet there is no transparency. There is no
Looks wild.
accountability.
Looks good.
And if they achieve their goal, there will be no democracy.
I'm sure yours will look better. But yeah, that's dope. Oh.
Michael Jansen shuffled through the puddled streets of New York City. He turned up his collar against the biting wind. This once vibrant metropolis now felt like a ghost town. The towering
That other one looks pretty cool
skyscrapers
too,
looked
but yeah,
old and
I would have
tired.
looked sick.
Streets were nearly empty. But the skies above were not.
Way dope, dude.
Surveillance drones kept a close watch on everything below. Billboards, once used for advertising, now flashed the latest government directives.
Damn,
It had been 2 years since he'd released his expose,
bro.
and 1 year since the Great Reset.
You kidding me?
Michael hated that term.
So the guys that I'm doing are the
Reset
size of
was
these
just
little
the
tiny
final
homies down here at the
consolidation of
bottom,
power by the global
and then you
elite.
got big guy
He remembered
walking
the day
mountains
he
above
uploaded
them.
his findings
That's
to the deep
wild.
web. And for a brief moment, it seemed like the world would change.
And we were as grasshoppers in their sight.
Bro, that's epic. That's wild. I like that. So cool.
His evidence gathered over years
So
proved
cool.
the connections between the Bilderberg
Yeah,
Group,
one day,
the
one day.
Trilateral Commission, and the Council on Foreign
One
Relations.
day I'll have
He
one of those
exposed their
guys. Maybe not
role
that
in
one, but
creation of
something
the Unity
similar.
coin
Some sort of
currency,
Titan.
the
One day.
implementation of the Harmony chip, and the formation of the Global Council.
Howling Banshees. And it was what?
For a few weeks, the
the
world was
Eldar.
chaos. Protests erupted everywhere. But the response was swift and brutal.
And was the
Global
Eldar the same as the
Council declared a
Eldari?
state of emergency.
No, it's not, right? Yeah, because the Eldari is with an A. Yeah, no, it's different. It's different. My bad. I'm still noobing it up over here. Yeah.
Curfews were implemented. Stay-at-home orders were enforced. Dissent was criminalized. Those who spread misinformation, including Michael's actual evidence, were not just conspiracy theorists. They were labeled threats to democracy.
Damn.
The irony
I
made
think I'm
him
gonna go with the
furious.
rocket launcher guy. I have
Michael
Infernus
proved that democracy
Infernus
had been
Marines. I got plenty of those
replaced by
guys.
authoritarianism.
So if I have plenty of
Yet he
Infernus
was the
Marines,
threat.
the rest will be Bolter
The
Terminators
candidates in the
with
last
the
election, if you
captain
can call it that,
and
were members of or
the rocket
supported
launcher,
by the Global
guy.
Council, the group he'd publicly exposed.
Leland,
The
what's up,
illusion
my
of choice
dude?
remained, but the
Welcome back,
outcome
my
was to be
guy.
determined.
Hope you're having a good one, my dude. Grab a drink, some snacks.
Michael's
Or watching the
wristband
Y-Files in
buzzed.
the
He glanced
background
at it
while we
as it
put
changed
together
from
another
purple to
homie.
orange, and then he sighed.
And
His social
then we're
credit
gonna play
score had dropped again.
some Darktide here in a little bit once I get
He
tired
needed
of
to be careful.
putting together
Once
one of the
your
homies.
score dipped below a certain level, you were taken to a re-education facility. This was, as always, for your own safety. Michael's stomach growled. But without the Harmony chip, no restaurant would take him. The only place he could find a hot meal and a bed was St. Mary's, one of the few churches left in New York.
Okay. The Cyclone Missile Launcher is the best option. Okay, cool. Good. It looks the most badass, too. I'd rather have that one.
The Global Council had slowly marginalized religion over the years.
Cool. All right, let's see. We're gonna
It began
start
subtly,
on this
with
page.
increased taxes on religious properties.
I need
and
41,
restrictions on public
43, and
gatherings.
46.
They cited concerns about social harmony and the need for a unified global culture. The media, under council control, painted religious beliefs as outdated and superstitious. Schools banned religious
41,
education as it was
43, and
uninclusive.
46. Nope.
Instead, children were taught about the virtues of global citizenship. It also helped that the Harmony chip was able to steer people away from
Oh,
their
am I
faith.
tripping? Did I really?
The truth was, religion was a source of authority, morality, and community outside the council's control. It offered people hope and meaning.
Maybe
that
I
didn't
already
align
took
with
it
the
out?
council's worldview,
Question mark?
and that was a problem. On his way to St. Mary's, Michael passed
Oh, damn,
World
dude. I
Unity
guess I did
Plaza,
already take it out.
formerly Times Square. Michael
Wait,
was
so if I
still
already took
amazed
it
at
out
how
for
quickly
that
it happened.
guy.
The erosion of privacy, the consolidation of corporate power, the gradual surrender of individual freedoms. all in
Man,
the
well,
name
as
of
long as
security
it fits
and
for the other
prosperity.
guy, it's all good.
He tried to warn everyone. He had the proof, but it wasn't enough.
Damn it.
Despite the rain, World Unity Plaza was busy. Bright digital billboards showcased the latest achievement of the global government. The headline proudly announced,
I guess we'll just
the
grab
end
the
of
legs from a
poverty.
different guy.
Sure, there was no more
We'll
poverty
put 'em on that
because
guy.
the word poverty
Then he
was
took my legs off and
redefined.
threw them over there.
Food stamps, housing subsidies, public transportation,
Right.
and other
Let's see.
social services were now part of your earnings. That was added to your universal basic income. Suddenly, those
20,
struggling to
30.
survive were earning more than before. But that was just on paper. He thought the end of poverty sign should be replaced with the end of the middle class. At least that would be the truth. But nobody really cared about the truth anymore. Inside the church, Michael ate his soup at a table with other unchipped people. Churches had become the last refuge for those resisting the New World Order, but he knew churches wouldn't last long. Anything that interfered with, quote, progress disappeared. Michael sounded the alarm and presented his evidence, but it only accelerated the elite's plans. Now, all he could do was try to survive in this illusion as an outcast. Sure, he could instantly improve his life by getting the
Yeah,
Harmony
let's
chip.
crack that drink open. Grab your sodas, your drinks. Cheers, you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And all it cost them was freedom.
31.
Today's story paints a dark picture of a world controlled by secret organizations. But how much of this is true?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of it is.
The Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, and the Council on Foreign Relations exist. Their members hold powerful positions in government, corporations, and international institutions. Their meetings often coincide with significant global events.
There it is. Here we are.
Still,
We're doing it.
A new world order
We're
is a
on
big
our
one.
way.
That said, we can't dismiss the idea entirely. Their lack of transparency and concentration of power is a problem.
On there. I don't want
a problem that leads to corruption.
to clip the wrong piece.
Members bounce from government to media to think tanks and back again. How can an anchor report the news honestly if their last job was at the White House? They can't, and they don't. Look, cable news isn't news, it's entertainment. Left or right, it doesn't matter. They don't tell you the truth. They're paid to regurgitate propaganda coming from corporate and political leadership.
Who may or may not actually be lizard people.
They want you to argue with your family and your neighbors. While you're on Facebook or Twitter bickering over politics, you're not really paying attention. But here's a little secret. The people within these powerful groups, regardless of party or ideology, don't hate each other.
Then we got our diamond files.
They push for centralized global power
Diamond
and
files to
interventionism.
clean up our
Interventionism
plastic.
means war, by the way. They say their policies will bring prosperity and stability, but all we've seen is rising inequality and war after war. Their policies have failed.
Yeah, their policies brought prosperity and stability to their offshore bank accounts.
That's true. For decades, they've controlled foreign policy. They've created a system that intermingles public and private interests to benefit a select few at the expense of the rest of us.
American people had to bail out AIG, but most Americans still lost 40 to 50% of their retirement plans.
If we had not made that action, they would have lost 70%.
They say short-term sacrifices must be made for a better future. A better future for who? In 1970, the top 10% of the U.S. population earned 30% of total income. Now they earn almost 50%. In 1970, they owned 60% of total wealth. Now they own almost 80%. That's why I kept talking about the 2008 financial crisis. My parents lost half their retirement savings. People, regular people, got hurt.
More big-name companies made plans to shed workers.
The bank that got billions in free money from the taxpayers then turns around, cuts off credit to a local business, and then won't authorize workers to get a penny upon leaving with 3 days' notice. We're outraged.
Now, do I believe the crash was orchestrated by one of these secret groups? No. But the crisis was caused by Wall Street greed and corrupt regulators who were members of these groups. They crashed the system and we had to bail them out.
This is mom and pop. Grocery stores don't get this break. When they make bad financial decisions, they go out of business. But the rich and famous Wall Street, New York City fat cats expect Joe's six-pack to buck it up and pay for all this nonsense.
We were told they're too big to fail. We could lose our homes. The economy could collapse. We have to bail out the banks, insurance companies, big car manufacturers.
It's a global financial crisis, so please take our money. Take our money, raise our taxes, raise them.
And they did. And those companies were saved. And wealthy executives got even wealthier. Bear with me for a second. Our taxes funded these bonuses. James Gorman of Morgan Stanley got a $4.9 million bonus. John Stump, Wells Fargo, almost $6 million. Lloyd Blankfein, Goldman Sachs, $9 million. John Thain, Merrill Lynch, $15 million bonus. Kenneth Chenault, American Express, almost $19 million. Vikram Pandit, Citigroup, $24 million. Jamie Dimon, JP Morgan Chase, $29 million.
Got a
Robert
couple
Kelly,
screw
Bank of New York
lines in
Mellon,
there,
$35
but
million.
since this is like
Lawrence
the
M.
hip,
Small, Fannie Mae, almost $43
it's not really
million.
going to show up, so it's all good on this
While
guy.
regular people lost their homes,
Maybe a
savings, and
little bit
retirement
right here.
accounts, Citigroup cut Andrew Hall a bonus check for $100 million. I just read you the top 10 list. In total, about $20 billion was paid to bankers as bonuses.
Need my other
after
eyes
the
real
bailout.
quick.
Every executive and politician involved in that crisis should have gone to prison. Instead, they bought more homes, yachts, and private planes, and we paid for it. The Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, and the Council on Foreign Relations have real power over your life. They need to be watched closely. They'll present appealing ideas, global cooperation, a healthier population, a cleaner environment. We all want these. But when those ideas come from people who operate in secret, you have to ask, how does this idea benefit them? Because it always does. So what can we do? We have to elect leaders who demand transparency and accountability. But first, we have to care. We have to get off our phones, open our eyes, and get engaged. We have to stop giving up our freedom so easily.
What the hell do you think she's gonna do? Set off a shoe bomb?
This happened at Dulles Airport outside Washington. The woman's daughter complained that the search was, quote, prolonged and repetitive. It lasted for 6 minutes.
Every time there's a global crisis, the elites promise to keep us safe. All we have to do is give up a little more freedom.
And by passing the Patriot Act, we will make America safer while safeguarding our civil liberties and privacy.
A top-secret court order is forcing Verizon to turn over all phone records for calls made in the U.S. to the National Security Agency, and not just calls made to overseas numbers. When you call grandma in Nebraska, the NSA knows.
During the past week, we have heard about a series of major violations of our civil liberties, including the fact that NSA is collecting the phone records of tens of millions of Americans. This wholesale snooping on innocent Americans is an unacceptable violation of one of our most basic freedoms.
They don't seize power, we give it to them.
So the couple is vaccinated and got tested ahead of their trip to Hawaii as required. But when they arrived in Honolulu, they were ordered to quarantine in their hotel room or face arrest.
And once they acquire a new power, they don't give it back.
To require people to stay home, require people to not go to work, and to arrest people for trying to make a living, this all seems wrong.
As long as these secret groups have power, there will always be another crisis they'll have to solve.
The humanitarian
crisis.
Our response has been to the crisis.
This one's looking all right.
Refugee crisis.
A crisis in the markets.
Accelerating global food crisis.
The financial crisis.
Worst of the humanitarian crisis.
A fiscal
Maybe
crisis.
a little more on this
Public health crisis.
A banking crisis.
Its refugee crisis.
And a growth crisis.
The climate crisis.
The climate crisis.
The crisis of the old order.
The crisis in the Central African Republic.
Crisis of indifference.
The Ukraine crisis.
Or Ebola, or a crisis.
The economic, social, and political crisis.
Humanitarian crises.
The missile crisis.
As long as these secret groups have power, there will always be another crisis they'll have to solve. They'll promise to keep us
Problem
safe.
reaction
We
solution.
just have to give up a little more freedom. Then a little more. Then just a little more. Eventually, we'll have no freedoms left.
Yep.
We'll be dependent on the select few who have all the power that slowly over time we gave them. Those select few know this. They want us distracted. They want us divided. Because they know that to create a new world order, all they have to do is wait.
Transmit plan reaction.
When they say there's nothing to see, why files members know what could be. With minds that hunger for truth untold, each week we gather as stories unfold. Question everything, that's our call. The Y Files members standing
Yeah, dude.
tall.
Through lines for sure on this one.
From ancient myths to modern lore.
Mold lines, sorry, mold lines.
We always search for something more. Knowledge is treasure we seek to find. Y Files members with open mind. Strange sights that keep our screens alive.
Are we still on Wi-Files?
Unity,
Alright, just making sure.
where mysteries thrive.
I better not get copyright for this. Let's mute it for now. I didn't like any of that.
This is Tesla, one of history's greatest rivalries. Now, they would never admit it, but as different as these men were, they also had many similarities. For instance, both were obsessive, workaholic, egomaniacal geniuses. They also both dabbled in paranormal technology.
Wait, what?
Well, Nikola Tesla was convinced he could invent a device to communicate with the spirit world, and Thomas Edison was convinced he could get there first.
Oh, this is gonna be a good one.
In 1882, Tesla was a promising young engineer working for Edison. But as time went on, the differences between them became a problem. Edison liked hands-on experiments. Tesla preferred working out inventions on paper before picking up any tools. Tesla was meticulous and tidy. Edison was a notorious slob. Well, finally, Tesla went out on his own and quickly made a name for himself. And the Tesla-Edison conflict was global news in the late 19th century with the war of currents. Tesla's more versatile alternating current eventually
that's not allowed on
Edison's
YouTube.
direct current. And this was Tesla's biggest victory over his former boss, and one that Edison would never forgive or forget. So when Tesla claimed he invented a device that could tune into the spirit world, Edison wanted in on the action. And Tesla called
Maybe
his
one
device
day,
a spirit
but
radio. Edison's was called a
I
ghost
don't know,
phone.
bro.
And what I found most interesting about the story is, why did two of history's most famous scientists think that talking to ghosts was even possible? Well, because science. So why would famous scientists be interested in contacting ghosts or even think such a thing is possible? Well, in the early 20th century, psychics, mediums, and seances were very fashionable. It was actually pretty mainstream to think that it might be possible to communicate with the dead. Now, Edison was initially skeptical of the paranormal, and when he learned Tesla was building a radio to listen to spirits, he dismissed him. But then, Tesla started grabbing headlines and patents. Now, this was something Edison could not abide, so he got to work on his own machine. One night in 1920, at his Menlo Park, New Jersey lab, Thomas Edison gathered a group of scientists and friends to witness his latest experiment, a project he had been working on in secret. Now, as the audience watched, they heard the quiet hum of an electric current. Then, from a device that looked kind of like a motion picture projector, shot a beam of light into a photoelectric cell. Now, Edison explained that this light would register any disturbance that crossed through it, no matter how small, and no matter whether it was visible or not. And this disturbance would be detected using a finely calibrated meter. Now, at this point, Edison's guests had no idea what he was talking about. But then he finally said,
I have been thinking for some time of a machine or apparatus which could be operated by personalities which have passed on to another existence or sphere.
He claimed to have invented a device which would allow the dead to communicate with the living, and he called it the ghost phone.
The ghost phone?
The ghost
Yes,
phone.
the ghost phone.
Hell yeah.
Talk about a long distance call.
Please, no one-liners when I'm building suspense.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Venkman.
Now, along with the scientists in the room that night were psychics and mediums who used objects like Ouija boards to speak to souls of the dead. Now, Edison argued that most spiritualists were fakes, but tonight he was making an exception. Tonight he needed them to prove that they can do what they claimed, summon spirits. And those spirits would register on the device and prove that the ghost phone worked. So the lights were turned off, candles were lit, and a seance had begun. And it was time for the psychics to go to work. It was time for the ghosts to come home.
Yeah, buddy, it's looking good. Gotta get rid of the mold lines,
As the
and
seance
we're
progressed,
almost
the
there.
scientists kept their eyes fixed upon the needle on the meter, waiting to see if anything would register, waiting to see if there were spirits present. So the mediums said ghosts were there, but the needle didn't move. So were the powers of the psychics not strong enough? Was Edison's device not sensitive enough? Were spirits even present? After a few hours, Edison thanked everyone, sent them home, and went back to work. Now remember, he saw every failure as an opportunity to learn, so he kept experimenting and refining the ghost phone. Now, unfortunately, Edison died a few years later, but he insisted that in time, he could get the ghost phone to work. But strangely, His estate deleted all mention of the ghost phone from his research, his notes, and his personal diary. We know he was working on a ghost phone because he's been quoted in major newspapers talking about it. But nobody really knows what happened to the research.
So Edison didn't get this to work?
No.
Oh.
But Tesla did.
Ho-ho!
Late one night, about 20 years before Edison's ghost phone demo, Nikola Tesla was in his lab building a radio. Now, without it being connected to any power or energy source, he started hearing sounds that frightened him. He said,
"The sounds appeared to be human voices conversing back and forth in a language I cannot understand. But I was alone in my laboratory at night."
Now, what made this extra spooky for Tesla is that he was building a crystal radio. Now, crystal radio is a type of receiver that doesn't use any external power, no electricity at all. The only power it uses is what's generated from the electromagnetic waves that it receives. So Tesla was picking up these sounds literally from thin air. Now, Tesla knew that every human being creates electricity, and anything that creates electricity creates an electromagnetic field that, using the proper equipment, can be tuned into. Now, Tesla also agreed with Einstein that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed from one form to another. So if a human being's soul is electromagnetic energy that cannot be destroyed, when someone dies, that energy should still be around.
Ooh, this is giving me chills.
But Tesla felt that if he could just find the right frequency, he could create a radio to listen to these disembodied spirits. So that's what he did. And today, we're going to hear what Tesla heard.
We are going to hear ghosts?
Well, I don't know if they're ghosts, but what Tesla heard, it scared the hell out of him.
Hey, wanna play hide and clap?
Remember we said that Edison was an experimenter and Tesla was a documenter? Edison would just tinker in the lab for hours, failing over and over until he just brute forced his way to progress. And when you think about the famous quotes attributed to Edison, you get a good understanding of the man. Like,
"I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration."
brute force. Tesla was different. Tesla was an introvert who lived much of his time in his own mind. Now, before he jumped into the lab, he would spend countless hours working out the math and the physics of an idea on paper, still not turning a wrench. When he was finally satisfied that his idea would work, he'd document it and he'd file a patent. Now, long before Edison's ghost phone demo in 1920, Tesla filed patents for the technology used in his Spirit radio.
Right.
Because there are patents, it can be
All
built.
three
And
of
if it can
those
be built,
pieces that I just
someone on
pulled
the
out
internet
are
has built it.
good.
You can build a ghost radio?
Can we glow them now?
And it's not expensive. I'll put links in the description. So now,
Okay,
let's listen to
let's
the
do them
Tesla
now.
Spirit radio.
Damn, that sounds crazy, dude. This is what Tesla heard?
Well,
Pretty much.
I just wet my bowl.
Now, are they ghosts? Now, ghost hunters say yes. In fact, the technology they use to listen to spirits is the same technology that Tesla used. So let's see how that works.
All right, dude. Let's get a little glue on
In the
there.
ghost hunting community, electronic voice phenomena, or EVP, is the recording of voices onto electronic equipment. A newer term for the phenomenon is ITC, or instrumental transcommunication. Now, voices are
Little
rarely
Timmy
heard
glue.
during recording, only during playback,
Timmy,
and they usually have to be
Timmy,
analyzed
Timmy.
and enhanced.
Luna.
I hear a woman's voice. Now?
Left leg.
Now, sometimes the voices seem to be
Left leg.
speaking to themselves or nobody specific, but sometimes
I want to make an
they answer direct
abomination.
questions.
Putting the wrong leg on the wrong socket.
Go away?
So if ghosts are electromagnetic energy, then it's perfectly logical and scientifically sound that they could be heard in a recording. Now, maybe the EVP are electromagnetic disturbances that are layered onto radio waves that could be picked up by a receiver. Or maybe the spirit's electromagnetic energy kind of piggybacks onto the EM field generated by the electricity of the recording device. A tape recorder, camcorder, cell phone, or
Yeah,
whatever.
buddy, left leg. Don't let me down.
Hello. Are these sounds ghosts? Well, that's up to you to decide. Skeptics consider EVP auditory pareidolia, which is interpreting random sounds as voices, or as apophenia, which is perceiving patterns in random information. What makes EVP and
Cheers, you
anything
guys.
paranormal fun is whether you believe in ghosts.
Thank you for
or
being
you
here.
don't
Thank you
believe
for
in
watching.
ghosts.
Thank you for
Either
hanging
way,
out.
You can't prove it. Now, what do you think about EVPs? Are these real? Now, if you want a more detailed video explaining EVPs and electromagnetism, let me know in the comments. There's a whole video waiting to be born. So why were two of history's most prolific scientists so obsessed with creating a device to communicate with the other side?
Next leg
During that
on
time,
that.
the Spanish flu was raging, and that pandemic was far worse than anything we've experienced the past couple of years. Far worse. And the world was still dealing with the pain and loss of World War I. So death was everywhere. It was affecting everyone. And no matter how logical or scientific or pragmatic you are, when personal tragedy strikes, your feelings on the paranormal may change. Have you ever suddenly lost someone close to you? I have. They say that time heals all wounds, but when you lose a child or a parent or a brother, sister, a best friend, that pain never really heals. And regardless of whether you believe in ghosts or not, it doesn't really matter, but be honest. What would you do? What would you give just for one last conversation with that person? To say, I miss you, to say, I love you,
Yup.
to say, I'm sorry.
Yup.
Me? I would give anything for one last chance.
Yup. Absolutely. That never,
Thank
it
you
never
so
changes.
much for
That's why
hanging
you
out
gotta
with me
like
today.
do your
My
best
name is
to
AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the
spend your time
Y-Files.
with
If you had
family.
fun or learned anything today, do me a favor and
Could be over tomorrow,
subscribe,
dude.
comment, and share.
Family,
I know it sucks
friends,
to give you homework and make you push
loved
the buttons, but it
ones.
really helps out the channel and it keeps the videos coming. Until next time, be safe, be kind.
What do they say?
and
Live
know
every
that
day
you
as if it's your
are
last.
appreciated.
Pretty much do what you enjoy, you know? Have a good time. Don't sweat the small shit. Yo, that's so cool. Tesla Coils playing Ghostbusters. Yo, come on now. What's up, Ubi? How are you, my
The
dude?
nematode brain has about 300 neurons.
That doesn't sound so odd.
Well, the human
Here we are, we're
brain has
doing it, my
over
guy.
80 billion neurons.
Oh.
Right.
But I guess a hecklefish brain has even more neurons than that.
Well,
You missed your buddy Boba Fett on Friday, dude.
in 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1. It was the first satellite in Earth's orbit. Or was
Tomorrow, huh?
it? For over 100
All right.
years, an
Make sure I leave you a
Jerome's
thumbs
new
up.
cooling noir hybrid.
A thumbs up in the comments. Don't forget to hit that like, Ubi. I appreciate you, man. All right, what's next? Damn, so hopefully the legs I chose aren't gonna mess up the build I'm doing. Okay. All right, we got those legs done. It wants me to grab.
Tesla thought it was a signal coming from high in the atmosphere. It turned out the
25
signal
and
was coming from
27.
higher than that. It was coming from space. Tesla believed that this was evidence of life on another planet. He's quoted in a local newspaper as saying, "I believe numbers are being used for communication because numbers are universal." The scientific community certainly acknowledged Tesla's
25 and
genius, but
27.
they also thought of him as a bit of a mad scientist. But a few years later, Guglielmo Marconi, inventor of the wireless radio, also intercepted those same signals. Then Jørgen Hals, a Norwegian radio engineer, noticed transmissions being sent on a certain wavelength were being sent back a few seconds later. Now, radio echoes themselves are not unusual. Radio waves, especially shortwave, can bounce between the ground and stratosphere several times.
There we go.
This is called propagation. But typical radio echoes usually occur 1/7 of a second after the original transmission, consistently. These echoes were happening at different intervals, up to 15 seconds after the transmission. They weren't consistent with signals that bounce around the Earth. These signals are now known as long-delayed echoes, or LDEs. And for years after their discovery, shortwave and ham radio operators have observed LDEs, but how and why they occur remains a mystery. Or does it? On May 14, 1954, 2 American newspapers reported a story that might explain these radio echoes. The story got scientists very excited. It also caused the Pentagon to
Boba could Boba Fett.
On May 14, 1954, 3 years before Sputnik became the first satellite in orbit, a strange
Damn, I
news story
dropped it. I hope I don't run it over with the chair wheel.
Expert, 1 or 2 artificial satellites are circling the Earth. The expert in question was Marine Corps Major Donald Kehoe. Major Kehoe was a naval aviator who later became a UFO researcher.
I don't see it, you guys. I lost
founded
it.
The National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, or NICAP. He claimed that U.S. government scientists working out of White Sands, New Mexico, had found 1 or 2 artificial satellites and were trying to track them. A few weeks later, we got some more details. It was reported that 2 satellites had been found at 400 miles and 600 miles above the Earth. And these satellites were emitting a strange radio signal at periodic intervals, much like Tesla discovered years earlier. Dr. Lincoln La Paz, an astronomer out of the University of New Mexico, was in charge of a team trying to locate and ID the objects. The Pentagon was upset that this information leaked. But when you receive broadcasts from a satellite before satellites are invented, it's hard to keep that a secret. A few weeks after that, NASA detected signals from what it called an unknown orbiting object. And those signals were confirmed by astronomers in France and elsewhere. The American military was concerned these were Russian spy satellites launched in secret.
Oh, I found it.
They weren't. In 1957, a researcher for the Venezuelan government was observing Sputnik 2 as it passed
These plastic
over
pieces
Caracas.
jump,
He
bro. It
noticed
was
a
like
mysterious
all the way over there.
At first, he thought it was Sputnik, but it couldn't be.
All right, we got it,
Sputnik
though.
moves in prograde orbit, meaning from west to east along with the rotation of the Earth. The object he saw was moving in retrograde orbit, moving east to west, opposite the rotation of the Earth.
So?
Well, this technology didn't exist. Throughout the late 1950s, there were multiple observations of what was called a dark satellite. And by 1960, the Defense Department finally acknowledged it. On February 11th, 1960, the New York Times ran an article which said,
Washington, February 10th. An unidentified silent satellite has been discovered circling the Earth in a near-polar orbit by United States tracking stations. The Defense Department said today, the identity and origin of the mystery satellite, which has been dubbed the Dark Satellite, are not known, despite nearly 2 weeks of tracking.
This report renewed interest in the satellite, and astronomers around the world reported seeing it. And what was strange about it was it didn't have a regular schedule. It appears some nights, but not others. They didn't know when to watch for it. Now, this was the height of the Cold War.
Here we are.
The Pentagon was absolutely terrified that this was some kind of new Russian spy satellite that could appear and disappear at any time. And that year, Time magazine even wrote about the Black Knight satellite and how the Navy was trying to track it. And Grumman Aircraft, a military contractor, was tasked with tracking and photographing the satellite, which they did in August 1960. But that report and those photographs have never been released. In May 1961, the Smithsonian Observatory at Harvard spotted the object. They even reported this in the press with a statement.
The satellite was first spotted over Florida. An unsuspected, unpredicted bright satellite. Stations around the world have been asked to help track it.
And this is exactly what happened. From his Paris lab, Jacques Vallée observed, tracked, and even filmed the Black Knight satellite. And the first thing that stood out was that it was in polar orbit. Now, there were no Earth-based satellites in polar orbit yet. But what's interesting about this is satellites in polar orbit are very well positioned to observe all points of the Earth's surface. When a country wants to see everything, they choose polar. Another fact about the object that stood out, it was huge, about the size of an oil truck, and weighed about 15 tons. There was no rocket on Earth that had the ability to launch something this size. Now, Vallée and his team were thrilled at the discovery. He compiled all the research, the photos, the film, put them in a large file, and delivered it to his supervisor. The materials were immediately confiscated, the photos were destroyed, and the film was erased. The official reason for destroying the film was that the observatory was embarrassed that it couldn't identify the object.
Oh, that's a bunch of BS.
I agree. So did Valet. By the way, Valet is still alive, and this is something that bothers him to this day. And he wasn't a UFO guy before spotting the Black Knight satellite, but he became one after. He's written 15 books and tons of papers challenging mainstream science and supporting the existence of UFOs.
Hey, this guy sounds alright for a Frenchman.
He does sound pretty cool. Now, up until now, the only sighting of the Black Knight satellite came from astronomers and observatories on the ground. To really prove the existence of the Black Knight, we need an eyewitness to go to orbit and see it with their own eyes. And just 18 months later, that's exactly what happened. Gordon Cooper was the stereotypical 1960s American astronaut. Short hair, fast car, cocky attitude. He learned to fly when he was just a child, and then he became a fighter pilot, a test pilot, and one of the first astronauts. In 1963, he piloted Mercury 9, which was the longest American space mission ever at that time. And Gordon Cooper was like somebody out of a movie. When his landing module experienced total systems failure, he did what a movie hero would do. He switched everything off and brought his ship down manually. He splashed down safely just 4 miles off target. And this experience didn't scare him at all. He kept going to space and kept breaking endurance records. Here's how tough Cooper was. To this day, he's the only person to ever fall asleep during liftoff.
He fell asleep while his rocket was launching?
Yep. I guess he'd done it so many times he was bored and decided, I'll just take a nap. Now, we all know the names Neil Armstrong and Alan Shepard, but those astronauts stood on the shoulders of men like Colonel Gordon Cooper. Anyway, during Mercury 9, Cooper reported seeing a green glowing object ahead of his module. His ground crew also confirmed this, and a tracking station saw it moving east to west. Prograde. NBC News immediately picked up the story. But when Cooper got back from the mission, the press was not allowed to ask about the sighting. The official explanation was there was an electronic malfunction on Cooper's craft. This caused high levels of carbon dioxide, which induced hallucinations.
Oh, come on.
Yep, the guy who's so cool under pressure that he falls asleep during takeoff was seeing things. While he was at NASA and active military, Gordon Cooper felt duty-bound to follow orders about what he saw and denied the sighting. But after he retired, that's a different story. Cooper claimed that while he was a test pilot at Edwards Air Force Base, he saw strange saucer-shaped craft, and the saucers made no sound as they landed on retractable gear. And Cooper said that even the most fearless test pilots were shaken by the things they saw at Edwards. And right up until his death, Cooper claimed that the US government was definitely covering up information about UFOs.
And you said you saw literally hundreds of unidentifiable flying objects.
Yes, they were flying quite high. How high we couldn't tell because we couldn't get anywhere near their altitude. But they were either very large craft way up or smaller craft still well above what we could get to.
He could recall hundreds of reports made by fellow pilots that were confirmed by radar. Cooper even testified before the United Nations about this. Now, as sightings of the Black Knight satellite piled up over the years, it became increasingly difficult to deny that something was up there. So the bigger questions are, what is it? Why is it here, and what does it want? We would get that answer in 1973. Duncan Lunnan, a researcher from Scotland, went back and analyzed all the LDE data compiled from the Norwegian scientists. Lunnan found a pattern, and in that pattern, a message, and in that message, a map. In a 1973 article in Spaceflight magazine, Duncan Lunnan said he had identified a hidden radio message sent by the Black Knight satellite. Lunnan had gone back to the LDE data and noticed variations that might indicate a code, so he put the data on a graph. On one axis was the time delay between echoes. On the other axis, the position of each echo in the sequence. And plotting these points didn't create any recognizable pattern, so Lunnan reversed the axes. The result, a collection of dots that appeared to be a sky map, specifically the constellation Boötis. What?
He looks like booties.
The only star in the constellation that was out of place was Epsilon Boötis. London felt this could indicate the Black Knight satellite's origin. Now, he admitted this evidence was shaky, so he found more radio echoes reported by French astronomers in 1929. Those graphs confirmed it was the same constellation. There was one big problem, though. Arcturus, the brightest star in the constellation, was slightly off-center. London couldn't explain this, so he changed his thinking. Maybe the satellite didn't arrive here recently. Maybe it was showing a star map from a time in the past.
Okay, this is the part where I ask you what the hell you're talking about.
Okay, so the Earth rotates on its axis, right?
Yeah.
Well, over time, gravity causes this axis to wobble like a top, but it's consistent and predictable. The orientation of the Earth's axis makes a full cycle every 26,000 years. So over long time spans, the stars in the sky look slightly different. And this rotation of the sky map is called axial precession.
What does this have to do with the Black Knight map?
Well, Arcturus was slightly out of place for 1973. But when London adjusted the map further back in time, accounting for axial precession, the stars lined up. The Black Knight satellite wasn't a new arrival. According to the map, it's been here for 13,000 years.
Whoa!
London said that the diagrams were so clear that they could be interpreted as a message in standard English. The Black Knight message says,
Our home is Epsilon Boötis, which is a double star. We live on the sixth planet of 7, coming from the sun, which is the larger of the two. Our sixth planet has 1 moon. Our fourth planet has 3.
All right, I think we're ready to glue this guy now.
Our probe is in the position of
Jack Baloo, what's up, my dude? Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Here we are. We're putting a little homie together.
even though these
releasing him from the
New
Sprue
York
prison.
Times, Time Magazine, and other
Good night, Bella
mainstream
Truth.
news
Thank you for
outlets,
hanging out. Thank you for being here. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have another little guy finished. We'll post some pictures on YouTube and you can see what we did. But thank you for hanging out. Don't forget to hit that like button and we'll catch you a little bit later. We're gonna glue these guys
on December
on.
4th, 1998, the Space Shuttle Endeavour embarked on
We're chilling, Jack. Hopefully you got some snacks, a drink,
International Space Station. The primary purpose of this mission
40K
was to
watching
deliver and install a
enhancers,
piece of equipment called
and
the
a hot
Unity
few.
node. Unity connects the Russian and American
Not a few
segments
minutes,
together
but
where the crew
maybe
can
a
share
few
meals
dozen
and
minutes.
hang
We're
out. But
gonna
that wasn't the most notable event.
we're gonna
of the
play some
mission. On
DARKTIDE,
December
40K
11th,
DARKTIDE,
a series of photos were taken
and then we'll
and
come back to
released by
this.
NASA, and they show what appears to be some
Watching
type
some
of
Y
craft
files in the
orbit
background.
around the Earth. And it seems that after 100 years of speculation, we finally have proof of the mysterious Black Knight satellite. That leaves the question, why is it here? Well, one theory is that it's an alien probe, sent to monitor our species and our progress. Now, this would make sense that if there's an advanced intelligent civilization somewhere in the galaxy, they would send probes to every star that could possibly support life. And when we reach this level of technology, I have no doubt that we'll do the same thing. And if the Black Knight satellite is an alien probe, could the radio signals be reporting back to its home ship or its home planet? Or could the signals be for us? Could they be sending us a map as a sort of interstellar handshake? Or maybe it's not an alien probe at all, but a piece of technology left by our ancestors thousands or millions of years ago. There are multiple ancient texts that describe a dark object orbiting the Earth. Some call it a dark arc that was put there thousands of years ago, and that arc contains DNA information of human-like species from long ago. Aware that some catastrophe was going to doom the civilization, they put their DNA somewhere safe.
Yeah,
a place
buddy.
that doesn't care
Are you
about
still
ice
down?
ages,
If you're
sea
still
levels, or
down, I'm
even
down.
nuclear war. What safer place than in orbit around the Earth? And by placing the ark in orbit, you not only ensure the safety of its contents, you ensure that the only way to become aware of it is by reaching a certain level of technology. Now, we have the ability to visit the Black Knight satellite. We could send a craft into its orbit right now and try to discover its secrets. Or we could bring it back to Earth and share its secrets with the rest of the world. Why haven't we done this? Who knows? Maybe the reason the Black Knight satellite is kept secret from the world is because someone has already visited and maybe even opened it. And maybe they didn't like what they found. The Black Knight satellite is a fascinating story. The modern version of the legend is a combination of a few stories rolled into one. So let's unravel the truth, throw away what's false, and see what's left. So Tesla and Marconi did hear radio pulses, but they weren't aliens, they were pulsars. And pulsars weren't discovered officially until 1968, so they would have definitely sounded like an intelligent broadcast to Tesla.
Aliens could be using pulsars to communicate.
They could be. That would be an efficient way to do it. Still, they weren't coming from the Black Knight.
I still got to
Now,
boot up the
LDEs, or
laptop
long-delayed
and
radio echoes, are harder to explain.
and somehow figure out how to
They're actually
like
still a mystery.
either
Most scientists
party
think
up
it's something in
or
the atmosphere that's causing
join a
it.
friend
Another
thing
theory
or
is
I
that
don't know
the
something.
signals are reflecting off plasma clouds from the sun. And a fun
You know me,
theory
I don't
is
play
that the signals
much.
are being reflected back from the moon. Whatever's
But we'll get
causing
there
it,
here soon.
we still don't know. Now, Duncan Lunnon's translation of the LDEs into star maps, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. He later walked the claims back, saying there wasn't scientific evidence. He was just deducing what he thought the signals could mean. But since then, he's revised his opinion once again and thinks Epsilon Boötis is special.
Booties.
Now, the pictures from NASA are amazing. The official explanation is that during a spacewalk, an astronaut was installing a thermal cover. The cover got away from him and ended up floating away. The pictures were taken to document this.
Stay upstream and we'll get it worked out. Yeah. We got
Well,
this.
that's the official explanation. And in some of the photos, it does look like a flat, shiny object. But in other photos, it looks pretty solid. All right, let's assume that the earliest evidence, the radio signals, and the latest evidence, the photos, are debunked. Let's just assume it. Still, the evidence in between, it's interesting. For example, there was a newspaper report of an object spotted in 1960. The US government said this was actually the Discoverer 5 capsule that got off course. Fine. Well, why was it moving in retrograde when satellites didn't do that? The government said that it malfunctioned and the thrusters sent it in the wrong direction. Okay, if that's true, and it was the Discoverer 5 which was entered into the database in 1960, how does that explain that even though the news report was from 1960, it was actually referring to a sighting earlier in 1959?
Busted!
Well, the government said that someone accidentally entered the wrong date into the system.
Now for crying out loud, you believe this?
Hey, I'm just telling you what happened. What makes the story even more suspicious is that all of this was a lie anyway. The military was using Discoverer as a cover story for the Corona Project, a spy satellite program. It kept that information classified for years. So let's assume that sighting is debunked. What about all the other evidence? Sightings from around the world confirmed by governments and private citizens. Why were photographs and film mysteriously destroyed? Why are there astronauts claiming there is an active cover-up? There are a lot of questions left unanswered. Now, do I think Tesla heard the Black Knight satellite? No. Do I think the NASA photos are the Black Knight satellite? No. Do I believe eyewitness reports from astronauts and astronomers who put their reputations in jeopardy by speaking out? Yes, I do. There is clearly more to the story that we're not being told. And because you're watching this right now, I know you care about the truth. So you have to keep asking questions. You have to keep the pressure on. And those in power will try to dismiss you. They will not take you seriously. But that too is a lie. Those in power take you very seriously. And they can silence one astronomer, and they can silence one astronaut, but they can't silence all of us. You could feel the dominoes about to fall. I feel it too. It's going to take courage for someone to push that first domino. But once it finally falls, they all fall. And when that happens, there's no turning back. Hey, it's me. I just want to say thanks for checking out the 24-hour stream. I really appreciate it. You wake up. Sleepiness fades as your eyes slowly open to a bright white light. And it feels warm and familiar. It feels like home. And your whole family is there to meet you. Your entire life flashes before your eyes like scenes from a movie. The good, the bad, even the awful things you've done. But everything
Alright, you
comes
guys,
together.
we're
It
pretty
finally
much
makes
glued with
sense.
this homie right
With this
here.
enormous
Well,
weight
the
off your
beginning of this
shoulders,
homie.
The memory of your life starts to fade, just like a dream. A familiar voice says, "We're happy you're here, we missed you, but you can't stay."
Let's see what's next.
What?
Oh yeah,
You just got here.
the
You're getting
armor
kicked out already.
plating.
The voice says, "They need you, but we'll see you again when the time is right."
Plating.
And you know somehow the voice is telling the truth. Suddenly, a burst of red-hot pain rips through your chest. It feels like every single cell in your body is on fire. You can't breathe. A scream forces your eyes open. It's a blood-curdling scream, like an animal being eaten alive. Then you realize the scream is coming from you. You're in a hospital bed surrounded by doctors and nurses. They all take a step back, stunned. They're staring at you. But why? Well, you just came back from the dead. In
There's the one from a couple
1901,
weeks
Duncan
ago.
McDougal volunteered at the Cullis home in Roxbury, Massachusetts.
It's getting there.
Though he ran a small
We
medical
forgot to do
practice on Main
the
Street, he spent a lot of time treating terminally ill tuberculosis
whatever you
patients
call
at
the
the home.
shoulder things.
It's estimated that tuberculosis
Decals.
or consumption has killed 1 in 7 of all people who've ever lived. The symptoms include a bloody hacking cough,
Just
debilitating
wanted to
pain,
eyeball them
and
real
total
quick to
fatigue.
make sure I wanted
Doctors
to
like
glue the
McDougal
armor
used
pads
to give
still.
spare hours to the mostly church-run facilities for tuberculosis
We
patients
do.
for free.
Yeah, they don't make people like that anymore.
Well, they do, but they're not as common as they used to be.
I blame cell phones,
29,
social media,
30,
and
wait,
K-pop.
29, 30, 32, and 33.
Since medical school, McDougal and his
30,
colleagues
32,
often
30.
discussed what happens to our consciousness after we die. You can't work in medicine and not come into contact with death.
29.
And it's only natural to wonder, do our personalities stick around after our hearts stop beating and our brains cease to function?
It is unthinkable that personality and consciousness, continuing personal identity, should exist and have a being, and yet not occupy space.
You heard that correctly. If the human soul exists within the body, it must take up physical space, like an organ or tissue. And if our soul, personality, or whatever you want to call it, takes up physical space, then it must weigh something. Since the home depended on donations, the owners took some convincing. But McDougal managed to get a handful of patients and their families to participate in his study.
Perfect.
As their final hours drew near, patients' beds were put on a highly accurate industrial scale. Then you wait. The first patient in the study, a man, lay on the scales for 3 hours and 40 minutes. He lost weight at a rate of 1 ounce per hour, and this is normal. The weight loss is due to evaporation. In other words, sweat and the moisture in breath. At the end of the 3 hours and 40 minutes, the man took his final breath, and the beam on the scale dropped with an audible stroke as it hit the lower limiting bar. The man's weight had suddenly dropped 3/4 of an ounce, 21 grams.
Savings are in this winter. You could save up to 30% on heating costs by maintaining.
There it is. There's 30.
Every patient at the moment of death, the scale dropped 21 grams in an instant, like something was racing out of the body. McDougal brought in other physicians to witness the results, and they all concurred. Our souls depart when the physical human body dies, and our souls weigh 21 grams. So now, the big question, after you or your soul
30,
leaves your body,
33.
where do you go? You've heard me say this before. All cultures have a flood myth, whether it's religious like Noah's flood or cultural like the Choctaw Native American flood story, they all got them. Since every culture has a flood myth, many scientists no longer think it's just a story. The flood myth was probably an actual historical event. And just like the flood myth, every religion and culture on Earth has a story of the afterlife. And the more consistent the story, the more likely it is to be true. Most religions and cultures attach a social aspect to the afterlife. Ancient Egyptians believed in Aru, or the Field of Reeds.
Ah, that's the one with Kevin Costner and the corn, right?
No, that was Field of Dreams.
Ah, right.
They saw it as
If you build it, they will come.
Could you let me get through this?
Sorry, I couldn't resist the reference. Continue.
Egyptians saw Aru as the perfect world, an idealized version of how we live today. Here your soul was granted eternal paradise, but only if you passed the test.
32.
When your soul first leaves your body, Anubis appears beside you. He then guides you from your tomb to wait on the line of souls.
But I can't find it.
More like the DMV than paradise.
32. 32.
Soul B125, please go to window 11 for processing.
You were given water and comforted by other deities as the line got shorter and shorter. When it was your turn, you were led to the Hall of Truth. This is where Osiris, Thoth, and Ma'at weighed your heart on the scales of justice. If your soul was virtuous, your heart would be very light. It would need to be. It's weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. You were deemed unworthy of paradise if your heart was heavier than the feather. Then Amut would eat your heart.
I had to have
Was
taken it
part
out
lion,
already.
Crocodile, hippopotamus monster. If you were virtuous, you, or more specifically your soul, was free to enter Aru.
Oh,
If
there it
the
is,
story of journey and judgment
32.
sounds familiar,
Found
it's
it,
because the
damn,
same
bro.
story is told in almost all major religions. While you await judgment,
Blind ass
there's usually a
sucker.
holding area. For Catholics, it's purgatory. Inuits and some Native American tribes describe a long road, which they see as the
Clean these
Milky
up a little
Way.
bit.
In ancient Greece, before your soul reached the underworld, you had to cross the river Styx.
On board, I'm the captain. So climb aboard. We'll search for tomorrow on every shore, and I'll try. Oh Lord, I'll try.
That's enough.
Okay, take it easy. I wasn't gonna be able to hit that next note anyway.
I'm not sure you hit any of those notes. When we've passed the holding area, our souls are judged based on how we lived our life on Earth. With the help of deities like St. Peter, we do a sort of life review. If we've lived good lives, we're gifted a pleasurable afterlife. If we've lived poorly or outside the bounds of religious or cultural norms, we're sent to the bad place, either to learn from our mistakes or to suffer for eternity. Not every religion works this way, though. In Buddhism, souls are reincarnated over and over again. Live a good life, and in the next one, you'll get an upgrade. Live a bad life, and your next life will be more difficult. Once you live a life free from desire, attachment, and ignorance, you can escape the cycle of reincarnation and reach nirvana.
See, now here's where I would break into a little Smells Like Teen Spirit, but it's too soon for another musical break.
Thank God for small favors.
With the lights do, do-we-do-do, here we are, do, booty-boo-boo.
Most atheists will tell you there's nothing after death, just the black void. But most people, including myself, feel there's something more, something waiting for us on the other side. For almost all of human history, there was no way to prove the existence of an afterlife. We'd have to bring someone back from the dead to do that. But death is final, right? Nope. In 1943, young Army recruit George G. Ritchie was left unattended in an isolation room for 24 hours. He'd been brought in with an extreme case of pneumonia. Because no one treated him, George died. He was only 20 years old. The medical staff gathered around his lifeless body. They were devastated and worried about fallout. George's death could have been avoided. One medical officer pulled a sheet over George's face and officially called his time of death. The officer instructed an attendant to prepare George's body for the morgue, and everyone left the room. 9 minutes later, the attendant returned. In the corner of his eye, he noticed something. Was George's chest moving? Well, it couldn't be. They checked his vital signs multiple times and nothing. Still, something didn't feel quite right. The attendant checked again. George was dead, but for whatever reason, the attendant still had an odd feeling that something was off. George was given a shot of adrenaline. George woke up with a bang. He sat right up and got on his feet. He was drowsy but fully recovered from pneumonia. The only thing on his mind was returning to Virginia to finish his Army medical training. While George was on his way back, he stopped at a small town to ask for directions. But everyone he spoke to just ignored him, like he was invisible. But what was this beeping noise ringing over and over again in George's ear? It wasn't there when he began the journey. How did he begin the journey again? He was flying, or was he driving? He couldn't remember. The beeping was getting louder until it turned into a deafening roar. It was medical equipment. George was training to be a medic, and he knew the sound was from a heart monitor. George never left the hospital. He was lying in the same bed he died in just 4 days earlier. The adrenaline kick-started his heart, and he started breathing again. Though George was officially dead for quite a while, he made a full recovery. In 1965, George told his story to one of his postgraduate psychiatry students, a man named Raymond Moody. Moody was fascinated, so much that he dedicated the rest of his career to figuring out what happens on the other side.
I don't mind saying that after talking with over 1,000 people who have had these experiences, and having experienced many times some of the really baffling and unusual features of these experiences, it has given me great confidence that there is a life after death. As a matter of fact, I must confess to you in all honesty, I have absolutely no doubt on the basis of what my patients have told me that they did get a glimpse of the beyond.
Moody called this phenomenon a near-death experience, or NDE, coining the term in his 1975 book, Life After Life. His work inspired countless others to collect massive amounts of data on people who technically died but were revived. One of these researchers is Dr. Michael Sabom, who's written several books on NDEs. Sabom's research is where things start to get interesting. Sabom interviewed people who'd suffered cardiac arrest, died, and claimed to have had an out-of-body experience, an NDE. These patients were asked to describe their resuscitation. What was happening in the room? Who was there? What sounds did they recall? The patients' answers were compared to those of a control group who had also suffered cardiac crisis and were revived, but without temporary death. Patients in the control group gave vague, mostly incorrect answers. They were guessing what happened to them. They didn't really know. But the NDE group, they described the resuscitations almost perfectly, like they were in the room, separate from their bodies, watching themselves come back to life. The accuracy was enough for Sabom to conduct further studies. And like Raymond Moody, Sabom inspired others to repeat his research. If multiple researchers independently conduct similar or exactly the same experiment, and they all find the same results, then it's hard to refute the truth. This is precisely what happened with Sabom's study. Over the years, researchers have asked thousands of patients to describe events surrounding their NDEs. And despite being dead, these patients are roughly 92 to 97% accurate in their observations. Doctors and nurses have also come forward with some pretty spooky stories. Dr. Carl Green, a neurosurgeon, had a patient flatline and then describe her entire surgery, down to the most intricate details. And Green is not alone. Patients often have out-of-body experiences during surgeries where they temporarily die. This happened to my dad. My pop loved Harleys. Dad's first wreck, a teenage girl ran a stop sign. She hit him square. His leg was severed and reattached. Mamas don't let your babies grow up to be bikers. Almost 20 years later, an SUV ran a light, hit him square. Same side. This time was worse. Way worse. Dad was airlifted from the scene and died in the helicopter. They defibbed him and brought him back, but he lost so much blood they didn't think he'd make it to the hospital. He did, but just barely. During surgery, he
Alright, you guys, we're gonna glue on
he said he
armor
felt weightless
pads.
and realized he was watching his operation. But then he felt a pull. He turned
Cheers, you
and saw
guys.
his
Thanks for
mother,
being here.
who'd
Thanks
been
for
gone
watching.
a
Thanks
long
for hanging
time.
out.
He said, "Mom, I hurt real bad. I can't do it." She said, "Yes, you can. It's not your time yet." They got Dad's heart started again and brought him back. He said the experience was more real than real life. But sometimes people do more than just float a few feet above their bodies. Some people have described events that took place down the hall from their deathbed or in a different room in the hospital. So not only do our souls have weight, they stick around to watch our physical bodies die. And we don't just stay in the room. We wander. And while we wander, we're not alone.
All right.
Almost all NDEs
A little
follow
more
a similar
gluing.
pattern. It starts with the sensation of absolute peace and calm as you enter a bright white light. Through the light, you enter a tunnel, and your physical body is left behind. In 1791, British Admiral Sir Francis Beaufort almost drowned. After he was revived, he described a feeling as, in his words, the most perfect tranquility. He felt no bodily pain. His physical senses were gone, but his mind was very active. The Admiral saw his life.
This is Cassie. She never really paid attention.
How hard do I have to squeeze the piece on after I some plastic cemented on. Do I have to squeeze it all, or can I just like set it on there? I usually squeeze it because I know it's melting it, so it's like, oh, I'm trying to fuse them together quicker or something. Don't really need. Okay, but you do until seams disappear. Okay, that's down. Okay. Bro, wild. Shit, I forgot to unmute it.
And why was she just
Sorry,
sitting there
guys.
crying at the foot of the bed? What reason did she have to be sad? This wasn't happening to her. A few hours ago, Howard was screaming in agony due to a perforated intestine. At the hospital, Howard was told he needed surgery immediately.
Damn, dude. I know what that's like.
Somehow, the hospital lost track of him. He lay there for 10 hours, his body slowly digesting itself. But he felt a lot better now. Still angry, just healthier. And he wanted some sunlight and some fresh air. He got to his feet and went to open the windows. But something was wrong. His wife was still ignoring him. He could feel something radiating off her, like an energy field of rage that he'd never seen before. What does she have to be sad and angry about? Howard kept asking himself. But he couldn't deal with her right now, so he went into the hallway to find a doctor to give them a piece of his mind. As he turned the corner into the hallway, a sensation hit him. He was never going back in that hospital room, not ever again. He didn't know how he knew this, he just did. The hallway was dark. Howard could see dim flickering, but something was blocking the light. As he focused, he saw them. Faceless beings dressed in black robes. At the sight of them, he fell to the ground. Everything felt heavy. He knew these beings, whatever they were here for him, and they were dragging him back to hell. Remember that scene in Ghost? It was just like that.
Yeah. Woo. Got him.
I prefer Roadhouse.
Please, no zingers while I'm being dramatic.
Sorry, mijo.
The dim lights got dimmer and dimmer until Howard was in pure darkness. He heard a voice say,
"We're almost there."
Suddenly the darkness lifted, and Howard was in a vast hellscape filled with horrors even nightmares couldn't create. There were humanoid-looking monsters ripping him apart.
But were you experiencing pain while this was happening?
Yeah, and it was horrible. It was horrible. Literally being torn apart.
Howard didn't believe in God. He did as a kid, but grew out of it. But he was desperate and prayed for help. And help arrived.
All right.
Howard was pulled out of the darkness.
Got the armor plates on.
He was shown his life, which was a
All
disappointment.
we need to do now. Whoops.
Howard, you're watching your life literally as a movie before you?
Absolutely. And not only did I see my life, but I could also see
Now we need both
my mother's
arms.
feelings and how I
The head I don't need to glue on since I'll do that by itself later after I paint it.
I never wanted to hurt my mother.
And the
Howard wanted
rocket
to stay in
launchers.
this place where he felt
What are
nothing
they
but
called?
kindness, compassion, and love. But he was told he had to go back and make things right. Then his soul returned to his body. Very few near-death experiences take place in hell, but those who end up there often follow a similar path. In the lead up to death, there's an emotional trauma. Sometimes it's drug abuse, alcoholism, self-abuse, or just being a terrible person. Like Howard, people describe being lost, wandering a desolate landscape. They hear endless screams. Some come from creatures that look like they were human once, but no longer. Descriptions of hell sound similar to the ancient Egyptian process of death. They walk through the Hall of Truths to be judged. Their hearts were weighed, and their hearts were devoured. If there really is a hell, as described by so many cultures and religions, that's a terrifying thought. It makes me worry about how heavy my heart will be compared to a feather. But skeptics will argue that's the point.
Cyclone missile launcher.
Invented the concept of
So
heaven
we'll
and
put
hell.
that together. The
Maintaining order in societies of
arms.
thousands and millions of people is difficult.
And I
If
think
people
that's
believe
it
in
for
hell, they'll
gluing.
behave and be easier to control. Since McDougal's 21
Yo,
grams
Francis,
experiment,
do you want
researching
to
death has
try to
been
jump on
taboo.
that game now? And I'll do the arms and cyclone missile launcher after we play it, or should I just glue those guys together now and we'll finish up the stream with us just
after
playing?
the body shuts down
What are you
completely,
feeling?
the brain becomes more alive than
It's
ever.
not that much more, but I could probably finish it in another hour.
Scientists haven't
Maybe?
figured out how our brains
Maybe?
work. We know what parts of our brain light up when we're engaged
Bringing
in
them
different
from the
activities,
sprue prison,
but we don't
cleaning
know
them
how
up,
or
and then
why this
gluing.
happens.
Yeah, maybe
What
another
energy
hour.
source forms our thoughts and feelings and memories and reactions? Scientists are still trying to figure out, does cell activity produce the mind, or does the mind create cell activity? And what is the human mind? Are minds just another way of describing our souls? Is our soul consciousness? Are they the same thing, or are they separate? And when we die, does our consciousness die but our soul lives on? Nobody really knows. In May 2023, a study was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Dr. Jimo Borjgin and her team study consciousness. They wanted to know what's the minimum process required to create consciousness in our physical
Yo, all right.
The study involved 4 patients who were in
Sounds
comas
good.
and on life support and nearing the end. These
Let me
patients were
just
chosen
finish this
because
guy off, and
while
then
they
we'll
weren't fully brain dead, they
we'll play a
were
little
completely
DARKTIDE
unresponsive
until
to any stimuli. There's
until
a
we get
scale
over it, I
used to
guess.
assess a person's level
A couple
of
rounds of
consciousness
DARKTIDE.
after
They're
head
long
injury.
rounds, right?
It's called
Because
the
I remember
Glasgow Coma Score.
the first time
These
I
4
played
patients had the lowest score
like a month or
possible.
2 ago.
All of them had severe brain injuries.
One of the levels just took forever. It was like a 40-minute level. I mean, it all depends on the team that you're playing with, I guess. And if you end up backtracking a lot, then yeah, that'll kill some time. But I'm a noob, so I don't even know if I would finish a level if it was just me.
Red indicates high brain activity.
I remember just following the party team members and getting left behind many a time and trying to find my way back. Stay with the group, stay with the group.
Activity mainly at the lower frequencies.
22 to 30 minutes? Alright, that's down. That's down a couple rounds, maybe 2 to 3.
Basically the things the body does on its own.
I would say at least.
On the other hand, occurs at higher frequencies. So the patients were taken off life support, and something strange happened that surprised the scientists. There is a sudden surge in brain activity at the higher frequencies. Remember, the body is now shutting down. The heart and lungs have stopped, but the brain is lighting up. Something is happening to this patient about 10 minutes before brain death. There's suddenly more activity across the entire spectrum, and then for a few seconds, a spike, highly active brain activity. Then the activity settles down again.
It doesn't matter which gun I do, I guess.
So it's easy to dismiss this spike as an anomaly. Maybe some randomly firing neurons are freaking out that there's no oxygen getting to the brain anymore. But then this happens. The patient's entire brain lights up. Very high activity across the spectrum. This patient has been medically dead for 12 or 13 minutes, but their brain is fully alive and engaged. Again, a skeptic might say this is just random neurons desperately clinging to life. But that's not what's happening at all. Only specific parts of the patient's brain were active. The scientists saw activity in their somatosensory cortex and the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex.
Oh, any idiot would have told you that would happen.
Are you being
Of
sarcastic?
course I'm being sarcastic. Explain to the people about the tomato sensory.
Somatosensory.
What'd I say?
The somatosensory cortex processes information from your senses, like touch, pressure, pain, and temperature. This part of the brain even processes proprioception, which senses your body's position. This part of the brain is activated when engaging in physical activities like sports and exercising, where your body needs to be aware of its position, movement, and balance. It's active when using fine motor skills like writing, typing, drawing, or playing a musical instrument. This patient is dead, yet their brain is acting like their body is engaged in physical
50,
activity.
and 49.
Above the bed. Walking down a tunnel.
Right.
1.
And the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, that part of the brain is used for problem solving and decision making. It assesses risk, weighs pros and cons, and considers different outcomes. This is also the part of the brain used for language and communication. And more than simple communication, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is used to construct complex ideas and engage in debate. This patient's brain, this dead patient's brain, is engaged in highly complicated thought and reasoning as well as physical motion. But what was it? The brain activity wasn't random. It was organized and specific.
There it is.
Scans showed messages were being sent back and forth to the patient's posterior cerebral cortex. Researchers believe this area of the brain is required for conscious perception, visual and sound processing, understanding spoken language, and integrating sensory information and movement. These patterns are almost identical to what we see in healthy brains that are dreaming. This is also a pattern similar to epileptics who have an out-of-body experience. Not only were these patients dead, but they died with brain damage, and there was no brain activity before life support was disconnected. None. But for a few minutes after death,
You know, I just cranked the light up a little bit, and that's so much better.
Finally, brain activity slows, and then about 5 minutes later, it
Wish I would have done that an hour
stops.
and a half ago.
But for about 3 minutes, this previously comatose, now medically deceased person had an extremely vivid conscious experience and showed no sign of brain damage at all. In their mind, their body was moving. Their senses were engaged. They could smell, they could feel touch. They were seeing and hearing something. They were having a conversation with someone. And that takes us back to the beginning. The big question, who are they talking to? Is there a scientific explanation for near-death experiences, or is something supernatural at work? Near-death experiences are described the same way in every culture, and have been since the beginning of recorded history. Common features include floating above your body, traveling through a tunnel toward a bright light, feelings of bliss, communicating with spirits, and seeing long-deceased loved ones. No matter the culture, the religion, or lack of religion, NDEs are a universal human experience. This could be because there is an afterlife and we do have a soul, or the experiences are similar because our brains are built the same way. The most widely accepted scientific theory is that NDEs are hallucinations that happen as brain cells begin to die from lack of oxygen. This is called the dying brain hypothesis. This could explain why so many NDEs share common supernatural elements. They may be byproducts of the brain's final burst of activity. When your brain isn't getting enough oxygen, you experience tunnel vision as your optic nerve fails. This could be why so many people describe a tunnel. Pilots undergoing intense acceleration have reported tunnel vision and bright light. As oxygen drops in a dying brain, neurons fire in cascades that could be perceived as bright light. This happened to Neil Armstrong during G-force training for the Apollo mission. People who get panic attacks experience tunnel vision. Tunnel vision, feeling lightheaded, numbness in the extremities. That's what my panic attacks are like. But those effects are nothing more than the brain not getting enough oxygen, which is why taking deep breaths helps. Well, most of the time. Lack of oxygen also causes hallucinations. Now, when mountaineers climb the Himalayas, they bring oxygen with them, but that wasn't always the case. In 1933, Frank Smythe was high on Mount Everest, higher than anyone had ever been before. He stopped to rest. He offered half his food to his companion, but then realized he was climbing alone.
All the time I was climbing alone, I had a strong feeling that I was accompanied by a second person. That feeling was so strong that it completely eliminated all loneliness I might otherwise have felt.
There's also a type of epilepsy
That sounds
can
crazy,
cause
dude, to be
NDEs. It's
so out of
temporal
oxygen
lobe
in the
epilepsy.
brain that you're
Temporal lobe of the
starting to
brain is crucial
hallucinate that
in
you're with
processing
somebody.
Emotions, memory, and is also involved in the formation of the conscious self. In studies, stimulating this region of the brain has triggered out-of-body experiences similar to those reported in NDEs. Then there are the chemical changes. There are fluctuations in dopamine and serotonin. These chemicals cause feelings of happiness and peace. There's a release of endorphins. This also causes a feeling of peace. Plus, endorphins are a natural painkiller. It's been suggested that N,N-dimethyltryptamine, or DMT, is released in our brains upon birth and upon death. DMT is a powerful psychedelic. Skeptics say these chemicals likely contribute to NDE's dreamlike quality. But with all due respect to the skeptics, a DMT experience is nothing like an NDE. I know this firsthand. When someone is having a near-death experience, they're very aware of their conscious self. DMT, also called the spirit molecule, detaches you from your ego. It's hard to explain. You feel like you're disconnected from everything and connected to everything at the same time. And by the way, if you're thinking of trying DMT for fun, don't do that. It's not fun. And what about the weight of the human soul? We proved it weighs 21 grams, right? Well, no. Yes. Maybe. Everything about McDougall's experiment is true, but he only worked with 6 patients. The experiment lacked proper controls and hasn't been successfully replicated. Okay, so what happened with more recent 21-gram experiments? What results did those scientists get? Well, we don't know. Nobody's tried to replicate it. Why not? If science could prove the existence of the soul, it would be one of the most important discoveries in human history. But that discovery would also be extremely dangerous. The fact scientists won't repeat McDougall's 21 grams experiment annoys me, but it doesn't surprise me. When McDougall was conducting his study, the owners of the home were worried the church would find out and be furious. When his results were released, the opposite happened. Scientists were furious, not the church. The church was thrilled. McDougall had proven the existence of a soul. He was one step closer to proving the existence of God. But to this day, many scientists laugh at McDougall's results, calling them utterly false. Okay, prove it. Maybe McDougall didn't prove there is a soul, but nobody can prove there isn't. Science says when our brains stop working, there's nothing happening. We're just dead. But recent studies, like the one we talked about today, proves there is something happening. Science just doesn't know what. And when science doesn't have the answer, religion often does. But governments have been trying to destroy religion, all religions, for the last 150 years. In doing so, the state has become a religion for millions of people. Don't believe me? Spend 10 minutes on X.
Twitter.
It's X now.
I'm not calling it that. It's stupid.
I don't disagree. If science were to conclusively prove the existence of the human soul, that would virtually eliminate the need for the military-industrial complex. It would eliminate the need for a militarized police force. We'd finally know for sure what our purpose is: to be virtuous, good, kind, generous, to help our fellow people navigate and survive this crazy world. If we knew for certain that the soul could go to hell, well, you'd see a pretty big drop in violent crime, in all crime, and any would-be dictators out there would think twice before seizing power. There is no scientific proof of a soul and an afterlife. There is evidence, mounting evidence, but evidence isn't proof. But do we really need proof? If you're a person of faith, you don't. You already know there's a God and heaven awaits, and I'm envious of those people. But what about those of us who aren't religious? I consider myself very practical. I'd love scientific proof of an afterlife. But what I find very strange is, I don't really need it. I have a sense deep down that there's something more. I think most of us do. But maybe that's just the way we evolved. We're aware that our own death is inevitable. We need a mechanism to keep us from freaking out. Believing in an afterlife is that mechanism that tells us not to worry, that everything's going to be okay. I'm glad that mechanism is there, but I can't help but wonder if someone put it there. Recent studies have shown that when a person dies, their cells don't start decaying immediately. They remain in a state of hibernation for quite a few minutes. That doesn't seem like an accident to me. It seems like it's by design. It's as if during those few minutes of hibernation, we're waiting for permission from someone to go somewhere. Even though I'm not religious, I have a sense those last few minutes involve a soul and a scale, and I live my life accordingly. Just in case.
Yeah, dude. This is America. You can call them whatever you want, whenever you want.
Here he comes.
What's going on over there? What's in the box? What?
I visited your house this morning. After you left.
Put the gun down. What's in the box? Show me the box in the box! What are you doing? Put the gun down.
I tried the taste of taking a walk in the shoes of a simple human. Then I tried to play a guessing game with your wife.
No. Tell me she's all right. Tell me that's not true. Tell me it's not true.
Put the gun down, AJ.
Oh, God.
It worked out, so I brought you a souvenir. Pretty shoes.
Oh, God.
Look in the box, AJ. It's labeled.
Because I envy a normal life with normal feet.
No, shut up. What's in the box?
It seems that envy is because of my fins.
You tell me she's all right. You tell me she's all right.
What are you talking about? She's fine.
What's in the box?
Yeah, that's right.
I just told you.
Yeah, he literally
Filthy
just
Xenos animals.
Whoa.
No, shut up.
Filthy Xeno animals.
Oh, God. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Hey, listen, Hecklefish came by this morning to show me the box for the new Heckle Kicks. Have you seen it?
Wait, so shoes are in the box?
Yeah, they look fantastic.
I might have overreacted.
Lusting after AJ's new sneakers?
I was kind of playing a guessing game when it came.
Days. You can wear your new Heckle Kicks with pride. Once the pre-order window closes, no Heckle Kicks for you. Don't be a sloth. Get your order in at shop.thewifiles.com and be the envy of all your friends. What's in the box? Your new favorite shoes.
In 2012, Terry Lovelace sat in his doctor's office waiting for x-ray results. Earlier that day, he felt a sharp pain in his leg, lost his balance, and fell. The doctor returned, looking confused. He showed Terry the x-ray. A small square object about the size of a fingernail was buried deep in Terry's right leg. The doctor had never seen anything like it. He asked if Terry had been in an accident or had surgery. He hadn't. But then he remembered. For 40 years, Terry had tried to forget the terrifying experience at Devil's Den State Park. He never told anyone, knowing they wouldn't believe him without evidence. But the evidence had been there all along. A strange metal object embedded in his leg. And the object was not man-made. In June 1977, Terry and Toby were Air Force medics stationed at Whiteman Air Force Base near Kansas City, Missouri. They took 4 days of leave to go camping. After a 6-hour drive to Devil's Den State Park, they chose a secluded place in a restricted area to camp, drink beer, and look at the stars. Around 9 p.m., as they ate and joked near the fire, Toby suddenly hushed Terry and said, "You hear that?" Terry said, "I don't hear anything." Toby said, "Exactly."
Throw down. I'm down, dude.
Suddenly, everything was silent.
Handle.
No crickets, no birds,
Well,
no
speaking
breeze.
about
It
smoke,
felt like time had stopped, and the forest was holding its breath.
just turn my face
Toby
off so you
noticed
can't
3 faint lights
see
in
what
the
I'm
sky.
doing. Whoops.
They were dim, but getting
What I'm doing.
brighter. They flew in formation. Then they rotated around an axis and started accelerating.
It was moving even faster and blocking out entire fields of stars. It was impossible to estimate its speed. We had no point of reference. With a feigned laugh, I said, "I think that damn thing is headed toward us. I think it's going to sail right over the top of us."
The lights belonged to a triangle-shaped craft now hovering above them, and for some reason, they weren't frightened.
So the lights are, I don't know, a few hundred yards away, and then suddenly, boom, it's over our camp and just hovers there. We were looking right up at the thing. It's as big as a city block. We could hear it humming. Now, you'd think we'd start to panic, but I distinctly recall that while it floated over our campsite, I felt this feeling of calm wash over me. It was a feeling that I'd say was very close to sedation. I don't know how else to describe it. I felt absolutely at ease, just peaceful, calm.
That calm sensation remained even as the spacecraft slowly descended. A beam of white light burst out of the ship. For about 30 seconds, the campsite lit up brighter than the day, and then darkness. Next, a thin blue laser appeared, scanning the camp. It swept over the tent, the fire, the men, everything. This went on for a few minutes, then darkness again. Toby said, "Show's over," and the 2 men went back to the tent to sleep.
Hang on.
What?
There's a giant spaceship floating above their camp, and they say show's over and go to sleep. Like this is all fine?
Well, they were still being sedated by this spaceship somehow.
Oh, or maybe it sprayed blorpus on them. That stuff makes you chill. So chill.
It wasn't a chemical. The craft used technology to keep them calm psychologically. So once the lights stopped, they got tired and went to sleep.
Yeah, I hope they slept on their backs.
Right.
Because then their backs would be on the ground.
I understand.
So it's harder to slip in the anal probe.
I get it. Despite a giant spaceship humming just a few yards above their tent, Terry and Toby fell asleep immediately. But they weren't asleep for long. Terry woke up, but he wasn't in the tent. He was lying naked on a cold rubber floor, his clothes bundled on his chest. He heard and felt a low pulsing hum. The air smelled like chemicals that burned his throat. Then panic hit him. He couldn't move. His body was paralyzed. His mind was racing, trapped inside a body that would not respond. He could only watch. Somewhere nearby, a woman screamed in terror, and Terry hoped that he wasn't next. As his eyes adjusted, he saw the room was enormous, the size of a stadium. The craft above their campsite was big, but it wasn't big enough for a room this size.
Yeah, unless it was a TARDIS.
Right.
Because they're bigger on the inside.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I miss Doctor Who.
Doctor Who is still on the air.
But is it though?
On Terry's right, at least 10 others lay paralyzed, awake, and terrified. Men, women, even children. Some darted their eyes in panic, while others stared blankly at the ceiling, resigned to their fate, occasionally blinking away silent tears. On the left side of the room, a line of disc-shaped craft stood ready for deployment. The room had to be 5 stories high. Vehicles about the size of golf carts floated around the space, carrying children to different areas. Then he saw them. They weren't children. They were small, gray-skinned beings with large black eyes. They wore matching gray flight suits. They had long arms and slender fingers and moved quickly and robotically. Then something in a beige uniform walked by. No, it was a someone. There were other humans here, not captives. They wore beige uniforms with orange rank insignias. They were clearly part of the crew. They ignored the naked abductees and went about their business. A being with pink, chalky skin caught Terry's attention. It resembled the Greys, but stood about 6 feet tall. As it passed, it locked eyes with Terry. The creature was inside his mind, downloading his thoughts, memories, and secrets. Terry felt completely exposed and violated. Before he can process any of this, he was moving. Several gray beings lifted Terry and carried him down a hallway. To his right, he saw glass tanks of varying sizes. Most were empty, but some contained strange creatures, a mix of familiar and alien.
On my left is just a white wall, but on my right there's a series of glass tanks like aquariums. They vary in size from a foot square all the way up to big enough for a human being. They're all empty except for one. One had this like pink water in it, and there was what I thought was a puppy. It looked like a newborn puppy, eyes closed, that sort of thing. As I'm going past it, it opened its eyes and I started to freak out.
Then Terry got even more frightened because they were coming to the end of the hall.
They took me down the hallway and into a dome-shaped white room. Everything was either white, gray, or stainless steel. It was like a medical examination room. The little gray guys took my clothing and slid me onto this table. And I thought, oh, that's nice, it's warm. They warmed it up for me.
But the warmth wasn't for him. The table was warm from the bodies that had been here before him. 2 new aliens entered, 9-foot-tall beings that looked like praying mantises. The Greys turned Terry on the side, and the mantis beings began operating on his lower back.
Yeah, lower back. That's a nice way of putting it.
No, they really were operating on his lower back.
Huh. Usually they aim a little, lower.
The pain was unbearable, and Terry screamed, but no sound came out. His silent screams seemed to annoy one of the mantis aliens. It stopped and spoke to Terry telepathically.
He stands up and he tilts his head to one side and looks at me with this big eye. And I could hear him crystal clear in my head. And it said to me, "Why are you screaming? Stop screaming. You know we don't hurt you. You know we take you back down."
And they did. With a green claw, the alien tapped Terry on the forehead and everything went black.
Dude, some of these mold lines are so stupid.
Grass near the car. Terry wasn't frightened.
It's like, how do you even get a mold line like this?
What he had done was put them back in the tent. And then
like they fucking zigzag and shit. Like what? Well, they don't zigzag that crazy, but it like goes around the barrel, through another barrel, and then off to the side a little bit, and then back down. It's like, come on, dude.
And too terrified. His vision blurred, and then he passed out.
Like, how am I supposed to get that shit? Fucking just be very careful and take your time, I guess. But damn, bro.
Blinding flashes of light jolted Terry awake. They were piercing the tent and hurt his eyes. He realized his whole body
I love it. I love every bit of it.
Toby peeked through the tent flap, mumbling
booting
something.
Up and loading.
The green strobe-like flashes continued.
Right.
Terry's watch had stopped at midnight.
I'm gonna start up my computer too and see what's going on.
He reached for the flashlight, but Toby grabbed it, whispering for him to stay quiet. That's when Terry noticed Toby had been crying. Then they heard footsteps and rustling around their camp. They froze, waiting for silence before daring to look outside. They saw an enormous craft hovering over the meadow. It was as big as an office building on its side. Small windows showed figures moving around inside. Below the craft, Terry saw a dozen children wandering around.
Oh, my sweet summer child. Those are not children.
They weren't.
Speaking about that
Toby
bowl of
whispered,
cereal,
not kids, not human.
Turn off my
They
face.
took us, hurt us, and then he started
But hit
crying
that.
again. Terry was confused. Then the images hit him. A bright room, small creatures, a giant insect, medical instruments, and pain. So much pain. He pushed the images away. A white column of light emerged from the craft. The figures walked into it and vanished. The ship rose high above the meadow, rotated and blasted over the horizon. It never made a sound. Toby sighed. He had been holding his breath the whole time. His face was swollen and sunburned. Then Terry realized he was burned too, and both of them were covered in welts like
no worries, my dude. I can still do. I still need to
and
check if I got an update for it. Also, I don't
vanished
know
in
if
their
there is
rearview
not.
mirror as they sped away.
No worries.
They drove straight back to the base. Terry dropped Toby off at his house, watching him stumble inside, still in a daze. Terry's wife saw him and immediately took him to the medical clinic. Terry told the medical staff everything, except what happened between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m. He knew that if he told them what happened, they'd put him in the psych ward. His sunburn was actually caused by radiation, confirmed by a Geiger counter. His clothes were taken away in a biohazard bag. The next 48 hours were a blur. Then on the third night, a knock at his door.
Here comes the man in black.
The nurse opened the door and two men walked in flashing badges.
Yep.
They wore dark suits and even darker expressions. They told the nurse they were with OSI, the Air Force Office of Special Investigations.
Now we're up to date on DARKTIDE. We're good.
Alone.
2 out of 36 achievements I have. All good. I don't really care too much for achievements,
Terry
so
sat up in his hospital bed,
doesn't bother me none.
Recorder in front of him. His head was spinning. At just 22 years old, he had just endured
one of my buddies. I have a buddy that, dude, like he needs to get platinums in every game he plays.
A major was
like,
barking orders at him.
I don't know if he's got a disease or something, but
boy, he told them about the lights in the
he's a good guy. It's just
still, he felt like they already
damn,
knew the
dude.
rest, which disturbed him.
The grind
Could the Air Force
sometimes.
be involved? A sudden image flashed in his mind. Humans in military
24 out of 36, almost there, dude. If we could knock out a, I mean, you said that there were hard ones, so maybe when I get a little bit better,
The
we'll
major's
we'll
voice
start
snapped
knocking
him
them
out of his thoughts. Do you understand, Sergeant? Terry nodded slowly. The major was reading from a card, reciting Article 31 of the UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. The military's version
so I don't have to
you
use
have
a
the
mouse
right
and
to remain
keyboard.
silent. Terry could only respond with, yes, sir.
I can use mouse and keyboard. I just
Anything that starts with "you have
I
the right to remain
prefer
silent" is
controller.
lawyer.
Terry was bullied into signing a waiver,
Yeah,
giving OSI the right to search his
super
home
hard or
and car.
just dumb
Not
luck.
that the waiver mattered. The searches were already underway.
I'm down for dumb luck.
One agent, furious,
That's happened to me
got right up
before,
in
where
Terry's
it's like,
face,
bro,
accusing
never
him
again
of
will that
holding
happen.
back. He insisted they
Happens
knew Terry
actually
and his
a
friend
lot.
Toby had
Not
seen
the
more
same
than
thing, but just
lights
dumb
at
luck
Devil's
where you're
Den.
just like, bro,
He
how?
demanded Terry admit it.
There's no
but
way.
He wouldn't.
There's
There was
no
way
way.
he was going to talk about the abduction. Before he was worried about being thrown in the psych ward. Now he was worried about being thrown in jail. He stuck to his story about the lights and prayed that Toby did the same. Frustrated, the agents grabbed their tape recorder, tossed a business card on the bed, and forced Terry to sign more documents without letting him read them. They ordered him never to speak of the incident or the lights, and if he remembered anything else, he was to call them immediately. The last thing they told Terry was that he could not contact Toby again for any reason, not ever. Shortly after, Toby was transferred to a base in Japan, and they never spoke again. The trauma of the abduction and the interrogation left Terry determined to keep quiet. He told no one, not his friends, not his family, not even his wife. Instead, he tried to forget the incident at Devil's Den had ever happened. In time, the memories faded, though the PTSD lingered. Despite everything, Terry built a successful career as a lawyer and assistant attorney general. He got married, had a family, and led what appeared to be a perfectly normal
A
life.
local file
But in
verification
2012,
test
when Terry saw
will
an
be
X-ray
done
of
to
his
make
leg,
sure your game
his life
files are
changed
healthy.
again.
Do you want to
He
continue?
decided
I
to
mean,
have
if
the
I say
implants
no, it's going to be
removed and
like,
go public with his story.
no, you
But
can't
he was
play, huh?
warned that doing this would be very
So
dangerous.
reset the game's download files. But see, that means I have to do all
The
that.
threat came from someone
Man,
much more
oh wait,
dangerous.
it says if corrupted files are found, I need to verify integrity. Okay, all right. Do I want to continue? Yeah, that's fine. Just work, bro. Verifying
Terry Lovelace's
files.
vocal
It's going.
stance about his 2012 implant discovery
It's
backed by
figuring it out.
X-rays, gave his story credibility. It also attracted unwanted attention. In 2017,
Oh,
he
it's
fell
gonna take a
asleep
minute.
and then was suddenly sitting in his living room.
Sorry, my dude.
Across from
Give
him
it
sat a
quick,
woman
Sam.
about 4 feet tall with
Oh,
light
you
brown
too?
hair.
Okay, all right.
At first
For sure.
glance, she appeared to be a small
Damn.
Asian woman, but something
All right, we'll do a
was
little
off.
more
The
gluing
hair
while
was
we
a
wait
wig.
to pop
She
some
wasn't
heads off
human.
some zombies. What are they?
Terry remembered
What do they
something.
fight in that?
A
They're like
few years
zombies,
ago,
but they're
his
not
wife had
zombies.
woken up to see a small
Are
figure
they
with large eyes at the foot of their bed.
chaos, like infected or something?
not be afraid.
I don't
go
know
to
the lore
sleep.
for Darktide at all.
At the time, she thought it was a dream.
Shit, dude, I didn't even know they
It wasn't.
had Warhammer games until
Now that same figure
Space
was
Marine
in
2
Terry's
came out.
living room. He recognized her.
Gonna
She
be a minute.
wasn't
Yeah,
quite
don't even
alien
drip,
and
dude.
wasn't
I was
quite
at like
human.
1%
And his
right
first
now
thought
after I
was he didn't
waited
like
a
the
couple
wig.
seconds.
Her lips didn't move, but he heard her voice in his mind.
Back to the mold lines.
It's the same as the last time we met. I
Stupid
always wear it
mold
this
lines.
way. You know that.
Suddenly, memories flooded back. This wasn't the first time Terry had seen her. He'd been abducted many times since he was 8 years old. Terry remembered being with other children aboard a ship in a setting that resembled a daycare room. The children were given tasks like arranging colored blocks and tiles, but Terry couldn't remember why. Other times they were given small objects like cubes or balls and asked to move them with their minds, testing their psychic skills. During all these tests and games, this woman was there, watching over the children.
Oh, like an old pair.
Old pair?
Yeah, it's a French word for someone who helps with the kids, like a nanny. The alien lady was, an old pair.
Au pair.
What'd I say?
Chaos plague infected. Okay. Damn. Alright.
The children were not always treated gently. They also endured painful medical procedures. And like Terry's experience at Devil's Den, the children were paralyzed and watched small gray beings carry out various tasks around the ship. Every time Terry was abducted, this woman was there. It seemed like her job was to keep children calm during the examinations. Strangely, Terry felt affection for her.
Yes, Terry, I'm that woman. No, you will not be taken tonight. No more examinations ever, I promise.
She helped him sort through his memories. He was on a spacecraft on the far side of the moon. He saw a vast, sprawling city where humans lived. They were mining something.
Yes, there are many human beings living and working on your moon. They've been there for generations and have never been to Earth. They're there to collect and process the rocks. It's very important work.
But the woman wasn't here to reminisce. She'd come here to warn him. Terry's public disclosures, along with his upcoming book, had alarmed her hosts, as she called them. They worked with the US government, and they were concerned. Terry wanted to reveal the truth, and the woman heard this in his mind.
I've seen
Skill trees
things
might
that
be
are
reset.
important to
Might
both
take a
your
minute if
government
that's the
and
case.
to my
This is
hosts.
the
You are
second
not
time I've
aware
had
of
to
their
verify
importance,
files.
so you
Patches.
cannot
Damn,
determine which
50%.
memories must be kept
Let me
secret.
check mine.
Your government will not allow you to speak of what you have seen.
The woman said there would be consequences if he didn't stop talking. Terry asked about the implants, but she dismissed the question. She wasn't here to educate him.
Damn. Well, I'm
She
not
was
a
here to
high
warn
level
him.
or anything, so it's gonna take me like no time to put my skills back into whatever I had them in before. I was probably just doing randoms, or I might have not even put any points in my tree.
Your government will not allow
Now, when you noob it up, well, maybe not you, but maybe somebody like me that really noobs it up and sometimes forgets to put skill points in. You're like level 9 and you're like walking around wondering why everything's so hard, and it's like, bro, you got
Terry
like
said the
13
world
skill
deserved
points that you haven't used because you got 9 from the levels that you gained and like 4 from completed quests or helping somebody out or something, and
And after that,
you know how it
if you
goes. Well,
continue speaking, your government
now you know how it
will
goes.
kill you.
Sometimes. Alright, we're gonna glue this gun together
Those
now.
final words lingered, and then suddenly it was sunrise and the woman was gone. Terry
It
had his
fits
leg
good and it
x-rayed
looks
again.
good.
The implants
How do the
had
mold
vanished,
lines
leaving
look?
only 2 tiny wires where the devices had once
It
been.
looks alright. I think
Implants and
that's
microchip were gone. No
okay.
incision, no scar.
For 40
Actually, when I
years,
glue
Terry
it, after I
unknowingly
glue
carried
it,
proof of his abduction.
I'll clean it off
Just as he
because
prepared to share this truth,
definitely there's a
the
mold
evidence
lineup on top.
vanished. Many people have found strange implants in their bodies, triggering very unpleasant memories. So think twice before getting that X-ray. Alien abductions don't scar the body, but they scar the mind. Most abductees are completely unaware of their experiences. And if you ask Terry Lovelace, he'd say they're the lucky ones. Terry Lovelace's story about an alien artifact backed by X-rays is hard to ignore. Since 2012, he's been sharing his experience in interviews, public talks, and 2 books.
There's always a book.
His story has remained mostly consistent over the years. Skeptics point out that new details emerged in later interviews, but Terry claims these are new memories resurfacing. What makes Terry's account intriguing is his ordinary life. He's a family man, an accomplished professional. Plus, he wasn't alone at Devil's Den. His friend Toby was there too. Or was he? It turns out Toby isn't his real name. Terry created the pseudonym to protect his friend's privacy. The real Toby died in 2007, so now this story is Terry's and Terry's alone. Then there's the X-ray of Terry's leg. Some say the implant is just a radio-opaque object on his skin, not inside. The wires and microchip aren't visible from a side view, which means they're probably outside.
Damn, really? I had no idea, man.
Maybe.
Probably. I mean, I've used the melee. I'm pretty sure, but
alien artifacts can be
I don't know. I like to. No. I did use the melee.
Embedded in the skin, the body
but for me, I don't know. I like to stay back for the most part and shoot from afar. But after playing a little bit of it, I was like, damn, dude, you don't really like die right away when you're up in the guts of it. So I didn't mind it at all being up there with the melee weapon.
Those vivid in-between states of dreaming and waking that can feel
like zombies. Hell yeah, dude.
This explains most abduction stories.
I used to play yeah, zombies are dope.
If I can't debunk a story, I choose to
I
believe
used to play a little Left 4 Dead. I played a little
the government is
Dead Island. I didn't play that much of the Resident Evil games. I played 5.
Terry's been asked many
and
times,
I played the demos of the newer ones.
Disclose the truth. His answer's simple.
Like 7. Never. I think
he,
8
like many
demo.
others,
There's an 8.
believes the U.S. government struck a deal with extraterrestrials.
I think I have like 1
in
or
exchange
2.
for advanced technology. The aliens are allowed
But I don't think
to
I ever
abduct
played it. I think I just
and
bought it
even
because it was on
torture
sale or
American
something.
Citizens. Remember the Brookings report from NASA in 1961? It warned that discovering extraterrestrial life should be kept secret.
All right, dude, my game's ready.
No, could spark mass hysteria. Challenge religion.
Round up spare change into saving stocks of Bitcoin
whoops.
when you use your Cash App card.
Give me 17 cents on Bitcoin.
It is waged by the dedicated agents of the Imperial Inquisition. It is fought
and
in
torture.
the cities and
It wouldn't just cause
hives
hysteria,
of the
it would
Imperial.
cause a revolution. That's why I'm skeptical when intelligence whistleblowers like Richard Doty,
and the forgotten
David Grush,
The soundtrack, dude. The soundtrack in this game. It's badass, dude.
I don't trust them.
Tits. But yeah, no worries on the taking a minute. I was just letting you know that it's good to go.
That's not whistleblowing, that's public relations. So stay skeptical. But someone like Terry Lovelace, he had everything to lose and still chose to speak out. It's okay to be skeptical of his story. I am, but I don't mock it. As more people speak out, the truth becomes harder to hide. UFO disclosure has always
80%?
been
No
a house
worries,
of
my dude.
cards, but the cards were a mystery until
We're
very
gonna
recently.
glue this guy together right
Thanks to
quick.
whistleblowers, each card has a name. The Pentagon, CIA, NSA, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, and others.
AKA the usual suspects.
These are powerful players, but their house of cards is
Yeah,
fragile.
it looks like I
All it
can
takes is one
totally
brave
glue up
president,
this
senator, or
piece and I'll be
congressman
alright.
willing to risk
Totally glued
everything
up
to bring it crashing
except
down and
for
reveal the truth to the world.
Yeah, is there such thing as a brave
the little
politician?
stick that
That's the
sticks
problem.
out under
I don't
the
think there is.
barrel. Don't put glue on that, and you're
We
gold.
continue to empower those hiding the truth by fighting wars, overthrowing governments, and backing dictators. But what disappoints me most is that we allow the deception to continue because the leaders we elect are cowards. But I'm not surprised. Courageous leaders that threaten the military intelligence apparatus don't last. They're silenced by ridicule, media blackouts, threats, or worse. When the next brave politician emerges, they'll face attacks from all sides. It's up to us to protect them, to stand by them and support them.
If you're gonna stand by a brave politician, you better wear Kevlar.
I wish that weren't the case, but it is. It makes me so sad. But America is a country built on lies and secrecy, led by cowards who serve the military intelligence state, not the people. And we can change the system, but we have to do it together. Those in power want us divided and distracted, fighting amongst ourselves. But our enemies aren't our neighbors with different political views. Our enemies aren't nations with different ideologies. Our enemies are here. We know who they are, and we need to hold them accountable. But to do that, we must unite. We must set aside our differences and rally around the one and only issue that truly matters: the truth.
Oh, hello. I'm just popping in to say thank you for watching a 24-hour stream. I'm glad you like it. If there's anything you'd like to see on here, see something special, want us to do something just for this stream, email me, email team at thewhyfiles.com, email tips at thewhyfiles.com, go to Discord, open it. Just, there are lots of ways to get in touch with us. If there's anything you want us to do on the stream that's legal, or a misdemeanor, I would do.
I never need to score
Let us know.
any of the plastic, like from the hand to the wrist.
Have you ever
Since they're
wondered what
flat,
ghosts sound like?
I only need
In
to
the
score
early
them when I use
1980s,
green
Vic
stuff,
Tandy
right?
was working at war with
Scratch them
labs
up a
in the
little
UK,
bit, and
where
then
he
put green
designed
stuff
medical
on, and then put them
There
together.
were rumors
I don't
among
need
the
to
staff
scratch
that
them
the
up a little
building
bit
was
to
haunted.
glue them on, right?
But Tandy figured this was
I don't
related
think
to
I
the
do. It's
constant
just they
sound
feel
of the life
super
support
smooth. They
systems
don't
that
like
were operating
slip
on site.
anywhere. I
But
feel
one
like
night, Tandy was working late when he started
I
to
should
feel
score them, but
strange.
that's all right.
The
We're
hairs on the back
perfect,
of
you
his neck
guys.
stood up. He broke into a cold sweat and felt this sense of dread wash over him. His heart started to race, and he had the very
Put
specific
his arm
feeling
on, so I
that he was
make sure
being
it's not all
watched.
crooked looking.
Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught the glimpse of a gray figure drifting across the room. He turned around, and the figure was gone. Absolutely terrified, Vic Tandy bolted from the lab and raced home. Now, after he calmed down, he vowed to find a logical,
Well, I
scientific
figure
explanation for what happened.
the
Well,
wrist clasp thing and the skull that's right there.
Vic Tandy got to his office the
I'm
next day
pretty
and started
sure it
looking
just
around for the
needs to
ghost.
be made
Now, he
sure
didn't
to
find
go
one, but he did notice
in the
something
middle
strange.
of the hand,
He was an
right?
avid fencer, and in his lab, he had a foil locked
Like
in
I
a
shouldn't
vise.
have it all sideways like that.
No,
Or
that's a
like
fence.
this. It needs to be
Fencing
like
is a
right
style of
smack
sword
in the
fighting
middle of the
using
hand.
a foil.
That wrist thing with the skull right
A foil
there.
is the type of sword.
I'm so confused.
Hold on.
It doesn't matter.
Blurry.
Anyway, a foil
Focus,
was locked in a
idiot.
vise, and Tandy noticed it was vibrating really quickly, even though nothing was touching it. Now, it turns out a fan was recently installed in the lab and was
Gotta be
causing a
perfect, like
sound
right here.
wave to bounce between the walls.
On the
And the
wrist.
wave's intensity was focused in the center of the room, which was the location of the foil.
So what?
And where he was standing when he saw the ghost. Now, Tandy calculated the frequency of the sound at about 19 hertz. This frequency is important.
Awesome. All right.
The range
Cool,
of human hearing starts at 20 hertz, so Tandy's fan wasn't audible. It's what's known as infrasound.
Yeah, we're just gonna put a
But
little
just because
drop of
we
this
can't hear
guy
it
on there and
doesn't mean it can't affect us.
give him a
All material
gun.
objects have a natural resonant frequency, and if the object is exposed to a sound wave of this frequency, it'll vibrate in response. This is called sympathetic resonance, and you can test this. If you strike a key on a piano in one room, a piano in another room will resonate that same note. This is also why running your finger around the rim of a glass at just the right speed will produce sound. Now back to Tandy's lab. It turns out that the human eye resonates at about 19 hertz. So what appeared to be a ghost was actually Tandy's eye vibrating at the frequency of the fan. Since this frequency has an actual physical effect on the body, the sound was causing a sense of fear and anxiety to employees in the area. And Tandy said that when they switched off the fan, it was like a huge weight was lifted. And these frequencies don't just affect humans. Researchers have discovered that just before a tiger attacks, its roar contains frequencies at 18 hertz, which could disorient their prey long enough for the tiger to move in for the kill. Now, just under 20 hertz has been called the fear frequency for how it affects mammals. And lots of horror movies have used sounds at or just above the fear frequency to make their films even scarier.
What happens if we go lower?
Lower than 18 hertz?
Yeah.
Things get much worse.
How much worse?
Ever hear of the brown note?
Let that guy dry off for now.
Does that mean what I think it means?
Grab a diaper.
I just feel like if I don't hold it too long, I mean, I know the weight of it can drop it off. Oh, you're in. Cool. Do you need to like set up those points again? Do you need some more time, or
I say
should we
hypothetical
try to
because nobody's been able to
party
actually
up right
prove it.
now?
The brown note was famously busted by Adam Savage on Mythbusters when he surrounded himself with giant speakers and had the note pumped into
Did I
his
really
body.
name him that?
Now,
I
he
named
didn't
my
feel
guy
so great
Thug
afterwards, but his diaper stayed clean.
He's got a green jumpsuit on.
Yup.
So this is Link in the 40K universe.
But
Link
here's the
from
thing
Zelda.
about that experiment. Air really isn't a great
He's
conductor
looking for his
of
master
sound,
sword so he can
especially
chop the
at low
heads off of
frequencies. But when you're physically
chaos.
connected to the vibration, its effects are much more intense.
Plague
The
infected.
United States Space Program conducted tests that transferred brown note and other frequencies directly to subjects' bodies by vibrating cockpit chairs. Now, test frequencies range from 0.5 hertz to 40 hertz and power levels of 160 decibels.
Is that loud?
Well, for a comparison, a lawnmower is 90 decibels, a
So
chainsaw is
cool.
about 130,
So
and a gunshot is
cool.
140. So testing people at 160 dB,
Mission,
even if you can't technically
Morningstar
hear the sound,
invites,
it's going to get
blog.
results. Test subjects experience
We need to be able to
nausea,
hear the game.
hallucinations,
It's gotta
difficulty
stop
breathing,
the
and
Wi-Fi.
involuntary
yeah.
motor functions. Now, nobody officially crapped
Yeah,
their pants,
buddy.
but this experiment is probably where the urban myth came from. But you don't have to be an
All right,
astronaut
hold
to
on.
get sick from sound. There's
Damn,
something
we're
called
doing
wind
it.
turbine
We're
syndrome.
getting there.
Now, not everyone, but a
So
little
this
over
is live
20% of
Wi-Files.
people who live
He's
near
doing like the
large wind
24-hour
turbine
live
farms
thing.
report all kinds
So
of negative effects.
we're not going to
And
pause
they
it or
range
anything.
from
We're just going to,
difficulty
or should I pause it where it's
concentrating all
at?
the way up to extreme
I can
stress
pause
and
it, but we're going to be behind from the live. And then, let's see, is this it? Yeah, that's it. And then we gotta turn this off. Okay. All right. I'll take my other eyes off. I'm gonna get the table out of the way. Yeah. It's a little warm in here. Let me go turn off the heater real quick. All right. Where do I put the code? Social invites. Bottom right of social. Oh, find player. Nice. Good looking out. A, B, X button. Sorry, I'm using a PlayStation controller, so the X button is my square. My square button. All right, dude. There it is. Okay. Enter a Fat Shark friend code to find a player. Alright, dude. Lay it on me. Oh man, come on. Alright, you'll copy mine. Alright. I streamer Fat Shark friend code. Alright, here we go. Ready? 64166561705. Hell yeah. Accept. Accept. Yeah, there it is. Strike Team 2-4. Hell yeah. Where do I? So I'm still pretty much on the mini screen. Start. Here shell. Getting data from disk. Nice price to failure. Hang on. I'm on a waiting screen now for some reason. Oh, all right. Are we in the right spot? Are we good here? Did I mess up? Yeah, I don't see naming. Maybe I can go to you or something. Send you a friend request though.
Awake at last, are ya? Good. Interrogator Rannick wants to run down the source of the blighted stems once and for all. Him and Zola are assembling a crack team to handle the business, and I want you on it. But watch yourself. Zola's got a bad feeling about this, and she's not alone.
I'm not sure. How do I? Oh, I gotta go to to the actual thing, huh?
I think it may be time to consider new tactics.
Or any tactics at all, perhaps.
I for inventory. Because I'm using the controller. So let's press start. No, try. No, start. Select. Operative? Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's see. We got a Devil's Claw sword and a Shredder auto pistol. And I got everything else locked because I'm too much of a scrub. Level 4, bro? Come on, dude. Hey, I only played this once, alright. It was dope. I just, I didn't get back to it. I slack and I have so much other things that I be touching. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, accept. Cancel matchmaking. If I press, if I cancel the matchmaking, does that cancel it with you too, or just the people that are going to be joining?
The Emperor demands you undertake a contract. No,
I won't cancel it. I'm just curious.
Reserves of special issue ammunition are currently suboptimal.
Yo, why am I by myself?
The
heretics are
Couldn't you guys be like
chasm station
on the ship
as a
with me?
stockpile. This creates opportunity. Once the material has been located, Valkyrie support will be authorized.
Oh, we got bots? If it's not a full team? Oh, it is a bot. Well, there's one bot.
Don't like it.
Oh yeah, there's a block button. I always forget the block button.
Heresy grows like fungus in these depths, so far from the Emperor's light.
May we return to the mission? Thank you. Proceed to
Is it too loud here?
maintenance
Let me
node
lower it down a
Chiron
little bit.
13.
Let your hatred carry the day! Feed! Hungry! Feed!
Yeah. Yeah. Tear him up.
Beneficent Emperor! Who could have sealed these gates?
You are only now at the Reflector's quarter? You are behind schedule.
Come on then! Let's get to cleansing this place! Blessed ammo! Glorious!
Nice. Throwing that green shit at me.
Do not tarry. Maintenance node Chiron 13 access can be found on the right.
Accept the one.
Yo, I'm glad there's no friendly fire in this game, dude.
Killing the enemy. This pleasure in that.
Holy tools out! This looks right!
Maintenance node Chiron 13
I'm glad,
is on the lower level. Alas, the elevator is non-functional.
I'm glad homie Francis knows, has played this enough to know the maps. Oh, behind you.
Maintenance security protocols in effect. Deploy data
What?
interrogator.
Sneak up on me. Thanks, dude. Oh, yeah.
Data stream. Viable.
Oh, that bastard. Get him, thanks.
Interrogator status inoperative. Remedy reboot. complete failure. Well done, I suppose.
Creatures slain, my kindred!
We need that data
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, goodness. I forget to blink, you guys. I feel like I forget to breathe sometimes, too.
I can only imagine you attempted random inputs until it worked, but it is now working.
That was an extreme fucking. Oh my god. Good show. Oh shit, sorry, bro. Shot the big guy thinking it was a bad guy. Whoa! Hack and slash, hack and slash.
All systems green. Uplink restored.
Magnificent Emperor! Grant us strength!
System access granted.
Keep forgetting to aim. Oh, I'm sorry, aim block. Get the block. You can slide? Oh yeah, I know you can slide. Nice. For the Emperor!
Ammo! Every
Ammo.
bullet a prayer of vengeance!
Are you prepared
Ooh,
to unleash your
ooh.
righteous fury on the foe? Give others not! Or was I certain that those rumours of indolence were nothing but pernicious slander? I'll tell you another time.
Okay.
Damnation! Cover the eye, reload!
Yo, Area 51, what's up, my dude? Thanks for stopping through. We're killing some fucking zombies right now, kicking some ass. We got Francis over here. Where's he at? Oh shit, hold on. Yeah, that's Francis right there in front of me. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You still have to fight or die.
Oh shit. Yeah. I'm out of ammo. So I got 12 shots. Yeah, that's the one thing I don't like about this game is it's like free for all for ammo. But if I don't grab ammo, I just gotta find it and pick it up. If somebody else picks it up, it's gone.
Subrail Complex Chiron 13 Alpha continues beyond Repair Bay Chiron 13 Kappa.
Oh, mobbing. We're mobbing. On. Hang on. Reviving. Hang on. We got him. There it is. Bastard. Zombie fucks! And this is game rated mature, so I'll probably be dropping more F-bombs than usual. Oh yeah, you guys.
ammo, and it's all mine.
See? See what I mean? Alright, I don't really...
Ammo crates.
Yeah? Hell yeah.
We shall
Thanks,
triumph
dude.
this day, kindred.
You're dead loud, Shouty.
If that is
Let me drop that ammo crate, dude. What a D.
claim the God Emperor's truth far and wide.
Want to have a Shouty?
Roger Stratum supply track Chiron 13
bro.
Iota is below you.
Guards,
Follow
come on,
it to your
dog.
objective.
Sorry, buddy back there.
Once we are down, there is no turning back.
Good. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I got an ammo. I swooped it up. Yeah, that was me. Some more guys coming from over there. Yep. Hell yeah, dude. Good looking out, fellas.
I'd heard when you talk. Understood.
Damn, bro. Yeah.
Roger Stratum accessed. What is this strange sensation? Is it pride?
Yeah, I gotta remember to use the block button. Right here. Yeah. Mother chuckers. Yeah, this game's sick, bro. And then I don't blink for a minute, and then my eyes start watering, and then I can't see because they're all watering.
Disable the Skyfire relay now.
When did you become so wise in the ways of a magic box?
Running, I'm coming, I'm going. I'm almost there. Oh, nice, dude.
Healing here.
Man. How do I use grenades?
Watch it, Shouty.
Sorry, bro. Shit, I guess there is friendly fire on.
Kill shot looking for a skull.
Great.
Oh, here we go, dude.
Commence now. Do hurry.
Is that our flight out of here? I'm gonna follow homie because he knows what he's doing. I don't want to follow a bot and be like in the wrong area. Yeah, buddy, I got your back. That's it. Yeah. Following you, I got your back, got you covered.
The first task is complete.
bunker spot.
Guys, going.
Come back! Do you hear me?
Right here. We're building. Oh, where? Oh shit! Nice.
We are close now.
Who needs ammo? The sword seems pretty effective. Yeah, dude, it is. It works pretty alright. It handles bitness.
There's nothing to mine, Ranger.
Do we have to do this with all of them? Get up there!
Mission objectives validated. Depart.
Ranger incoming!
I'm coming.
We have need of your strength.
Oh shit. Really? Down again? Ooh, wow, big guy got me. Alright, we're good. Good looking out, homie. Alright, you guys. Come on, run it. Yeah. Hell yeah. We all made it. Oh my god, you guys. Bro. Francis. Good looking out, bro. Woo. Did the bot do better than me? Probably. Weapon unlocked, village and autogun. Hell yeah. Weapon unlocked it. Hell. And man, my eyes, they burn. That's some good shit. Now we should be on the same morning starship. All right, dope. Got some experience. Continue. Cool, dude. Are we? Are we? All right, my dude, Area 51, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for stopping through. Do it to it, my guy. Smoke that, drink that, all that, and I will catch you a little bit later, my guy. Damn, dude. Mushmouth over here. Cheers, you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, that's right. We're still, at least we're still partied up, I guess. Yeah, weird.
Hadron, things would go smoother if you stopped quarreling with Miss Bosie. It is not I who quarrels. You should instruct her to learn more discipline.
Yeah, like all this, I don't know what any of this is, but I'm guessing that these are the easy ones right here, and then medium, and then hard. I'm down for easy. We're down for chilling, not killing. That's zombies. Chaos followers, or whatever they're called. Chaos Plague Infected. Yo, the Black Talons handled, bro. Grab some snacks, some drinks. Yeah, dude, I'm ready for another whenever you are. I was actually gonna ask you, like, do I have to start the game, or do you, can you do it from your end, or do I have to make you party leader, or is it just good to go? Or if you need a bathroom break, a snack break, a quick smoke break, whatever's needed, handle, accepted. Cool. Perfect. While that loads in real quick, I'm gonna load a bowl of cereal. Cereal. Oh wait, do I have to press ready? My bad. Oh, I should have switched weapons. Whatever stronger I have. For the most part, is anything I get in the next mission like stronger than what I had before? Or is it pretty random and I'll find something strong eventually, but for the most part, it's weak stuff. I'll figure it out, it's all good. I don't want you to be typing while playing, or I know you can't really type while we play. It's all good. Yeah. Sick mask though, bro. That hammer. Yeah, we got the little cross hanging from it too. Yeah. Hell yeah. Way sick. Can I inspect you? Oh, let me see. No.
What a smell! This air is barely breathable.
Bro, we're in the sewer. Of course it's barely breathable. I can barely breathe when I go to the bathroom.
Didn't I smell? Or something worse.
Smell everybody else now? Hell
You'll need
no.
an ascender to reach street level, so keep moving.
I hope you're all ready for this.
You sick fuck. I'm almost there. I'm behind.
Engagement record!
Man, dude, how do you know your way around here?
Alright, press on through the maintenance area.
Hold fast! We'll see them off!
Oh yeah, dude. Gotta get me one of those hammers. The horde, it's coming. I hear him. Holy shit, from behind us. Yeah,
Execution, I can do no
oh.
So much for that bother.
Foundation be weak. Laser flamer!
The heretics cannot stand against our faith.
Aye! Faith can conquer what an
Small
army
left,
cannot.
steel. Yeah, I got armor on. Thug Link. It's so funny, dude. I can't believe it.
You aiming for me, zealots?
I like that the melee staggers them a little bit, dude. That's like top tier battling right there.
Alright, you're here. Get the ascender in position.
I'm not the sinner in need of cleansing.
A sinner in need of cleansing, that's right.
The ascender's coming down. Just hold your ground.
I just gotta hold it down until whatever. Get it down. Oh shit. Yeah, dude. Music getting good. What's happening now? There we go. Flamethrower, watch out. Oh, come on. Yeah, this music. It's all pumped.
I reckon they're getting bored.
Yeah. Oh shit! Big guy got me. Nice. We're good. We're good. Oh, buddy's in the thing. Go, 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 go. Come on, you guys. Come on, you guys.
Making progress. Get through the hell.
Hey, do the I'll ask you after the level.
A crusade awaits us. Take courage and know the worth of
Hellion Hound! Save Slab!
Oh shit! I flew so far back. Oh, buddy fell back there. Go, 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 go. Oh, we can't get back up there? Damn. Is that it for him? Alright, bro, we can go back for you. We gotta find you elsewhere. Next spot. Oh.
That's your destination. You'll find the target inside.
Oh shit.
Why have you forsaken me?
Get off me, bro.
The old man had a face full of dog! Anyone see some ammo?
Nice.
I like the fighting. Can do without marching.
We tread the path of the righteous!
Go level
The
2
God Emperor
next. Get some
invigorates!
buff weapons and inspect. Damn, whoops. Missed some of those messages right before I expected. We're coming, bro.
Blessed ammo! Glorious!
At least we're getting closer. We're almost to the home.
Delta 3 protocol. When you're bleeding, that time.
This is a test of fate, Slab! Rise to it!
Don't kill oneself.
Nice. Shit.
Want to get killed? Stay with us.
Hey, why is Slap Poo going the wrong way?
All beneath the beneficent Emperor's glorious banner.
In a vast galaxy, you'll not be
Heal?
missed
Oh, nice.
unless ye hold
Oh shit! Damn, dude! I didn't know there were heal stations. Oh no, I think I did. I just forgot.
Ammo! Reload, lad! Hostiles!
Nah, dude. Homie went like the wrong way too far.
See how they try to hide!
Hey, I get that one.
Is a place where righteous justice was enacted.
Bro, I lost you. Oh, that way. I see.
Oh, we're surrounded!
Oh shit, did we all make it out? Oh, no. I thought it was over.
Alright, you're looking for the Panopticon elevator.
Dude, the horde. Oh, many of them.
Get back with that barrel!
Oh yeah, we're all here too. Yeah.
Praise be! A healing station!
That's the elevator. Upgrading your quick key access.
Woo!
Never met an enforcer who could
Damn,
fight anyone.
dude. Hell yeah, bro. Damn, son. Is that the end of it, or do we still
Things are
we
made
still
by
got
the
more?
God Emperor, even of humans. But do they have souls? That's the question.
So cool.
The Covenant
Seems so
of
dope.
St. Dalaric states that they are not soulless, but are possessed of lesser souls.
Oh shit, boss, huh?
Like this. Can you?
Oh, this guy? Yes. Holy shit. Almost broken, almost broken. There it is. Almost broken, there it is. And almost broken. I can slash, I can slash. Yeah. Fucking wrecked on, dude. He was just sunned, bro.
Maybe back down.
Shit, from where? Who's shooting at me? Who wants some? Oh! Yeah! For the Emperor! I'm doing just a couple of savages doing the will of the Emperor. Axe. Okay, dude. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. Yee-hoo! Damn, dude. Damn, dude. Damn, dude. Foolish are those who fear nothing, yet claim to know everything. Here? Are you here? No, you're not here still? Damn, dude. Unless we're on the same ship, because I noticed that as long as I'm close to somebody, it shows me their name. If I'm far away from them, it doesn't show me their name. A quick kiss to move. I'll be ready level 2. I can start to carry up to probably 3. And dude, alright. If you think you can carry me and a couple of noobs, I'm down. I'll do my best to keep up. But yeah, handle your smoke. I'll handle mine.
Yes, ma'am. Working on it, ma'am. I'll have her reported at the earliest
I'll mute this for now, and then we'll put on some regular tunes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm down. I'll go right now. Tech, please. Let's see. Is there a map of the ship? Oh, looks like I have the best sword already. I'm already using the better gun. Masteries? Oh, bro, I really have no idea what I'm doing here, but let's just click on stuff. Let's see. Complete hit 5 times. Damn. Got more more stuff. Own nothing. Well, yeah.
rejects. That's what I hear, sir. Want me to put a stop to it? Not for the moment. Having a back door.
Yeah, buddy.
We've acquired an approximate location for the Obscura Den we believe to be the source of the blighted stims. That den is located in the Carnival, so you'll be surrounded by enemies the whole time, though you should be used to that. Destroying the lab is only part of the mission. I want actionable intel. The juicier the better. Don't disappoint.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I'm reluctant to help.
Dude.
Why am I here?
I gotta put some points into stamina or something, bro. How'd you get so fast?
Someone has been telling lies about me.
Like I had the full sprint right behind you, and you just.
Only I hope it won't take long. I
Ah, good. Another adventure.
How do you know your way around these? Just playing them enough? Because like these maps are so big, and you can get turned around. And I don't know of a map. Is there a map around here?
Hungry!
Looks always peaceful, doesn't it? But this is enemy territory. Don't forget it.
Streets like these are never as quiet as they appear.
Flashback. How do I start pressing buttons? Oh shit! Accidentally put on a grenade on accident. I don't want that. At least now I know how. Oh! Got some distance on that one. Nice, dude. Woo, the music, you guys.
The protection racket is a protection racket. It doesn't matter who enforces it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Your thanks are not required.
Oh, healer? Oh, I don't need healing.
Perhaps
Good.
we will not be martyrs today after all.
Do I need to heal every time, even if I'm like pretty much full health? Or should I just, I mean, is there a limited amount of healing, or can everybody heal as many times as they want
You
it?
were an enforcer, were you not?
I was. It was more to me than a vocation. It was my purpose.
I hope ye didn't mean for mortal legs to contain a holy servant such as I.
You see, now I am curious as to which facet of the next troublesome.
I didn't say I'd be troubled. I was speaking.
Limited heals, okay. Yeah, I won't heal if unless I need to.
I have heard many
Thanks,
say
dude.
the same.
You're on the trail now. I have a special sense for illicit trade. Installed it myself.
Oh shit, dude! How did he get you? Came out of nowhere, dude. I saw it. If you play back my stream later, like, dude, he just came from the right and grabbed you out of nowhere. I won't grab the ammo unless somebody needs. No, actually, I need it. Actually, no, I need it. I had like 18. I don't know what I had. It was low, though. Good thing it's all recorded. I'm not just grabbing. You'll see that I'm not just grabbing ammo to be a dick.
This is it. Come on.
People that have like minus like 3 ammo and then they grab the box anyways. It's like, bro, you just fucked me from the ammo. You killed me, bro. I'm dead because of you. No. Can't start doing other people for your sausage fingers hitting the wrong button. Use your arrow, bro. Oh, I'm coming.
Rise up, psycho.
I got you. Yeah, good looking out, guys. Yo, who's got lightning? Sick. That was like the Emperor right there. Power! Unlimitedness power! Hey, what?
That saloon! That is the one!
I'm almost to ya.
Medical station!
Need ammo. Real quick.
It's covered in silver armor. Need to know what to look for. Also need the right kind of eyes. We've got company.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excessive force authorized!
This is holy work, Guardian!
I'm good. One person teabags and then everybody does it. You're too funny, my guy. A teabag can mean lots of things, you know what I mean? Just an acknowledgement that we're handling it, it's getting done, we're all in agreement. And when it happens over a dead body, it's one of the most disrespectful things that can go on in gamer history. The good old teabag. My days of Halo play.
Signal from Morningstar. We're on our own.
Oh shit! Armor wearing bastards, dude. Oh, what happened? Hang on. Yes. Back it up. Yeah.
Judgment has been delivered.
Music, dog. Music is sick. Fire. Use the breaching charge. And yeah. I do it. I'm doing it. Alright, it's planted. I like how that guy got stuck on the door. Fight your way to the bottom floor. Wait, did we lose somebody? Oh, what happened? Oh shit. Right here. Get to the bottom floor and Buddy's all the way at the bottom floor. Huh? No way to bring him back. This music, dude.
far. But be ready. The heretics won't take
Nice,
kindly to your
dude.
presence.
You got him.
You don't feel there should be more defensive? This feels too easy.
There we go. Going. Doing its thing. I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing it.
We're making progress.
Oh, heal? Hell yeah. Oh, wait, I don't need to heal. Somebody does, though. Hold it up right here. Oh, no. Alright, their heals. Whoever needed healing was healed. Ammo? Hell yeah. Don't got one. Yeah. Hit it.
About the state of our equipment.
Good. Okay. Shit, big guy, watch out.
We may heal here. They're in cover. Stand with us now.
Oh, dude, I didn't even realize I can do a heavy attack by holding attack or whatever. Hey, who the hell is shooting at me, dude? Oh, he's over here by the smoke. I'm dead. This level's wild. It's a little off the chain. Exit the obscure den. Den of thieves. Look at these. Yeah, buddy. Come on.
With profit, all things are possible.
The heretics cannot stand against our faith.
Hey! Thieves can conquer what an army cannot! It's the gunner!
What is built? Makes my guineas.
You forget. I've seen your operation aboard ship.
Alas, it is my fate to be forever misjudged.
The path goes down!
Power is exploding!
The heal thing right here.
Let us tend our wounds.
System ready. Hunkering down.
Oh, do we jump down right here in the middle? Oh.
They don't seem ready for you. What?
You are nothing!
Alright. And dude. Hell yeah.
A hound approaches! I do find the tech priest rather curious, I must admit.
She is a different kind of priest. One I do not understand.
Embrace her as you would any other loyal servant of the throne.
All right, you're in. Deploy your survey skull. Let's gather as much intel as we can.
Shut up!
Scan the data reach. Time to put the new vectors to work.
The man-to-man improvisation of these facilities really is quite something.
I'm so very glad you approve.
Ah, dude, get wrecked.
Engaging more protocols!
Oh yeah. How do
There's more blood than seems ideal. Heal up or shut up, freak.
Back to the server skull. Upload your data and proceed with the next phase. I need to analyze this data. Sleep, clear, and await updates.
Stand back!
That's a good data, whole team. Now destroy the synthesizer chambers and extract yourself.
I'm going. Oh shit. Bro.
The heretics about to rebuild. I would.
Yes, but it feels good. It might even save a few lives.
3 hours, Black Talon. What's up, dude? Billy Monkey is the best. Yeah. Oh, my health. Oh, I'm down. Nice.
Failed you.
We stand together
No, I'm
against
good.
the heretics.
Thank you.
I am in your debt. Die, Rager!
Oh.
Place to tend our wounds.
We've hit pay dirt. The Heritage has a Genesis chamber. Shut it down.
Psycho, you are wasting time.
We're good.
Acknowledge your aid.
Is there ammunition?
I'm looking out, you guys, and I'm out of ammo completely. Oh, I should have healed while I was down there. Let me go back to the real quick.
Feeble legs seem to have given way.
What do you tell I'm grabbing him. We're good. Stupid turret guy over there. Ah. I went down there to go get my health, and like I used it all up again. Right here, we're here.
There's a refractor field protecting the Genesis chamber. Disable it. Data screen looking good.
Oh, I got machine gun ammo or machine gun turret fire. Thanks, bro. Gone. Got him. Good. Yeah, there's a guy with the auto fire. Shit messes me up. Dude. I'd shoot him down if I had ammo, but nice, dude. Destroyed. Escape. We need to escape.
Find a service elevator and get back to the surface.
Escape, you guys. Yeah, dude, you see how you're passing me up all crazy when you're running? Oh, yeah. That's what I like to see. Running the marathon right here. Come on, you guys. Come on, you guys. Let's go, you guys. Is that everybody? Yeah. Everybody. Woo! Oh, shit, you guys. Oh, my eyes. I'm lying. Zealot, huh? Hell yeah. Woo-hoo. Weapon unlocked. Quick draw stub revolver. Emperor's gift. Yeah. Total kills 655. Oh yeah. Oh Lord. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Cheers, you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, no worries, bro. Handle. All right, yeah, I'll take a look at my weapons. Yeah, we want to switch this to that other one. Yeah, this one right here. What? Fine. Upgrade my weapon. Where would I go to upgrade my weapon? 30. The hanger.
Oh, blessed Omnisire, favor this tool of war.
Are these all mine? Oh, I see. Power, consecrate. Alright, I can either do that or empower or refine. Let's see, what does empower do? Ooh! Alright, let's do that. Do I have enough? Can I do it? Okay, let's do that. Upgrade. Wow.
Our prayers have been answered.
Do we do it again? Whoa!
And what do we have here?
One more time. Whoa!
The work is complete.
I mean, How many times should I do it? Should I just keep doing it? Oh, until it's maxed out, maybe?
It is done.
Alright, maybe I should stop right there, 'cause it doesn't look like it's going to be done in a while. I want to spend all my stuff. Go to the gun, too. Sure can. Should I wait for a better gun? Oh. Okay, let's give it a shot.
Praise the Omnissiah.
All right. Oh, I could add another one to it. Damn, should we do one more? Do one more. And we'll call it right there for the items, for the weapons. Oh, 19% impact for 1.5 on hit. I don't know what that does, but that's it. I think we're all right with that. I can't afford another one anyways. It's all good. Damn, dude, it makes me wonder, like, how hard is it to max an item up, or how long does it take to max everything? Oh, I took my face off. That's right. Here we are. We're back. Oh goodness, my eyes adjust right quick. Woo! Yeah, I did a little bit of upgrading. I just not too much. Was I supposed to do it here? At the Shrine of the Omnissiah. Or did I do something wrong and spend all my points and monies in the wrong spot? Sorry if I did, it's no worries, it's just whoops. This is how we learn. Yeah, here, check them out. I upgraded my Devil's Claw sword to the one that we just got. I upgraded it a hot few times, so now it does 30 damage. And I gave it a perk and a blessing. Yeah. And then this guy, I didn't do anything with this guy because I might be able to find a better one. Oh. Yeah. I should be good for the next one whenever you're ready. I'm just getting stuff, I'm getting my cereal ready over here. Woohoo! Oh shit. Level 3, bro? Are you sure? I don't know if that's, I don't know if that's such a good idea. But we'll be alright. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. I guess I could switch out. Wait a minute. Yeah.
A supply stockpile has been identified at manufacturer.
Did you ask me to play?
1736.
Am I playing with you
Heretic hands.
right now? Because I just hit the accept button and then there's this big guy next to me that's not your character. Now I'm wondering if I accepted somebody else's invite on accident. Whoops. If I did, I'll back out as soon as I get in there. Oh, damn, yeah, I don't see you in there, dude. Bro, whoops. Alright, yeah, I gotta... Oh, wait, yeah, that's you? You're Yordo?
We are all part of the Omnissiah's great machine. They play their role.
Mechanicus zone! Primary function! Weapons manufacture! There is much to be admired in these manufactoria. All work towards a common goal.
Accessing production Nexus Sigma 57 will yield access to the consignment yard.
Watch my back. I watch yours. Dazed. Your rage was not enough. Correct your aim. I'm reloading. Behold, another slain rager!
Damn, dude. Whoever killed the big guy before he got to me, like, he died in my face. Thank you. Good looking out.
They toil ardently in the Emperor's name.
I'm not crossing Commodore Holloway. Not for all the equalities on the morning.
Sounds like a puzzle grid to me.
out of the way.
Trying to do.
Oh yeah, you guys.
It is done.
So you
Good
can be
looking
useful,
out.
sell it.
My prayers are answered. Holy ammunition. Mission to the Ranger!
Navigate the workers' cloister with alacrity. Progress must be made.
I've your hand! Strike a sweet spot!
Whew. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff.
You cannot cheat death, heretics! Medicaid station!
Keep your friggin' heads!
Yeah, there was only a couple uses on that. Yeah.
Turn fire!
You cannot hide from judgment, heretic!
Shut your gob and aim better, Charlotte!
You are hard to miss!
Shit. Nice. Damn. Alright. Damn, dude. Nice, dude. Yep. Get him. Oh. Shit, got me. I'm down. It's all right. I'm good. They got me. Oh, I'm down again. Nice. Oh shit. Where are you? Yeah, you got him. I have no ammo left, only my sword. I'm gonna go after him with my sword. Oh, hold on. He got me, but it's alright. I give him a chance to go after him. Get him. He's almost dead. He's almost dead. Sliver, you guys. Nice, you guys. Good looking out, fellas.
Might make a soldier of you yet. Damnation! Cover me while I reload! Slab, come and be here! Emperor, walk with me in the shadow. Gone, trapper! He provides the means of death unto his
Yes.
Most beneficent Emperor.
What? Oh, no? I have to go back and rewatch the footage. Damn, you fell. You fell. I saw you fall. How do we get you back? That was a dog?
I fear. My
You're so far.
If the Emperor won't
Run. We'll get you right now.
Descend to the production nexus as soon as possible.
That's what I was looking for.
We're coming. Almost there, yeah. He can have it because better than I am.
The very forces.
I'm coming. I'm almost there.
Deploy them to gain access to coolant control.
Your death is not yet ordained.
Here, I got you. Yeah, buddy.
Now I owe you one, shouted. Another ranger dead.
I know you didn't fall. I saw you got blown off. I know that wasn't no noob move.
Data inbound. Continue. Defend.
Precision fire underway! Red shot on us! Jump on us!
Interrogator not responding. Manual override required. I can only imagine you attempted random inputs until it worked. But it is now working.
Ammunition! Now!
Damn, they got me. Right behind Buddy over there. Man.
Systems green. Uplink resuming. As you were.
Oh shit.
Beneficent Emperor! Burn me ammunition!
Parameters almost met.
Ammunition! About time!
Data interrogation concluded.
We're good. We're gold. Woohoo!
Security protocol subverted. You may now proceed to coolant control.
Oh, this brings back memories. One of them good.
Take strength from your past. Use it to build a
Yeah, Ghost Rider, what's up, my dude? Hope you're doing good, my guy.
holy ammunition.
Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Run, run.
Do not stray from his light.
No, hold on, we'll get you right now. I got you. Oh, somebody else is back there, I guess. Oh, they got me down, damn fuckers. Bastards. Here, you tricksters. Non-knocking motherfuckers. Sorry. Damn, dude.
Lest you be judged.
Thanks, man. This guy, turret guy, or minigun guy, whatever the fuck. Yeah, man. Oh yeah. Oh. I need a hell.
Coolant control seems operational. Fortunate. Access consignment yard Sigma 57.
Indomitus Crusade? What is it, mates? My greatest armada the universe has ever seen!
Still not sure about these Primaris Marines, though. I mean, my Space Marines weren't big enough.
Praise the Emperor's Polar ammunition! They're out bleeding!
Got it. Damn. Hope you grabbed it.
So irritating!
I hope you didn't get swooped on.
You need to group together.
So tell us, you priest, how did you come to serve the Emperor in such a manner?
I would explain, but I fear you lack the cognitive equipment to fully comprehend.
I'm gonna Call of Duty vibe zombie game. Damn, dude, that's wild.
Sweep and secure.
I'd be so mad. Wasteful. For that time put in. Holy shit. As long as you had fun, man. Along the journey. Oh my god, watch out. Oh shit! I don't know how they got me, but oh dude, they killed me. Oh, it was a grenade. Wow, dirty assholes. You got this, dog. I'm watching you. You got this. Like outside.
First objective, neutralize Skyfire defenses.
That's a dope cannon though you got. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Like, I'm okay. Nice. Thanks, you guys. Hook me up. Like, I'm not great, but I can at least, like... Hold it down for a second. Maybe not. I'm about to bag it. Grab that ammo.
My companions have chosen the path of sin, I see.
Nice, that cannon, dude. What was that? Oh shit! Again? Good. Oh shit! Yeah. Yeah, dude, the little guys are chopping me down so easily. I don't know if I just need better armor or like... Is there better armor? We'll see. Thanks, Ghost Rider. Not really, because I'm getting my ass handed to me, but thanks, bro. If it wasn't for Francis over here holding it down, I'm sure glad he's on our side.
Reinforcements inbound.
All for back.
Provide landing beacon.
Go.
See how the beacon shines!
Objectives are now complete. Survival should now concern.
Was that health over there? Oh no, dude! I got killed before I healed. Are you serious? I was mid-heal. That's bullshit, dude. That's crap. Fuck this game. Dude. At least I'm not that far away, I guess, right? Oh shit, they're just coming out of the ground, dude. Thanks, bro. Once again, I appreciate it. Go, 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 go. At least get close to everybody else that way. Nice. Yeah, dude.
Grant me your aid!
At least I'm healed now, damn. Oh, come out of the ground like that.
Engaging priority target! Yep, sorry.
Oh shit, here he comes. Fucker, get off me. The enemy's a sliver, you guys. Nice, thank you.
Consignment yard sigma 57 secured. Supplies secured. Good work.
Get him, get him. Hell yeah, dude. Was that really it? Good looking out, fellas. Holy shit. We actually made it. Woo! Francis! Oh, get behind the tank. Yeah, dude. Ghost Raider, you know. Good lord. Yeah, that was all Francis right there, dude. How many times I died? Did it say right here? 30 times? That's cool. That was dope. Unlock assault chainsword. Oh yeah. Too many times, dude. Smite all who oppose the Emperor. Become vengeance. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm cool after that one.
You don't look like much, but I
guess that's right. Ghost Raider knows
what we have. We have various devices.
Oh goodness!
That we depend on. They make the difference between getting the job done and getting dead.
Damn, dude, I think it's time for a victory puff.
Can you do that?
What's wrong with taking a little puff from time to time?
I don't trust you. I don't think you've got the brains to handle any of this gear. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, buddy. Well, dude, I was dope, bro. We did it. We kicked some ass. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna go back to gluing my little homie together, and then probably call it a night. Shortly after that, Ryan and what?
I'm surprised you can remember. It must be such a long time ago.
Penitentax.
Let me guide you in the act of penance.
I like rewards. Oh shit, son. Got a couple rewards. Our eternal reward. Am I actually getting them or no? Oh, I am getting them. That was a lot, dude. Like, these are all rewards. I'm not spending anything to get these, right? Like, it's not costing me nothing. I'm not messing up. And right, I'm just getting what's I'm just grabbing what's owed to me. Shit, dude, grab them all, bro. They're all mine. Look at all this. No wonder I'm butt-ass naked. I haven't gotten any of these rewards, dude. See? Ruined. Wasteful. In fact, just for that, I'm gonna have to take another. Yeah. Damn, dude. I missed out on a lot of rewards, bro. Oh, is that done on that one? Cool. Alright, that's better. When it's just one, it's a lot better. I thought it was going to be stacked on all of those like it was on that first one. Cool. Excellent. Alright, you guys. Well, that was cool for some Darktide. We did it. We leveled up quite a few times. Thanks to our homie, Francis in the chat. I appreciate you, bro.
To glory.
Carrying the team, leveling me up. I don't have to save game, right? Like, it's already saved on my thing. Yeah, buddy. Alright. Quick game. I'm gonna switch this before I... Wait, hold on. The switch turned off. Oh, that's me. Oh yeah, that's what I want though. We're figuring it out over here.
Migraines. In one instance, an air traffic controller almost caused a fatal plane crash because he was experiencing insomnia caused by living near a wind farm. Now, there have been about 20 studies done on wind farms, but they found no link between the turbines and people getting sick.
Who conducted these studies?
The wind turbine companies.
I thought so.
Still, it has been proven that people who live and work near a lot of noise experience higher levels of stress and have more cortisol in their blood than people who live in quiet environments. So if we know sound can be dangerous, could it be used as a weapon?
I'm gonna go with the yes.
Yup.
Oh, goodness.
The most dangerous frequencies to humans are at about 7 hertz. This is the median alpha rhythm of the brain and the resonant frequency of many of the body's organs.
What does all that word salad mean?
This means that at high enough volume, these sounds can directly affect the central nervous system, causing panic, convulsions, vomiting, and with long enough exposure, organ rupture and death. And one of the most well-known inventors of infrasonic weapons was a Russian-born French scientist named Vladimir Gavreau. Now, Gavreau became interested in sound research.
All right, back to finishing our little homie. We got some Y-files in the background.
In Marseille. Now,
Some
tracked the problem
live
of air conditioning
Y-files.
units that were generating low-frequency sound.
Oh,
When
actually,
the
let me
units were
shut
turned
down
off,
the laptop
the problem
right
suddenly
quick.
disappeared. So, Gavreau began experimenting with acoustics to create a weapon for
That
the
was
French military.
dope, dude.
Whenever we discover something dangerous,
We
turn it
fucked
into a
shit
weapon.
up, Francis.
That does seem to be what happens.
Gain of function.
I'm going for a paint
So
eye.
Gavreau developed a few prototypes which he tested on himself
Well,
and
yeah.
his team. And according to
Let
reports,
me tell you, we're not using the glue to do it.
instantly. And Gavreau wrote, his internal
I promise.
organs mashed into an amorphous jelly by the vibrations.
Laptop is
That even people in
off.
nearby
We're all
labs were
good
sick
and
for
chilling.
hours. They said every organ in their body was vibrating. Hearts, lungs, stomachs, everything. Now these weapons used infrasound.
Oh no,
which are
we did good,
frequencies below
bro.
human
We
hearing.
kicked ass.
What about frequencies above
You
human
kicked
hearing?
ass.
That's called ultrasound.
But I
it's
helped
also
you kick a
dangerous.
little
There are
ass.
2 ways that ultrasound damages.
That was fun. It was
The
dope.
first is that sound waves can
We
actually
did all
heat
right.
up human cells.
Thanks for
which
holding it down.
Causes all kinds of problems. The other is something called cavitation. When sound waves pass through an object, they rapidly push and pull on that object. This is called compression and refraction.
Where did I
When
leave
ultrasound
off?
causes human cells to
Does
cavitate,
glue good?
it creates bubbles in the
Did it
tissue.
glue well?
And this is exactly what happens to divers suffering
It
from
looks
decompression
all
sickness.
right.
Right, the bends. Ultrasound is such an effective weapon that it's been used by the U.S. Navy to repel pirates. So the U.S. has used sonic weapons against its enemies. But have the enemies of the U.S.
Man, what's
used
up?
sonic weapons to attack Americans? Turns out, they have. A strange illness has
one's
been afflicting
good. This
American
one's good.
intelligence officers and
Oh, it
diplomats in
didn't
Cuba.
glue on
and
at
it's now known as
all.
Havana syndrome. And this summer, the CIA reported that
piece.
officers were
My
experiencing
side
symptoms
piece.
while traveling to India. And 2 U.S. officials visiting Hanoi suffered unexplained health incidents. And recently, German officials confirmed that they are investigating an alleged sonic attack against the U.S. Embassy in Berlin. So what does Havana syndrome feel like? Well, it's described as someone suddenly experiencing a broad range of symptoms like migraines, anxiety, dizziness, lapses
my
in
other eyes
memory,
on.
and cognitive disruption. Now, some people describe that they feel like they were hit by a blast wave or a beam of energy. And in some cases, the symptoms were brief, but other people experienced such devastating effects that they required hospitalization and long-term care. The first cases of Havana syndrome were reported in 2016 when Canadian and American officials arrived in Cuba. Now, CIA officers stationed at the embassy there reported feeling fatigue, nausea, and pressure headaches. And brain scans showed tissue damage that's normally seen in people with concussions after being in a car accident. The issue was so serious that the Obama administration evacuated the embassy.
And what did the Cubans have to say about it?
Oh, they had no idea what could be happening.
Uh-huh.
And since then, Havana syndrome has been reported by U.S. officials all over the world. Cuba, China, Russia, Colombia, Uzbekistan, even the United States. And last year, 2 White
I'm
House
up
staff
for another
experienced
catch, but
symptoms
he was
while working at the White House.
with
The According to investigators, the illness could be the result of a sonic weapon or exposure to high-energy microwaves.
I am off
Another study
patrol.
done by the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine said that directed pulsed radio frequency energy could be responsible. Many intelligence officers are quietly pointing the finger at Russia.
Handle, my dude. Go troll and annoy away. Are you telling me to pet my cats, or are you telling me that you're gonna annoy your cats by petting them?
The CIA and State Department have
Wait.
prioritized getting to the root cause of Havana syndrome.
Oh, they're always trying to get to the root cause.
They are.
Do they ever find it? Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish. This is If you had fun or learned,
He's gonna be mad,
help us out
dude.
by
Hold on.
liking, commenting, or sharing this video. Only with your help can we defeat the algorithm.
That,
Until next time, be
this. Oh. All right, here we go. Good kitty. She started growling though. Ah, she's on, so I'm out of here, dude. Hey, bye. She's all mad I bothered her.
You look around. Everything seems back to normal. The coffee maker is black.
It's all right. She'll live. She'll be back.
What was that?
Especially when I open the treats.
Your imagination? It seems
When I
so
even
real.
pick up the box, somehow they know, they sense it. Show up. All of a sudden they love me
You
again.
somehow slipped through the multiverse. For a brief moment, you switched lives with yourself in an alternate reality. There are documented cases of this happening to people all over the world. This happened to a man traveling through Tokyo airport.
Oh, dude, now she's bugging me, bro. She's all, hey, you're gonna bug me by touching me? Now I want some water.
The only
Let me go
problem
turn on
was
the water for real
country
quick.
that
I'll be right
issued it
back.
Didn't exist. Quantum mechanics sounds like science fiction. Things happen at the quantum level that we just don't understand. For instance, we can measure the position of an electron, but where things get weird is, before you measure the position of that electron, it behaves like a wave. And this is proved by the double slit experiment. I won't go into that now, but we covered it in detail in our episode about simulation theory, which is linked below. If you watch that video, make sure you've got a brain bucket handy. Anyway, you can think of the wave function as the sum of all the positions of an electron simultaneously.
So it exists everywhere?
It exists everywhere, at the same time.
Oh boy, do we have Tylenol? I got a headache.
I know. Even famous physicist John Wheeler said, if you're not completely confused by quantum mechanics, you don't understand it.
He was right about that.
As soon as you measure that electron, it locks in that one unique position. But many scientists believe there are universes that exist for every position of that electron. And in those infinite universes, there are infinite versions of you. This is called the many worlds theory. Every time a quantum measurement is taken, the universe branches off into another parallel universe. Since there are an infinite number of these universes, out there somewhere is a reality where dinosaurs didn't go extinct. There's a universe where Americans lost the war for independence. Even a universe where you're a big movie star. They're all out there. But nobody thought those realities could interact with each other. Until 2014, scientists proposed a theory based off many worlds called many interacting worlds. This theory says that not only do infinite parallel universes exist, but they can and do interact with each other. This might explain why Lorena Garcia woke up one morning wearing different pajamas. She went to work and someone else was in her office. She worked in the same building, but now was in a different department and worked for a boss she didn't know. And when she got home, her ex-boyfriend was there, but they broke up months ago.
Awkward.
Or in 1851, Joseph Voren was found wandering around Frankfurt, Germany. When authorities asked him where he was from, he said the country of Laxaria. When he was shown a map, he knew the geography of the Earth perfectly well. But to him, the continents were named Sakria, Aflar, Aslar, Oslar, and Uplar. Another incident happened in 1905.
A man was caught stealing a loaf of bread in Paris. When he was captured by police, he spoke a language no one could recognize. They figured out he was saying he was from Lisbia.
Spoiled ass animals.
Portuguese interpreters were brought in. They said
only because I live in their house, bro. This is their room. This is their desk.
And that takes us to the story.
God forbid I ask them to get off of it when they're on it.
Out of his own universe and into
or hell will break loose,
launching a mystery that would last for almost 70 years.
When you mention parallel universes, the eyes sort of roll up and you giggle and you say to yourself, this is just silly. This is nuts. However, things have changed now. The paradigm has shifted.
Yep.
The multiverse idea.
Yep. No, everything belongs to them. Everything.
Crazy. It only belonged on
this table, my shelf up there behind me,
it's unavoidable.
Me, my clothes, my sweatshirts. As soon as I take the sweatshirt off and put it down somewhere, they lay on it saying, "This is mine. Why were you wearing this? Did I give you permission to put this on? To take my bed and put it on your
economy from military focus to
body?" You know what I mean?
And this new market created tremendous opportunities.
Yeah,
People
dude.
from all over the world poured into Japan daily, usually coming through Haneda Airport in Tokyo. It was a hot afternoon in July.
Better be nice down there.
And the
And she's mean to her little brother too.
These were the days before full body scanners and
Remove your laptops, tablets, and place them in their own dirty plastic tray that's still wet from the last guy for some reason.
Right.
Take off your belt, your shoes, and remove any lotions, creams, and gels, and place your personal items in another dirty plastic tray.
Might have to super glue this piece. It's not sticking with the Mia glue. Hey, bro, I was just talking about how this is your table. This guy's on my table here.
This is what we...
What are you doing over there? Who said you could come up here? Hmm? That's not your shelf up there. Hey! You see what I mean? Bro, your treats aren't up there. Oh my god. I don't know. It's because I usually keep their treats up there. So he thinks they're up there. He's gonna go ask for them. It's like, come on, dude. No, I have nothing for you. You had some earlier. Go away. Go away. What's up? Punk ass animals. My favorites. You're like, yup, exactly. I'm lucky they allow me in the house. Yep.
Torred was visibly upset.
Animals.
The officers brought him a map of Europe, asked him to point out Torred, and without hesitation, he pointed to a small
Let's see how the
country
super
on the
glue
border of
works.
France
We're going
and
to try
Spain.
super glue.
And this made sense to
Make
the
it a little
customs
easier
officers
for
because
just this
even
piece.
though Janansfer was speaking Japanese, he did have a French accent. But the problem wasn't his language, it was his country. The officers told him that he was pointing to the Principality of Andorra, and there's no such place as Torred. Janansfer started arguing. He said the kingdom of Torred is 1,000 years old, and he'd never heard of anything called Andorra, which he thought sounded fake. Janansfer then said he had traveled through this very airport twice this month and never had a problem. He had stamps in his passport to prove it. Now, this was easy enough to check. The customs agents confirmed that the stamps were authentic, but they still weren't convinced of his story. Janansfer took out his wallet to show the agents. As a business traveler, he carried different currencies with him. The customs agents examined the money. He had currency from Japan and several European nations, but he also had money from Torred, which seemed like real currency except for the fact that there's no such place. He also had traveler's checks. Unfortunately for him, the checks were issued by a bank that didn't exist. The agents started to suspect Janansfer might be up to no good, maybe a criminal or a spy. They asked where he was staying. Janansfer gave them the number of his hotel and assured the agents he had been on the phone with them that morning making his reservation. They called the hotel, which was there, but they had no reservation under this man's name. Now, the hotel could have made a mistake. So Janansfer instructed the agents to call his office in Tokyo. Surely this would settle the matter. They called. The company had no record of an employee named Broderick Janansfer. The man from Torred and the customs agents were stunned. They had no idea what to do.
Right.
Then the phone in the corner of the room rang. An agent answered, listened for a moment, then turned to Janansfer and said, "Sir, you're coming with us." The customs agents were stuck. They had never seen anything like this before, but they couldn't let the man go without investigating. They confiscated Broderick Janansfer's passport, his money, and other documents.
Since I already started the right on. Hey, is it cool that the guy with the cyclone missile launcher have one of these?
To call room service. The evening passed without incident. Janansfer complained of a headache, but he hoped a meal might make him feel better. He ordered room service and settled in for the night. The following morning, the customs agents called Janansfer's
I forgot what it was
room,
called.
but got no answer.
You guys told me though, something that it shoots out some grenade, anti-tank weapon or something like that. Is it cool that the missile launcher, cyclone missile launcher guy has this thing, or should I go like regular hand, regular fist,
supervisor for letting this
without that thing?
But they insisted that they did not leave their post. The windows didn't open, and the door was the only way in or out.
Oh, it's chain fist. Wait, it's like a little mini chainsaw.
Food. Nobody went in or came out of that room all night. Now, back at the airport, customs was still investigating. When they went to retrieve Janansfer's documents, even though they were stored in a locked security office, they were gone.
Must have gotten them mixed up with something else.
Checkbook, everything vanished. It's as if the man from Torred never existed.
We'll do that. We'll do
Word
that.
of the investigation.
We're gonna let him have a chain fist.
In the Japanese
There'll be rocket launchers to hit, hit hard from far away. And if anything gets close, he's got his chain fist to handle.
In the years
and a
since
bolter in the other hand.
Arrived and disappeared, there have been a lot of theories. One was that he was an intelligence agent working on
and a little puff
his
for
passport
good
and
luck.
documents were fake to ensure that the
look.
government he worked for would never be revealed.
Don't look, ma.
The Cold War was gearing up, and spies.
Oh, it is anti-tank weapon. Oh, okay.
A highly trained covert operative might be able to find a way out of that hotel room without alerting the guards. But it doesn't explain how his documents disappeared from a secure room in the airport. The theory that's most popular is that the man from Torred was actually from an alternative universe. Somehow, during his flight, he crossed over into this one. Nothing on the flight changed that much that he noticed. He was just unaware that the country he was from no longer existed. And that night, when he was complaining of a headache, it could have been our two realities trying to get back into sync. And when they did, the man and his belongings went back to the correct universe. And maybe, at the very same time in the other universe, a businessman from Andorra was having a difficult day. And maybe that man was detained by security officers, who insisted there's no such place as Andorra. And the country that man pointed to on the map was actually the Kingdom of Torred, a nation that had existed for 1,000 years. Or maybe. The man from Torred is an urban legend that's been around for a long time. The current version of the story, the one that you heard today, goes back to 1981. That year, a book was published called The Directory of Possibilities, which was a collection of stories, strange events, and theories, and in that book, there was one interesting passage.
And, in 1954, a passport check in Japan is alleged to have produced a man with papers issued by the nation of Torred.
The author got this from a news article that goes back to 1960. There was a man named John Allen Zegras who wanted to travel the world. So he invented a country, a capital, a language, and put all these on a passport that he created himself. And Zegras claimed to be working as an intelligence agent for Colonel Nasser, who was then Prime Minister of Egypt. He said the passport was issued at Tamanrasset, the capital of Tuareg. Now, Tamanrasset is a real city in Algeria, but Tuareg is a country he made up. Still, he traveled all over the Middle East using this story. Not only did countries accept his Tuaregian passport, but because he said he worked for the Egyptian Prime Minister, they rolled out the red carpet for him.
But Zegras ran into a snag when he got to Tokyo. They didn't buy any of it. He was arrested for having a forged passport and possessing fake checks. The country he used on that passport wasn't Tuareg. He said he was from Ngusi Habisi Gulao Esprit, which doesn't mean anything.
Well, at least that one has a little pizzazz.
It does.
Been on for 440. It's pretty good. We did all right. We're doing all right.
He said he was an intelligence
In fact,
agent.
cheers, you guys. Don't forget to hit that like button.
Direction of the United States. That story didn't pan out, and he was sentenced to a year in prison. And that's how the legend of the man from Tuareg got started. And like every good urban legend, there's some truth to it.
So we're not going to glue on the arms until
universes may exist.
Until I primer it.
They could interact.
Paint it.
The only real mystery left is what
We're going
happened
to
to
glue
John
on this
Allen
piece right
Zegras
here
after
real
he got out of
quick.
prison. Nobody's been able to track him
Chain
down. He seems to
fist.
have disappeared once again.
Wait, so it is an anti-tank weapon, but it's for it's a chain fist sword thing that you can cut a tank up with? Like it can go through tanks? Is that what you're telling me?
The Y files, it is
A chain sword
it's very,
that goes through tanks.
It's just good, you know what I mean? Like you
When I think anti-tank weapon, I think like either a fatty landmine or some sort of like rocket. And when I see this little tiny thing on the arm, well, it's not a little tiny thing in real size, but when I see this little tiny thing, I think Men in Black cricket, a little cricket gun, Men in Black, so it's just a little tiny, and then blows up the whole tank,
Bill Nye style information, but with like very interesting
I've had
topics.
too much wine. I can
for
see
adults,
that.
it's pretty great.
Oh, bro, don't even drip. But yeah, no worries, man. You're just gonna relax it, chill it, hang out.
Of all the species that have ever existed on Earth,
We're just gonna glue the other stuff together. These parts. We're gonna glue these parts together, and then the missile launcher for the back, and then we're probably gonna call it a night. Then we'll continue it next week.
But sometimes a mass extinction can happen very, very suddenly. Some scientists think we're on the verge of a sixth
that's pretty
mass
sick.
extinction. Others think it's already begun.
Better understanding of this now. Thank you.
Is there anything we can do to stop it?
And since it actually like pops into place, we're gonna use the Timmy glue.
The Earth is always changing.
Timmy glue.
There's the climate. There's. Excuse me?
Oh, I've been hearing this for years.
No, that's not
Hey,
what I.
if the climate gets colder, you'll be fine.
Why's that?
Because you're covered in wool.
Oh, because I'm a.
Yeah. First, Al Gore told me that in 5 years, the polar bears would be sunburned and everything would be underwater. That was 30 years ago.
You're missing
I
my-
can't drive an SUV, but oh sure, those big shots can take their private jets to Davos so they can wag their finger in my face.
I'm not saying.
Drive an electric car. It's green.
Damn, dude, this glue this glue is strong, bro. Every time I glue something, it's just woo, like rubbing alcohol. Maybe stronger. Oh, I forgot to put a little piece on this side.
My point is, man-made or not, the climate is always changing.
Oh.
Okay?
Yeah, sorry. I gotta stay off Twitter for a while.
That's always a good idea. It's not just the climate of the Earth that's changing, but also the core within the Earth, as well as the ground beneath our feet. The science of earthquakes is called seismology, but seismology is not an exact science. Seismologists and geologists think they know how earthquakes work and what causes them, but they're not able to predict them with any consistency. If they could, they would. Let's add up the deaths from 3 large, fairly recent earthquakes. The 1976 Tangshan earthquake in China, the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami, the 2010 Haiti earthquake. On the low end, those events killed 700,000 people, but that number is probably closer to 1.2 million.
Arms are good.
Let that sink in for a minute. It's important. Those aren't numbers. Those are people. They're infants, the elderly, entire families.
The
In one
head I'll
day,
cut out
a million
later.
people are just gone.
I already know which one
You
I
would think
want
that
anyway.
mainstream
The one with
science would
the
be open to
monocle or
new
whatever.
ideas that could help predict these disasters. You would think they would entertain alternative theories that could save millions of lives. You would think so, but
All right,
you would
time
be
to
wrong.
put together
History
the
of science is
Cyclone
filled with
missile
alternative
launcher.
theories that were once ridiculed but are now accepted. The idea of continental drift was called nonsense. An asteroid impact killing the dinosaurs was called science fiction.
At one time, if you said the Earth orbits the sun, the church might seize your property and throw you in prison. Things haven't changed all that much. A mass extinction is defined as an event where at least 75% of species on Earth are wiped out. There's evidence of 5 major mass extinctions that have occurred throughout Earth's history. The first was 450 million years ago. Another was 375 million years ago. The most catastrophic extinction, known as the Great Dying, took place 252 million years ago. During the Great Dying, a staggering 96% of all life on Earth was wiped out. Another event was 201 million years ago, and 66 million years ago was the infamous KT asteroid impact, which killed off the dinosaurs. On average, these mass extinctions happen about every 75 million years. While some causes of these events have been identified, some remain a mystery. In addition to the major extinctions, many smaller events have also occurred. For centuries, scientists have been debating what causes these events and changes to the Earth. There are 2 camps. There are the gradualists or uniformitarians. They argue that Earth changes occur slowly over an extended period, like mountains being formed slowly as rock is pushed up from the Earth's mantle. Then those mountains are slowly weathered away by erosion. In the other camp are catastrophists. They claim that Earth changes happen quickly and through dramatic events. Events like asteroid impacts, widespread volcanic eruptions, pole shifts, and massive solar flares. In other words, the scary stuff. Throughout history, catastrophists have been ridiculed by the gradualists, but there's mounting evidence to suggest that catastrophists may be onto something. Researchers like Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson, Robert Schoch, John Anthony West, and many others have presented compelling arguments that Earth changes happen suddenly rather than over eons.
Here what you have to visualize is a tsunami sweeping over the land that's over 1,000 feet deep. Wow.
There are recent events that support these claims. In January 2023, seismic data published by Chinese scientists hinted at a recent slowdown or even a halt in the rotation of the Earth's core. The Earth's core is huge, about the size of Mars. It's made of an inner core, which is mostly solid iron, and the outer core, which is molten iron and nickel. The interaction between the inner and outer core produces a geodynamo, which generates the Earth's magnetic field. If the core slows down or stops, the consequences would be severe. In another episode, I described exactly what would happen. There's a link below, but I have to warn you, it's terrifying. But after the initial disaster resulting from a pole shift, animals and even technology could adapt. But there is a theory that the speed and direction of the Earth's core affect more than the magnetic field. The theory says core changes are linked to more devastating events, like earthquakes. And if this theory is right, life on Earth is about to become very different. Jim Birkeland was a professional geologist who worked for the United States Geological Survey, or USGS. He became prominent in the 1980s when he started making specific predictions about upcoming earthquakes. He first came to the public's attention on October 13th, 1989. That day, he gave an interview where he predicted a major earthquake would hit Northern California between October 14th and October 21st of that year.
While the Bay Area is rumbling with excitement over the first ever Bay Bridge World Series, the Earth may be putting on a show. A county geologist is predicting an earthquake to hit the Bay Area anytime from tomorrow to the 21st of October. It will be the World Series quake, according to Santa Clara County geologist Jim Birkeland. The trembler, he predicts, could be anywhere from 3.5 to 6.0 on the Richter scale. Birkeland is basing his prediction on the unusual gravitational pull of the moon and Earth.
Birkeland was right. The 6.9 magnitude earthquake occurred on October 17th, just 4 days later, and right in the middle of Birkeland's window, and right in the middle of the World Series.
Candy Maldonado with the hesitation, allowing Jose Canseco to score, and he fails to get Dave Parker at second base, so the Oakland A's take. I'll tell you
what, After that, Birkeland was told by government officials to stop making predictions because he might create a mass panic. At the time, he was working as a geologist for Santa Clara County, but 2 weeks after his prediction, he was suspended from his job. But he didn't stop making predictions. He successfully called the Northridge earthquake that hit San Francisco in 1994. and he predicted a large earthquake in Seattle. After that, he was asked to leave his job. But people were still interested in how he was making his predictions. Birkeland believed that gravitational forces and tidal stresses from the moon played a role in triggering earthquakes. His predictions factored in high tides, new and full moons. He also noticed a correlation between seismic activity and animal behavior. His theory was magnetic fields fluctuate just before a quake, which causes these behavioral changes, especially in fish, birds, dogs, and cats. Mainstream geologists reject all of this and say that Birkeland's predictions are not scientific. They say earthquakes are caused by pressure within the Earth's crust. And when that pressure is released as energy, we get an earthquake. But that's like saying an earthquake is when the ground shakes. It's a description, not an explanation. What's causing the release of the pressure? Meteorologist Kevin Martin of the Southern California Weather Authority also wanted to know this answer. He thought there could be a connection between earthquakes, weather, and solar activity. He made a prediction in 2009.
In fact, during the Northridge quake of 1994, a large ridge of high pressure was carved in the exact same spot.
Damn, dude, these pieces are too small, bro.
A wind event. The window for that is January 9th to the 14th. This is exactly in geologist Jim Birkeland's window. So, any bets on the table for a larger quake would be during that window. Now, I'm not saying to my viewers to run because a Northridge-style quake is coming, but I must say the pattern is nearly identical to it. And if weather patterns are any indication of a quake delivery, then always be prepared. In light of Mr. Birkeland's window falling in this weather pattern, I have taken the measure to prepare in case a quake hits. You always have to be prepared.
Kevin Martin and Jim Birkeland were both right. On January 9th, 2009, there were 2 earthquakes in almost exactly the place where they predicted. Birkeland's model gained further support as the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami earthquake and the 2023 Turkey earthquake occurred during full moons. Mainstream geologists like to point out that Birkeland was occasionally wrong, both in the intensity and timing of his predictions. But he was also frequently right. And how many earthquake predictions have mainstream geologists made that have been right?
0.
0. Birkeland's success and mainstream science's lack of success indicates that our thinking about what causes earthquakes is incomplete. If there are other factors, why aren't they being explored? Is it because mainstream scientists are afraid of being wrong? Or maybe scientists are afraid of something else? On September 3rd, 2017, the United States Geological Survey reported an earthquake with a magnitude of 6.3 not far from a North Korean nuclear test site. South Korean authorities said the earthquake seemed to be artificial, consistent with an underground nuclear test. North Korea confirmed that it had detonated a 15-kiloton hydrogen bomb, and this came as a terrifying surprise to the diplomatic, intelligence, and defense communities.
Would you say it sent shock waves through the world?
I would, but
This test was a seismic shift in the region that rocked the foundations of diplomacy?
Puns, great.
Oh, so this test shook the world to its core and had other countries quaking in their boots?
You done?
I got a few more, actually.
I swear I will wring your...
Okay. I'll stop. You know I only do that to see the look in your stupid face, right?
Real nice.
Hey, let me ask you. Is it irony that I'm the fish, but you're the one that keeps taking the bait?
That's it. No one had suspected that North Korea had reached that level of advancement with its nuclear weapons program. Then, just a few weeks later, in October 2017, the entire underground Korean nuclear facility collapsed after a massive earthquake. More than 200 people were killed, including most of North Korea's nuclear scientists. Within a few months, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un said his country was open to discussing peace with South Korea and the United States, and the possibility of giving up its nuclear weapons program. In June, a new peace treaty was signed. After his nuclear lab and top scientists were killed in that earthquake, Kim Jong-un had no choice but to negotiate. That worked out nicely for the United States. But what if the earthquake and destruction of the nuclear facility wasn't a natural event? What if the earthquake was caused by a new type of weapon? For years, rumors swirled that the United States had developed a highly advanced sonic weapon. Using sound waves, it could superheat the Earth's upper atmosphere and communicate with military units and submarines at sea. It could alter the weather, and yes, believe it or not, induce earthquakes. The weapon is known as HARP.
HARP?
Yes, HAARP.
Oh, the club for old people.
No, that's something else.
Ah.
HAARP stands for High Amplitude Active Auroral Research Program. It's a program that researches the ionosphere, the upper layer of the atmosphere, which ranges from about 30 miles to 600 miles above the Earth's surface. According to the original HAARP website, there is an emphasis on being able to enhance communications and surveillance systems for both civilian and defense purposes.
Surveillance using the ionosphere? That doesn't sound good.
Well, that's why there are a lot of rumors about HAARP. The HAARP website acknowledged that experiments were conducted to fire directed beams of energy in order to temporarily excite a limited area of the ionosphere. Now, disturbing the ionosphere could have major and even disastrous consequences for the environment. HAARP was very active in the days and hours leading up to Hurricane Katrina making landfall in 2005. Hurricanes are energized by heat. The specific function of HAARP is to heat or energize the upper atmosphere. Now, did HAARP affect the hurricane? Well, we don't know. Could it have? Sure. Later that same year, HAARP was intensely active when Hurricane Ophelia started behaving in strange ways. It changed directions multiple times against all normal meteorological predictions. It was almost as if something was playing around with Ophelia to see if they could manipulate its intensity and direction. In 2008, a rare July hurricane named Bertha suddenly formed off the coast of Africa. It was a very low-level storm, but then the HAARP transmitters fired up. Within 8 hours, Bertha went from a weak Category 1 to an intense Category 4 storm. Almost as soon as HAARP was shut down, Bertha calmed down and weakened. Kevin Martin had already made the connection between electrical storms, high-pressure systems, and weather in earthquake events. Jim Birkeland showed that tidal forces and gravitational effects were connected to earthquakes. But could a device like HAARP be capable of doing both? Well, that had yet to be tested until 2008. Cyclone Nargis began just a few days after HAARP resumed activity at 5:45 in the morning on April 27, 2008. On April 28th, the storm was basically stationary. By April 29th, Nargis had sustained winds of 100 miles per hour and began moving. It turned rapidly eastward, intensified, and reached peak winds of 135 miles an hour. On May 2nd, it made landfall at maximum strength. It maintained winds of at least 80 miles an hour for hours before it dissipated. The HAARP energy activity continued for days. It finally stopped late in the day on May 11th. About 8 hours later in Chengdu, China, there were reports of strange animal behavior. Iridescent glowing clouds suddenly appeared. Now, if you drew a straight line from Nargis's path as it made landfall, you'd hit Chengdu. Suddenly, a massive earthquake hit Chengdu with a magnitude of 8.0 and caused a chain reaction of explosions in the Shuan Mountains. These explosions destroyed the Chinese Army's largest armory and their newest weapons test bases. Nuclear facilities that reportedly included several nuclear warheads were also severely damaged. After carefully analyzing the seismic data, experts said the energy released was equivalent to that of an underground nuclear explosion. They claimed that non-geological shock had occurred at the earthquake epicenter.
Non-geological?
Unnatural.
Uh-oh.
Over those 2 weeks, the Nargis cyclone and Chengdu earthquake claimed
Damn,
the
dude, I
lives
feel like
of
I
more
need
than
to
160,000
sharpen these
people and severely damaged China's military
fire
infrastructure.
pincers?
Today, HAARP is still in use and is run by the
Wire
University
cutters?
of Alaska Fairbanks. But that's relatively new. Prior to 2014, it was under the direct control of the United States Department of Defense. Now, all of this is speculation and rumor. And of course, the US military and government say that HAARP is nothing more than a radio tower to monitor the ionosphere. But it cost $300 million to build in 1993. That's almost $700 million in today's dollars.
That's an awful lot of scratch for a radio tower.
It sure is. There's so much more to talk about regarding the HAARP project, and it needs its own video, so if you'd like to see that, let me know in the comments. Now, whether by controlling the weather or deploying nuclear weapons, the human race certainly has the ability to destroy all civilization on Earth. But even with all that technology and firepower, it's not enough to kill off 75% of all life on Earth. A true extinction-level event of that magnitude is not going to come from here. It's going to come from out there. There are a lot of interesting numeric coincidences in astronomy. For instance, the moon's diameter is 2,160 miles.
That's just the right diameter, and the moon is just far enough away to create nearly perfect solar eclipses. 2,160 years also happens to be the exact length of each astronomical age in the precession of equinoxes. Earth's cycle of precession, the arc around which the North Pole wobbles, moves about 1 degree every 72 years. This completes a full cycle called the Great Year, or the cycle of precession, in 25,920 years, or about 26,000 years. According to best estimates, the Sun resides 26,000 light years from the center of the galaxy. One orbit of the solar system around the center of the galaxy takes about 260 million years. What we see are called decimal harmonics of the number 26 over and over again. Now, most scientists would agree that these numbers are meaningless. They're just a coincidence. But what if they're not? What if they're trying to tell us something very important about our future? There are a collection of experiments that may show that these numbers have some kind of special meaning. When physicists can't explain things seen through telescopes, theories have to be created. Some of these theories are based on math and can explain quite a bit. But sometimes the math doesn't work, and the theories get more creative. One example of this is the phenomenon of dark matter. The idea of dark matter comes from scientists who agreed that they found a connection between mass, the physical stuff, and gravity. But a problem began when they started looking at other stars and galaxies and got clearer and clearer images. There just isn't enough stuff to create enough gravity to hold everything together. Galaxies and solar systems should be flying apart based on all the energy and momentum they're generating. So instead of simply abandoning the idea that there was a direct connection between mass and gravity, they came up with a new idea, dark matter. The gravity is obviously out there, so all this missing matter must also be out there. It's just invisible. We can't see it or detect it with any type of instrument.
Oh, so there's no proof of dark matter?
None. And there are plenty of experiments that show there are other forces at work in the universe that mainstream physicists aren't accounting for. In the days before communication satellites, shortwave radio was crucial for long-distance communication. Shortwave transmissions are high-frequency radio signals that can be bounced off the Earth's ionosphere. Those signals can bounce over and over again, covering large distances. This is called signal propagation, and this allows operators to talk to each other all over the world. The Radio Corporation of America, or RCA, noticed that the quality of shortwave transmissions changed quite a bit depending on sunspot cycles. The more sunspots, the more the magnetic field of the sun seemed to interfere with shortwave transmissions. When the sun was quiet, shortwave radio was, and is, much more reliable. Now, during World War II, the potential communications blackout that sunspots and solar storms might cause was of great concern for the armed forces. You can't plan a major offensive assault against the enemy if there's a chance your comms might go down. So a radio engineer at RCA named John Nelson was asked to come up with a method of predicting when the storms would occur. What Nelson discovered was a surprise. He found that radio interference rose and fell not just with the sunspot cycles, but also with the motions of the major planets in the solar system. This was a revolutionary idea. His study found that the relative positions of the gas giants like Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune seemed to have the most dramatic effects on the signals.
You forgot one.
What?
A gas giant, you forgot one. Uranus. Uranus has got a lot of gas.
Right, it's a gas ice giant like Neptune.
Oh, what? You don't want to forget Uranus.
Please don't.
What? Don't be shy about Uranus. Be proud of Uranus.
Stop it.
Hey,
All right, buddy. Have a good night, my guy. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for saving me through the game. I appreciate your time and your chillage. And I will catch you on the next one, my dude. I'm going to be doing some Stargate tomorrow. We got the new episode of Reacher on Thursday. Friday, we got either the bonus features for the original Star Wars trilogy or episode 1 of Star Wars. And then we'll be back Monday for another anime movie. And then back Tuesday with doing some more of this. Thank you for hanging out, dude. Thank you for chilling.
In other
Catch
words,
you soon.
the
Cheers.
average quality curve of radio signals followed the cycle curve between Jupiter and Saturn rather than the sunspot curve.
Nelson concluded that while sunspot activity did have an effect on the quality of shortwave radio signals, the locations of the planets had a far greater effect. Now, this shouldn't happen. There's nothing in mainstream physics that can explain this. Not gravity, not magnetism, nothing. Nelson's research gets even stranger. Not only do planets have a major influence on the energetic output of the sun, that influence changes depending on the planet's position relative to the sun and each other, and at what precise angle.
Wait, what?
Well, a 1951 Time magazine article described it like this.
Nelson studied the records of RCA's receiving station at Riverhead, New York, looking for some correlation between the magnetic storms and the positions of the planets. He found that most of the storms took place when two or more planets were in what he calls a configuration. That is, with angles of 0 degrees, 90 degrees, or 180 degrees between the lines connecting them with the sun. The more planets involved in a configuration, the more serious the storm is likely to be. During the Great Magnetic Storm of July 1946, for instance, 3 planets, the Earth, Jupiter, and Saturn, were in a configuration, and 3 others, Mercury, Venus, and Mars, were also in a critical relationship.
But what the article did not talk about was the fact that these configurations, as Nelson called them, worked out exactly with what are known as specific aspects in astrology.
What, you mean like horoscopes and stuff?
Yup. Nelson showed that when 2 planets are lined up with the sun but separated by 180 degrees, this is called an opposition in astrology. If they're at a 90-degree angle to each other, it's called a square. When the big gas giant planets were either in opposition or in a square, there would be major disturbances and storms coming from the sun. When the planets were at 120 degrees to each other or 60 degrees to each other, the sun was much less active. This is not what RCA, the US government, or anyone in the science community wanted to hear. Despite the validity of Nelson's work, he was attacked. People claimed he got the math wrong. However, these arguments have not held up well over time, and no one has ever repeated the study to try to disprove it. But since the 1950s, Nelson's theories about solar activity being linked to planetary alignment have been 95% accurate. Mainstream astronomers who study the sun can't even come close to this number. The resistance to Nelson, just as to Birkeland and to Martin, is probably because of the implications of his work. If Nelson is correct, then that means that astrology is real, or at least has a basis in fact for describing the behavior of electromagnetic waves. And given that every thought in our minds is nothing more than an electromagnetic signal, the position of the planets might actually have an effect on our thoughts and emotions. So does the position of the planets explain the mass extinctions that happen on Earth at regular intervals? No. To kill off most of the life on Earth, we have to think bigger. Since Neptune was discovered in 1884, astronomers noticed the outer planets have strange orbits. It's as if there's a large object that we can't see that's tugging on them.
These small-ass
It was thought
pieces
that
for
maybe
this
there was a
cannon.
large Jupiter-sized planet in the far reaches of the solar system, or even beyond. Recent papers have used the term Planet X or Planet 9 to describe this theoretical object. It's become associated with everything from the sun's dead twin to a massive brown dwarf star. A brown dwarf is kind of like a cross between a star and a planet. It's much bigger than a planet, but it doesn't get hot enough to ignite nuclear fusion. In fact, a brown dwarf has been linked to Zechariah Sitchin's planet Nibiru.
Home of the Anunnaki!
Exactly. Another theory about a far distant object in the solar system is the Nemesis theory. In 1984, 2 geologists released a scientific paper titled Periodicity of Extinctions in the Geologic Past. In it, they looked at geologic fossil evidence of extinctions taking place over a 250 million year period, or 1 galactic year. What they found was evidence that during that period, large-scale extinctions took place on our planet on a regular, repeating basis, and that the interval between the extinction events was
26 million years?
Bingo. Astrophysicists began to wonder what could cause such a cycle. They eventually settled on the idea that our solar system is actually a binary or 2-star system. The sun, they speculated, orbits a dead companion star or a brown dwarf that is way out in the Kuiper Belt. Now, the Kuiper Belt is similar to the asteroid belt, but it's way, way bigger. And there are hundreds of millions of objects in the Kuiper Belt. They range in size from small asteroids all the way up to small planets. Pluto, for example, is a Kuiper Belt object. Beyond the Kuiper Belt is another region called the Oort cloud, and the Oort cloud contains trillions of objects. And the thinking was that as this dead star orbits the sun, it disturbed the objects in the Kuiper Belt and the Oort cloud. And these objects are then flung to the inner solar system and to Earth on a periodic basis, once every 26 million years. The name that they gave this dark star was Nemesis. Now, all this was pure speculation with very little evidence to back it up. Until 1982. Apparently, NASA has known about and been searching for this object for a long time. In a 1982 Science Digest article, Dr. J. Allen Hynek wrote about the search for Planet X. He included a diagram that suggested the planet was probably a brown dwarf star that was 50 light years away. That would give it a 13,000-year orbital period, meaning every 13,000 years it would come into alignment with the Sun, the Earth, and the galactic center. In January 2015, Caltech astronomers provided evidence of a giant planet in the outer solar system.
According to astronomers, Planet 9 is expected to be many times the size of Earth and orbit the Sun far beyond Neptune. The astronomer claims that there's only a 0.4% chance that Planet 9 does not exist, despite it never being seen.
So, if these large objects are out there, and if Nelson's theories about planetary alignment are correct, then when all these objects come into alignment, the ripples through space-time could make Earth literally tip out of balance.
Pole shift!
Well, that's one possibility. But throwing asteroids at us would be much worse. But now we have something even bigger to worry about. The Radcliffe Wave.
This doesn't have anything to do with Harry Potter casting a spell, does it?
It does not.
Ah.
The Radcliffe Wave was discovered in 2020. It's a massive structure of gas, dust, and stars that stretches almost 9,000 light years across. The wave rides up and down through the galactic plane, meaning that sometimes it's above the plane of the Milky Way galaxy, and sometimes its objects are below. Now, no one understands how it was formed, why it's shaped like a wave, or how it's even held together. Once again, gravity is insufficient to explain it. From our perspective, it's in the direction of Orion and about 400 light years away. Now, that's an incredible distance, but it is close enough to speculate how it could affect us in the future. We do know for a fact that our solar system does interact with this massive Radcliffe wave structure. In fact, we can go back and see that we passed through the Radcliffe wave about 13 million years ago, and we'll pass back through it 13 million years from now. Again, this is evidence that we are on a 26 million year cycle, the exact cycle linked to mass extinction events.
Okay, the number 26 is starting to freak me out a little.
Well, fortunately, the next event isn't due for 11, 12, 13 million years or so we don't have much to fear with the big event. But what about the smaller events that happen in between the big ones? You would think that all this would get scientists interested in looking at all these coincidences. Whether it's an extinction event or just an earthquake, you'd think they'd be interested in knowing when the next one is coming. But they're not.
Why is that?
Yeah. Why is that? Something seems to be going on with the Earth. It may be natural cycles, problems with the Earth's core, or it may be something external linked to a part of space we're flying through. Or it could be a new science that we aren't seriously studying. The question is, why not? The answer to that question is the answer to lots of questions. Ego, money, and power. There's a reluctance in the mainstream scientific community to put out new ideas that challenge the accepted belief systems of the community that pays for their grants. Remember, we did an episode not long ago that proved that most scientific grants come from large corporations. And those corporations are essentially buying science. They want scientific results to support their businesses and their products. For government-funded grants, same thing. The government wants studies done that support the current agenda. That's the money concern. Now the ego problem.
All right.
Nobody really wants to take a chance on a new idea. Look at the scientists who go against the mainstream. They're often ostracized and ridiculed. Sometimes they lose their jobs like Jim Birkeland. Scientific breakthroughs don't come from the establishment. They come from mavericks. They come from scientists who don't care what people think of them. And there are very few of those. In 1958, when NASA was formed, one of the first things the agency did was commission a study from a major think tank, the Brookings Institute. NASA asked them to do a study on the cultural impact of exploring space. The report concluded that while it was unlikely that astronauts would run into ET out there, it was very possible they might come across ancient ruins or artifacts from an advanced civilization that had previously visited our solar system.
While face-to-face meetings with it will not occur within the next 20 years, that is the 1960s and 1970s, unless its technology is more advanced than ours, qualifying it to visit Earth, artifacts left at some point in time by these life forms might possibly be discovered through our space activities on the Moon, Mars, or Venus.
It then goes on to suggest that the revelation of higher, more technologically advanced life in the universe might actually result in the disintegration of human society. It actually used that word.
Anthropological files contain many examples of societies sure of their place in the universe, which have disintegrated when they have had to associate with previously unfamiliar societies espousing different ideas and different life ways. Others that survived such an experience usually did so by paying the price of changes in values and attitudes and behavior.
And who, according to the report, would have the most difficult time adapting to this new reality? Scientists. The study suggested that a paradigm shift in humanity's view of itself and scientists' view of their mastery of nature could have devastating psychological effects on the scientists. Stanley Kubrick's film 2001: A Space Odyssey was built around the Brookings Report. HAL, the computer, was meant to represent the scientific community. When it was discovered that man was not alone, HAL went crazy.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What's the problem?
I think you know what the problem is just as well as I do.
Science changes very slowly because of ego, money, and power. Scientists' egos make them afraid of being wrong. Going against the mainstream will cost the scientists money, like lack of funding or being out of a job. As for power, whenever science and technology advances, old science and technology becomes obsolete and less powerful. If life is discovered on Mars, the scientists who predicted that will gain power. The scientists who said life on Mars is impossible will lose power. But predicting life on Mars is a risky bet, not one most scientists would take. But if the Earth truly is changing, we're going to need new science to understand how dangerous the changes are. We'll have to explore new and uncomfortable ideas. And we have to give those maverick scientists presenting those new ideas a chance to be heard. What do we have to lose? Well, Hey, it's your favorite orange YouTube person. I know, the self-tan is too much. I'm going to fix it. I'm shooting today. I don't want to look too corpsey. Anyway, thanks for checking out the 24-hour stream. If you want to keep it going, consider supporting us on Patreon, becoming a YouTube member, maybe grab something from the Wi-Fi store. It really helps us out. And ooh, just realized I walked into my office and it is not camera ready. Let me end it here and just say thanks.
We're a bicycle company, but we try to utilize technology in any way we can to keep us competitive. Gemini in Google Sheets helps us query our data, find data much faster. It's like having a superpower.
Roundup.
Damn. I didn't catch the commercial quick enough. I hate that. Like you get it right at 0, and it's like, damn, dude.
Any disease,
missed it. Now I have to sit through the next 5 seconds.
Because those are good people down in the labs. Besides, if there's a secret cure for cancer, who's using it? Billionaire elites? Steve Jobs was a billionaire elite. He was diagnosed with cancer at age 49. He had the resources for any treatment he wanted, conventional or otherwise. In fact, Steve Jobs spent the first 9 months after his diagnosis trying nothing but alternative treatments, against his doctor's wishes. Steve Jobs had unlimited resources, and he still lost. Look, I understand why people are drawn to the theories about secret cures and alternative medicine. When you or a loved one is suffering and traditional medicine isn't working, you'll try anything. That's why we call it fighting or surviving cancer. It's about reclaiming control over your health, exploring every possibility, and refusing to give up. Now, true or not, these are stories of resilience and the belief that answers might exist outside mainstream thinking. A miracle cure didn't arrive in time to save my dad, but it might arrive in time to save yours. And if it does, I don't want any agency or bureaucracy getting in the way. That's why I was so hard on the AMA today, because they have a history of shutting down ideas that aren't mainstream. We can't let that happen again. One day another maverick will come along with a cure that defies mainstream medicine, and so-called experts will try to silence them because they can't understand anything outside mainstream thinking. So here's a message to those experts.
If you're not going to help, get out of the way.
Like things are stressing out like this, and reach back to find a nice memory to hold on to.
We gotta get AJ on here from the Wi-Fi.
Dude, him and Hecklefish?
Yeah.
Hecklefish right on the couch would be great.
Hey, everyone watching this, go comment on the Wi-Files and say, please go ninjas or butterflies because they love you.
On that
Yes.
Bilderberg, chapter 1, episode 1.
Yeah, part 1, please just blow up that, but let them share love. Also go subscribe to them because they're great.
Do you believe there are alien civilizations out there? And how do those civilizations compare with us? How do we even measure it? Well, we have no idea what an alien civilization would look like. Humans are evolved primates. What if an alien species is reptilian, or more like an insect, or a hybrid of these? Or maybe something completely unique that we couldn't even imagine? There is only one set of universal laws that every species must follow: physics. Specifically, energy. And one way to measure a civilization is by its energy consumption. And this is done with the Kardashev scale. By using the Kardashev scale, we can address some big questions about alien civilizations, like Fermi's paradox, which says if the universe is full of advanced civilizations,
where the hell are they?
Right, that's Fermi's paradox in a nutshell. It's estimated that there are 40 billion Earth-like planets in the Milky Way that could support life. Now, certainly, a few of these should have given rise to intelligent life, and if so, where is everyone? A recent study done by researchers at JPL and Caltech states that when a civilization finally reaches a certain point on the Kardashev scale, it destroys itself, which is why we haven't discovered any evidence. They're all gone.
That's depressing.
And the Kardashev scale addresses the most worrisome theory of all. If there are advanced civilizations in our universe, it's probably best if we don't make contact with them. Let's find out why. For hundreds of thousands of years, human technology didn't advance very much. Tools were useful. Discovering fire was a big deal. The wheel, super helpful. Breakthroughs in astronomy, mathematics, and physics certainly happened, but there was a lot of time in between major discoveries. Then the Industrial Revolution came along and everything changed. And in the past couple of hundred years, the human race has experienced an explosion of scientific progress. Then the computer revolution accelerated that progress. Now think about it. Just over 100 years ago, nobody thought human flight was even possible. About 50 years later, we're walking on the moon, and now we're flying drones on Mars. Things are moving along. And given this rapid advancement of technology, you can't help but wonder what we'll be able to achieve in the next 100,000 or million years. If there are alien civilizations in our universe who have achieved levels of scientific progress beyond our own, how do we grade and compare them? Well, one of the most popular metrics for doing this is the Kardashev scale. In 1964, Nikolai Kardashev theorized that...
Courtney's my favorite.
What?
Courtney Kardashev, love her.
No. Nikolai Kardashev, he was an astrophysicist.
Courtney's not an astrophysicist?
Courtney, what the is up with your Wi-Fi? You have this big-ass house, and you can't afford a Wi-Fi box out here?
It's not about affording, it's about radiation.
You're gonna die anyway. You understand that, right? Die with a good Snapchat going.
She's the best.
Anyway, Kardashev said that civilizations can be categorized by the total amount of energy available to them and how much they use. Plugging how much power a civilization uses into a formula gives us a number that represents the advancement of that civilization's technology. And the formula is simple.
Oh yeah, real simple.
P is the total amount of power a civilization is capable of using at a given time. K is the number assigned to represent their technological advancement. That's the Kardashev number. And Kardashev defined 3 levels, levels 1 through 3. And these have since been expanded by another 4, so the levels are now...
With daily ED medication by him,
Damn, dude, how long have I been mute for? Days and years, and the episode was mute too. Wow, come on, dude.
This is why no one's answering.
What's up, Ubi? What are you doing still up? You working on an episode right now?
Apocalyptic weapons. This
That's
scenario
what I
seems
had said,
plausible.
but yeah, muted.
We're not even close to going interstellar.
Like an amateur
We're certainly
over
capable
here.
of self-annihilation right now.
It's a good thing we had Ubi to let us know that we were mute. You just woke up.
Because if another civilization is able to overcome the risks of technology and finally travel the stars, then that means we could do it too. And I think this is also a reason why people like science fiction stories that take place in the far future. Now, not just positive futures like Star Trek, but darker futures like Ender's Game or The Matrix or Terminator. The future may be dark in these stories, but at least there's a future. There's security and a sense of peace in knowing that even though our individual time on Earth is short, life does go on. Our species will continue. But will it? When we finally do find evidence of intelligent alien life, will that discovery motivate the human race to use technology to address problems here on Earth so that we can join the larger community?
Yeah, I wouldn't count on it.
Or, if we find evidence of an extinct civilization, that too should motivate us, right? Because if we can't evolve past our selfishness and tribalism, we could share the same fate. Our future may be, just like many scientists believe, no future at all. Thanks for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything today, comment, like, subscribe, share. It really helps out the channel.
Fun. I'm terrified over here.
Sorry about that. Anyway, until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated. So you enter another small door and continue crawling through the dark.
Again, you crawl?
Yeah?
Who started this cult? Me, Doctor?
I don't see how
And you crawl to another secret room, which has a stack of business cards that say, do you have knee and joint pain? Call Jeffrey Rosen, MD, Latitude Orthopedics. Huh? You like that, huh?
In 1988, aerospace designer Brad Sorensen went to Norton Air Force Base for the annual air show. The show was the chance for aerospace companies and military contractors to show off new technology to top military and government officials. Brad wanted to network and maybe grab a new client or two. At some point, Brad got turned around and separated from his group. He hopped into another group and ended up in a large hangar watching a presentation given by a 3-star general. At first, it was the typical rundown for various top-secret aircraft. Brad figured he was in the right place. He wasn't. The general signaled to someone, and a huge curtain was pulled, revealing 3 aircraft that nobody was expecting. When fellow aerospace designer Mark McCandlish called Brad to see how the airshow was, Brad was silent for a long time. Mark asked him what was wrong. Brad sounded scared and depressed. He said, "I think I saw something I wasn't supposed to see." Mark was confused. They both had top secret clearance. They worked for General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, McDonnell Douglas, Boeing, Rockwell International. They worked for
the usual suspects.
Right. As aerospace designers and illustrators, they often learned about experimental aircraft before they were even built. So what could be more secret than that? Brad said after the presentation, they pulled a curtain back to reveal 3 flying saucers, completely silent and hovering a few feet above the ground. Mark asked Brad to describe them.
Nice,
He said
dude.
they looked like something out of the 1950s. They had
Yeah,
a
he
flat
does a
bottom,
little bit.
sloped
Goldfish,
sides, and a
Hecklefish.
dome on top. And on the dome were small bubbles that looked like they contained cameras. The smallest saucer was about 24 feet in diameter. The next one was about 60 feet, and the largest saucer was about 120 feet wide. The general giving the presentation called them ARVs, or Alien Reproduction Vehicles. The nickname they gave the saucers was fluxliners. In electromagnetism, electric flux is the measurement of an electric field through a given surface. So this was a bit of a hint. Next to the small saucer was a television playing various test flights. Video showed a saucer, or an ARV, hovering silently over a dry lake bed somewhere in the desert. Then the ARV did maneuvers that seemed like bouncing, and then finally the saucer stopped and flew straight up as fast as a bullet. The audience was stunned. Nobody had ever seen anything fly like this. Mark asked Brad if they explained how an aircraft could move in such a way. Brad said he was surprised at how simple the mechanics were. Mark said, Wait, what, you got to see inside of the flying saucer? Brad said that next to the craft was a large easel which described the internal components. Plus, the smallest saucer had some of its side panels removed so visitors could see the complete interior. Brad Sorensen saw the engine, the life support system, the crew area complete with jump seats and steering mechanisms. Mark McCandlish was blown away. And Mark, being a designer and illustrator, asked Brad if he could remember specifics about the saucer. Mark wanted to draw a diagram. Brad said he could remember and would tell Mark everything. But there was no way he was doing that over the phone. Brad Sorensen and Mark McCandlish met for lunch the next day to talk about the alien reproduction vehicles that Mark had seen at the air show. Mark wanted to try and sketch a diagram of what Brad saw. Both men worked in aerospace as designers and illustrators, so they were familiar with a lot of the technology and were trained to pay attention to detail. The first thing Brad noticed is that the ARV seemed kind of worn. They had chips in their paint, fingerprints, and smudges all over them. Clearly, the American military had this technology for a long time. Brad went on to sketch out and describe the interior of the ARV. The dome at the top is actually half a sphere. The crew jump seats are in the top of the sphere. The flat bottom of the saucer is a large capacitor array over a foot thick. On top of the array are oxygen tanks for the crew to breathe and to maintain air pressure within the craft. Then Brad revealed 2 bombs dropped by the 3-star at the air show. 1, the saucer can travel faster than light.
Wait, what?
And 2, it uses 0-point energy.
Wait, what?
Well, 0-point energy would require its own episode to really get into it, but here's the gist. 0 point is the lowest possible energy that a quantum mechanical system can have. Excuse, did you just yawn?
Well, that explanation did not help.
Well, in classical mechanics, empty space is just empty space. But in quantum mechanics, no space is truly empty. There are fluctuating fields in constant motion, and there are particles that act like waves that wink in and out of existence. These fields and particles require energy to do that. Energy that exists everywhere, even in the vacuum of space. For example, liquid helium at absolute zero in a vacuum is still liquid. You can't have liquid unless the atoms are in motion. Helium doesn't freeze because 0-point energy keeps the atoms moving.
Well, yeah, but how much energy could there actually be in nothing?
Well, physicists John Wheeler and Richard Feynman calculated that 0-point energy in the vacuum of space is so powerful that the amount of space that fits in a coffee cup has enough energy to boil and evaporate all the oceans on Earth. A coffee cup.
Well, if 0-point energy boils away the oceans, we can refill them with the tears of oil company executives.
And the politicians in their pockets.
You're catching on.
It was at this point where Mark McCandlish put his aerospace design skills to work. He converted Brad's rough sketch to a technical blueprint to scale of a functioning flying saucer. Over the next couple of years, Mark would perfect his drawing after speaking with other eyewitnesses who gave him more and more details.
Wait, more people saw this flying saucer than just the one guy?
Oh yeah, many more people. After speaking with Brad Sorensen and studying his drawing, Mark McCandlish became fascinated with the ARV project and started doing his own research. As interesting as this was, it was still just a report from a single eyewitness. But the more Mark looked into the secret project, the more people he would find that saw the ARV, worked on it, and even flew it. In the early 1990s, Mark ran into Kent Sellen at an air show.
A lot of action at these air shows, huh?
There is. You want to check one out?
Nah, I'm good.
Kent was a crew chief working at Edwards Air Force Base, and one day he was sent out to repair a piece of equipment. And on his way to the job site, he passed a hangar with the doors slightly open. He looked inside and saw a flying saucer just hovering there silently. Now, without any prompting, Kent described the ARV exactly how Brad did. Flat bottom, domed roof with smaller domes that held cameras. And just as the initial shock was wearing off, Kent had a gun in his face. A voice told him to shut his eyes and get down on the ground. A bag was thrown over his head and he was dragged to an interrogation room for an 18-hour debrief.
Verbal colonoscopy.
Exactly. The aggressive military reaction didn't surprise Mark. What surprised him was, this happened in 1973, almost 20 years earlier. So how long has the military been sitting on this thing?
what happened? He says, well, this thing, was flat on the bottom, sloping sides, a little ledge around there, and then a dome on the top with these little glass things on top. Looked like there was a camera under each one. And I said, really? He said, yeah. No, no landing gear. And it was hovering. And I said, let me borrow your pen. So I took out a Kodak lens cleaning tissue package that I had in my camera bag. It was the only thing I could think of to draw on. I did a quick sketch of this alien reproduction vehicle as described by my friend Brad Sorensen back in 1988. And I said, is that what you saw? And he says, oh, you've seen one. And I said, no, but I wasn't sure until this moment that the story was absolutely true. And so that was when I knew there was a second point of confirmation.
In addition to Kent Sellen, there is at least one other person from the military who's been willing to go on record about the ARV.
That there was one facility at Norton Air Force Base that was close hold. Not even the wing commander there could know what was going on.
All right, next piece.
And during that time period, throughout my career, it was always rumored
87.
by pilots that that was a cover for, in fact, a location of one UFO craft. And the reason for that location was folks that could come out, land at Norton, play golf, be part of a golf tournament, and so forth, and during that process could go by the facility and actually see the UFO.
Now, hold on. So they would fly into a secret airbase, go see a UFO, and then play golf?
That's what the colonel said.
That's a very military-industrial complex, Bilderberg, Skull and Bones, Bohemian Grove thing to do.
It really is.
Throw in some ritual sacrifice and it would be perfect.
All right, let's keep it nice.
Hey, I'm just spilling the tea.
The more Mark McCandlish asked around,
New bonding infusion treatment mask by Suave. Give your hair a 1-minute transformation with salon quality care that reverses the deepest damage for instantly healthier, stronger hair.
these photos were taken in 1967, so it would seem that the design changed slightly over the years. The only major difference between the 1967 ARV and the one Brad saw in 1988 was that the bubbles on top were larger in the older craft. Mark figured this was because cameras got smaller over the years. Cameras are now so small that we can assume that the current ARV models have even smaller or no bubbles at all. Mark McCandlish noted that even though there's a large variation in the shapes of the UFOs that have been photographed over the years, the general design is the same, round with a flat bottom, angled edges, and an upper compartment. Some UFO photos go back to 1950, so these vehicles have been around for at least 75 years, but they may have been here longer than that, a lot longer. In ancient Hindu and Sanskrit texts, there are many stories about Vimanas, the flying machines of the gods. The Mahabharata, written about 3,000 years ago, describes events that happened as far back as 5000 BC, and Vimanas are mentioned quite a bit. They can fly at great speeds, fly into space, and even fly underwater. But what's really interesting about the Vimanas in the ancient texts is the engines are described in detail.
Strong and durable must be made the body of the Vimana, like a large flying bird of night material. Inside one should place a mercury engine with its iron heating device below. Through latent force in mercury, which triggers the buoyancy swerve, a man sitting inside can travel great distances in the sky. The Vimana's movements are such that it can climb vertically, descend vertically, move forward and backward. With the help of machines, humans can fly in the air, and celestial beings can come to Earth.
In other passages and texts, Vimanas are described as having a mercury vortex engine. That's pretty specific. So, a couple of questions. If mercury is in a cylinder and is then heated, will it circulate and cause a vortex? Yes, it will. But what if the Vimanas weren't using heat? What if they were using electricity like the ARV does? Will mercury circulate if a current is applied to it? It sure will. This technology was very interesting to Germany in the 1930s. You might be familiar with Die Glocke, or the bell. Die Glocke was about 12 feet high and 9 feet in diameter. It used two high-speed counter-rotating cylinders filled with solutions of liquid mercury. The rotating mercury supposedly allowed the bell to defy gravity. We know that if you apply current to mercury, it will rotate. Reverse the polarity of the current, it rotates in the opposite direction. At this point in Mark's research, he was convinced the ARV project was real, and he began to unravel the mystery of its method of propulsion. In order to completely solve that piece of the puzzle, Mark would need to speak to people who claimed to have been inside a UFO. So, he started talking to abductees. Mark McCandlish spoke to several UFO abductees. Most of them remembered the aliens and the experiments they endured, but none of them remembered seeing the engine, except one. She said the craft she was on was round, and in the center was a column full of silver liquid rotating very rapidly. And there was a wheel or device on the column that was rotating in the opposite direction. People who have found UFO crashes, like the Roswell crash, have reported seeing similar technology in the wreckage. And there are dozens of patents for anti-gravity devices and vehicles that use electricity to fly great distances at great speeds. Unsurprisingly, most of these patents appeared after Roswell in 1947, but a lot of the patents are built on the work of Nikola Tesla.
Mommy.
Between the many eyewitness accounts from military contractors and the accounts of alien abductees, Mark was able to discern how the ARV operates. The circular base was essentially a huge Tesla coil, multiple metallic layers stacked on each other with a slight gap in between acting as a capacitor to store and redirect electricity. Because the craft uses a lot of electricity, possibly 1,000,000 volts or more, it generates a powerful electromagnetic field. By manipulating this field, the ARV pilot can generate thrust. The center column contains 2 counter-rotating cylinders of liquid mercury. The upper platform acts as an additional capacitor, working with the lower capacitor to allow the craft to move in any direction. The control system that the pilot uses is simple. With his right hand, the pilot has a lever which controls how much electricity is deployed from the capacitors. At the pilot's left hand is what looks like a large trackball. This control sends power in any direction, 360 degrees. Oxygen tanks and the life support system is attached to the lower platform. The ARV has no windows. It uses what's called a synthetic vision system. The cameras on the exterior of the vehicle allow the pilot to see. These cameras work in conjunction with each other and send separate feeds to the pilot's left and right eyes so he can see in 3 dimensions, like how a VR headset works. That's the entire thing in a nutshell. There's not much to it.
Aren't you forgetting one thing?
What?
How the hell do these things go faster than the speed of light?
Ah, right. That's where it gets really fun. The ARV is a vehicle that captures, generates, stores, and redirects a tremendous amount of energy in a field around the craft. This field is manipulated by the pilot, which allows it to fly in any direction. But that doesn't explain how the ARV can exceed the speed of light. Or does it? A number of papers have been released by physicists within the last 20 or 30 years that explain how a craft like this could travel beyond the speed of light. The reason nothing can go faster than light is because as you go faster, your mass increases. The closer you get to light speed, the closer your mass gets to infinity.
Ooh, that's a lot of mass.
It is. It's way too much. Zero-point energy is everywhere and is responsible for the effects of gravity, inertia, and mass. So a vehicle that utilizes zero-point energy, drawing it in from its environment, could theoretically reduce gravity and lower its mass. And the faster the ARV goes, the more energy it absorbs, the lower its mass gets. This is like the opposite of E equals mc squared. But the math shows that this process doesn't actually violate the laws of physics. In September 2000, physicist Miguel Alcubierre released a paper called The Warp Drive. He describes how a vehicle could go faster than light without violating relativity. What the vehicle does is compress space-time directly ahead of it and expand space-time directly behind it. That would allow the ARV to go extreme distances very quickly, like to the edge of the solar system in a few minutes. Alcubierre's paper also describes how the vehicle at the center of this warp field would not experience any change in gravity at all. No matter how fast you accelerate or how sharply you turn, the bubble around you maintains the exact conditions you had when you started traveling. This would explain why UFOs can maneuver so dramatically. An aircraft moving at 7,000 miles per hour doing a sharp right turn would turn the human body into chunky salsa. Seatbelts wouldn't matter, your organs would be crushed by the G-forces, though you would stroke out before that happened. But using Alcubierre's warp drive, you don't feel any of it. You could literally accelerate at 100 G-forces and not spill your martini.
Dude, is martinis on this flight?
I figure if I'm traveling to another solar system, I'd like to be relaxed and a little buzzed.
Ooh, how did the stewardesses look?
They're called flight attendants now. Pilots have reported that UFOs moving at extreme speeds do so without generating any noise or any exhaust of any kind. UFOs have been said to generate energy out of thin air. Well, that's because they do.
Now, what is zero-point energy? I'm going to show you many different definitions, but let me quote Nikola Tesla. Quote, "Throughout space, there is energy. Is this energy static or kinetic? If static, our hopes are in vain. If kinetic, and we know for certain it is, then it is a mere question of time when men will succeed in attaching their machinery to the very wheelwork of nature. Many generations may pass, but in time our machinery will be driven by a power obtainable at any point in the universe." And so there, ladies and gentlemen, is the basic birth of the concept of zero-point energy.
The reason it's called alien reproduction vehicle is that it's based on the study of extraterrestrial vehicles, but it is manufactured by human military intelligence, aerospace contracting arrangements.
We're almost there, you
And this is
guys.
very important. It means that we, Homo sapiens, have the ability to access this so-called zero-point field of energy, which is the ambient field of energy from which all matter and energy is fluxing, and can access that energy and generate all the power we need to run this planet without fossil fuels or pollution.
Most of the information in today's episode comes from a documentary created by filmmaker James Allen. It's called Zero Point, the story of Mark McCandlish and the Flux Liner. If you're interested in this topic, and how could you not be, I'll link to the full doc below. It's 90 minutes of jaw-dropping stories. But...
Damn it, I thought we were gonna get by without a butt today.
Did you really?
No.
But how much of the story is true? Well, even though we have eyewitness testimony of the ARV, aka the Flux Liner, aka the Flying Saucer, it's still just testimony. We don't have physical evidence.
We have pictures.
We do have pictures of saucers, that's true. We know that most are hoaxes, but there are a few that haven't been explained. As to the science behind zero-point energy, there's not a consensus. It's a relatively new field of study.
Relatively nice.
Some physicists believe zero-point energy is real. The math works. But some physicists are more skeptical and can still get the math to work without zero-point. Even if zero-point energy is real, and I believe it is, Mark didn't really know how the ARV captured the energy. Maybe it can be absorbed through the vehicle's magnetic field, we don't know.
Ooh, it sure would be nice to have the Tesla files that were definitely stolen by the FBI.
Yeah, it would be nice to have that stuff. Now, as for the Mercury Vortex Drive, people have known about this technology for a long time, and really same with zero-point energy. We've known about that since Tesla, maybe before, but nobody has been able to get either technology to work.
Ha!
Excuse me?
If anyone got free energy to work, they would be disappeared faster than you can say ExxonMobil.
Yeah, it would seem that whoever comes close to getting free energy to work, they suddenly come down with a case of severe bad luck.
I've seen copies of inter-office correspondence among defense contractors that openly stated that they felt the technology was a fundamental enabling technology, that it had all kinds of different defense applications, but it also had a lot of serious civilian applications that would be beneficial to humanity as a whole, to the environment. It seems obvious that someone, perhaps a group, maybe some kind of a rogue civilization within our society has captured the technology. They're exploiting it for their own aims, for their own interests, whatever those might be. There's not a sliver of doubt in my mind that it exists.
The storyline basically is that there's a lot of work going on in the aerospace industry that would indicate that we have black projects that have gone even darker.
Stefan Marinov was the leader of the European free energy movement. In 1997, he made tremendous strides in the technology. Before he could develop his first prototype, he fell out of a window. Dr. John Mullen, a nuclear physicist, used to work for McDonnell Douglas, one of the largest military contractors in the world. He died of arsenic poisoning in 2004. His girlfriend was originally a suspect, but she was found dead in her apartment shortly after. There are no more suspects, there is no investigation, there will be no trial. Dmitry Petronov invented a plasma battery that powered his home for 14 months. In 2010, he went to a bakery and was never seen again. Zachary Warfield was another inventor who developed his own plasma battery. Warfield visited Petronov to exchange information. That same year, Warfield died in a strange boating accident in Washington, D.C. Eugene Molov was a physicist and expert in cold fusion. He claimed he had a working prototype of a free energy device. In 2004, the day before he was to make a public announcement about his findings, he was beaten to death. Ari Dagos actually patented free energy technology based on the zero-point field. In 2007, he was about to get on a flight to meet investors who were going to fund his research. He was found dead in his car at the airport. Rory Johnson created a cold fusion laser-activated magnetic motor that generated over 500 horsepower. He planned a public demonstration of 4 vehicles equipped with this magnetron motor. The U.S. Department of Energy placed a restraining order on this technology, preventing publication. And though in excellent health, he died unexpectedly soon after. Mark Tomian, a physicist, patented technology called a star drive, which uses zero-point energy, very similar to the ARV. In 2009, he developed a working prototype. Shortly after, he died from an unexpected cardiac event.
Damn, dude.
His research is missing. Stan Myers developed a working engine that ran on water. In 1997, he died from what was officially reported as a cerebral hemorrhage. This happened while having lunch with 2 potential investors. His last words were, "I was poisoned." Remember I said that most of this episode comes from a documentary created by James Allen? He ruffled a lot of feathers doing his research, specifically at Lockheed Martin.
And so, I'm kind of mystified as why a lot more people haven't picked up on this and really, and sort of hammered on Lockheed or Grumman or whoever to say, are you guys really doing this? I actually called a spokesman at Lockheed and asked her straight up. I'm like, so what's going on with your electrogravitics program? And she's like, well, we're not at liberty to discuss those programs. And I'm like, really? Why not? And she's like, well, it might threaten our competitive advantage. And I really wish I'd gotten that on film or tape. Because my next documentary, Tom, are you listening? I want to do a investigative documentary on specifically on anti-gravity in the aerospace industry.
Oh, I can't wait to see that new documentary. This kid is a hero.
Was a hero.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
While still editing the film before it was even released, James Allen was diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer. He was dead in 3 months.
I'm so angry right now.
That interview clip I showed was from 6 weeks before his cancer diagnosis. Did he look sick to you?
No, he did not.
Autopsy results revealed an unbelievably aggressive tumor that usually occurs in patients with cancer for years, not weeks. And his blood contained 12 heavy metals and radioisotopes at toxic levels. Manganese, beryllium, thorium, and uranium were found in his blood. James Allen never got to see his documentary released. And his next film, which would expose anti-gravity technology being pursued by military contractors, now that would never happen.
This is a bunch of these government companies doing that.
Oh, sorry.
When are we going to stand up and something
Damn,
about
6
these
hours? All right. We got to
Yeah,
call it a
I know.
night, you guys.
Even Mark
At least we
McCandless was
finished
afraid.
the Cyclone Cannon missile launcher or whatever.
Or killed. Yeah.
That guy's done.
As many times I lay awake at night with my 9mm.
Oh, goodness. I think we're all finished.
And I wonder why they have
Gun
killed. I
arm,
honestly did.
the other arm, shoulder pads I'll take off later. The shoulder pads have to go
Well,
last. That way I can
this past April, Mark
detail
was
them
found
better.
dead in his apartment.
Let me guess.
He took his own life. Yep,
You better watch your back, sport.
I do. I honestly believe the
Yeah,
only thing
looks
keeping me
alright.
safe is all of you. I just hope that's enough.
There it is. We got the legs. Got the missile launcher.
The story of humans began a long time ago. 3.5 billion years ago,
the anti-tank
protein molecules
weapon
floated around the
arm.
ooze called the primordial
And
soup.
the regular
Then
bolter
something
gun
happened,
arm.
and a molecule made a copy of itself.
Oh, the
and
head.
another copy.
The head
and
I'll take
another.
off with the shoulder
And soon
pad.
these molecules arrange
And
themselves
I'm gonna
into
paint
something
separate.
called a cell. Then the cells clump together and multiply.
Oh goodness, you guys, that was it though. We watched
and over the
it.
next 3 billion years,
We built
the
it.
organisms became more complicated and
We
more
kicked
diverse.
a little dark
375
tide
million years
ass.
ago,
It was fun. It was good.
organisms crawled out of the sea. 4 million years ago, hominids emerged. Hominids had large brains.
We're gonna wrap it
that
up
could
right here,
think,
you
they
guys.
could reason, communicate, and cooperate.
This was
200,000
the
years ago, Homo
40K
sapiens, modern humans
Tuesday.
appeared. They developed agriculture, organized into civilizations, and became masters of the planet. The story of humans began a long time ago. But all stories end. And according to many leaders in business, science, and technology, we're in the final chapter. The part
All right, you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for your time. Time is precious, and I appreciate you guys spending it here. We'll be back tomorrow for the new episode of Reacher. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Tomorrow's Stargate SQ1 Wednesday. My bad. So tomorrow, SG1 Wednesday. Thursday, the new episode of Reacher. Friday, something Star Wars. Saturday and Sunday, not too sure. Probably nothing. But Monday, we'll be back with some more anime. And then Tuesday, we'll be back here doing this one more time. Alright, you guys, I appreciate you. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up, subscribe, all that greatness. And I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace.